Focusing on the footage, day 3 of testimony in the James Crumbley trial took place as a guidance counselor took the stand, detailing his meeting with the Oxford shooter's parents, while both the prosecution and the defense zoning in on security camera video from the gun range days before the deadly shooting was carried out.
Thank you for joining us for our special coverage of the James Crumbley trial, now into day 4 of Terrence Friday.
And I'm Meredith Bruckner. As we await for court to get underway, our Rochelle Graham gives us an overview of Monday's testimony.
For the first 2 witnesses, Oxford High School counselor Sean Hopkins and Dean of Students Nicholas Ejak, it was easy to see the prosecution's strategy, proving that James Crumbley could have and should have shared more information with the school when an emergency meeting was called over his son's drawings on this math assignment. James Crumbley didn't share that the shooter was just gifted the handgun drawn 4 days prior.
Parents know their kids better than I do.
Do you rely upon the parent for that information?
Absolutely.
Here's Ejak when cross-examined by Crumbley's defense.
At approximately 10:52 a.m., you did not feel that he was a threat to anyone, and you didn't feel that you had reasonable suspicion to look in his backpack.
No, because you have to remember, I knew very little of what we all know today. So when we're looking at the big picture today, I knew a fraction of what we all know now.
The bulk of testimony came from ATF Special Agent Brett Brandon.
He drew a murder.
At one point, surveillance of the shooter at a gun range was shown to the jury.
Stop it there. What is he doing?
He made a 2 with his hand.
All right, and how many boxes of ammo did they actually purchase?
2.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. There are also 2 people there. There could be 2 sets of ear protection. It could be 2 targets. It could be 2 of anything. She's asking for speculation.
When the video continues, the employee puts 2 targets and 2 boxes of ammunition on the counter. One box would be used at the range that day, the other at Oxford High School. At one point, the court feed went black with the word private on screen. The father of one of the victims, Buck Muir, tells us that's because the defense complained to the judge that he was wearing a polo with a 42 Strong logo on it and that the judge agreed he needed to change. 42 Strong is the mentorship organization the Muir family started in honor of Tate. Rochelle Graham, CBS News, Detroit.
Right now we want to bring in our legal experts to help us weigh in on the trial so far.
Attorneys John Marco and Rick Convertino join us this morning. Thank you so much for being here. Rick, so we just heard a recap of yesterday's testimony. What do you think we can expect going into today?
I think it's more focused on James as opposed to the actual shooting on November 30th in the high school itself. We heard a lot of testimony about the chaos and the carnage that occurred at the school. Now we're focused more on James. The last few witnesses have talked directly about, or testimony was focused directly onto James. You have the connection of the gun, James purchasing the gun. The prosecution's theory is that the purchase of the gun was a straw purchase. In other words, that it wasn't actually purchased for James, but purchased through James for his son. That's their theory. The defense countered that by emphasizing that all of the documentation was that the purchase was by James. There's actually forms provided by the ATF that are required to be acknowledged that you are not purchasing a weapon as a straw purchaser, that the weapon you're purchasing that's before you is for you, and specifically your weapon, that you won't sell it, you won't gift it, you won't give it away to anyone other than the purchaser on this. So she countered that as best she could. There's evidence through text messages and Facebook posts that the shooter believed that the gun was his. The parents said, we gifted this to him, it's an early Christmas gift. And so, we have the contrary viewpoints of evidence in there. But right now, it's the James show. I think we're going to see one of the students testify, which will revert back to the high school itself, kind of moving away from James. But it's going to emote a lot of feelings in that jury pool.
Yeah, and once we do get to that more personal side of James, who knows what we'll hear, because in the last trial they infamously opened the door.
Yeah, that was.
And we heard so much about Jennifer. What sorts of things do you think we could hear about James?
Well, I think we're going to hear similar things to what we saw in the last trial, and although it's going to be different this time. And I think if you look at the defendants in this case, you look at Jennifer compared to James, I think they are different, and I think that there's that they have different perceptions and they have different I think that they're going to be looked at differently by the jury. Now, we talked earlier about how, yes, there was already a guilty verdict previously for the mother, but I think this is a different case. I think that it could go differently. I think that James has some actions after the incident that are a lot different, and he presents a lot differently than his wife. But ultimately, we'll have to see what happens with regards to that.
And just dig into that a little bit, how he presents differently from his wife. What do you mean when you say that?
Yeah, there was, I mean, this was obviously a horrible tragedy, and there was some signs of concern and contrition that I don't think we saw with his wife. For example, one little example is when the police brought them in for questioning and his son was there, he wanted to talk to the police. He wanted to talk about what happened. He wanted to discuss and kind of give them the information that he had, where the wife's first response was, let's get a lawyer. Now, legally, that was probably smart for her to say, let's get a lawyer, but when I think people are looking at it, his reaction was a little bit more sympathetic. And I'm not saying that he's in a sympathetic position. This is obviously a horrible tragedy. But I think that some of his reactions to what happened, some could be considered more appropriate than his wife's.
Yeah. And even though they do have shared responsibility, they are different, Rick, in how they handled this overall.
Yeah, he's more of a kind of like a Lennian of mice and men. You know, kind of the good guy wants to kind of get along to go along. Not very responsible, according to the testimony of Jennifer. Not somebody who needed constant oversight himself. Almost like her second child. Couldn't hold a job. Not responsible enough to be trusted out of her sight, constant text messages. She said there was a specific reason for that she kept him you know, close by and on a short leash, but she wouldn't say what it was. And so, you know, that depiction of him, as John said, in the substation, he was an empathetic soul. You know, he was concerned about his son. He wanted to give information. He reminded her to show the officers the math sheet on her phone. In the back, you remember in the back of the police car at the house, he was uncuffed. She was cuffed because she was kind of uncontrollable at the time, and he was kind of consoling her, telling her, I love you, I love you. She was very stoic and sterile. So I think he does present a lot better, and I think if he testifies, it'd be consistent with that.
All right, well, we do have to take a break, but you can catch up on the very latest on the trial over on our website.
And once the trial does get started, we'll have uninterrupted coverage on our stream. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to our special coverage of the James Crumbley trial. We're waiting for court to begin today.
Our Andres Gutierrez joins us with more from Monday's testimony.
Much of the afternoon was dedicated to the ATF special agent who traced the murder weapon and the shooter's history with it and said that the teen had practiced with other handguns that James Crumbley bought him. You may remember on Friday, the jury got to hear Crumbley tell investigators on the day of the shooting at the police substation that he had been taking his son to the range to try to teach him about gun safety. Today, they learned more about those visits at least 6 different times between June and November of 2021. The trips were to an indoor range in Clarkston that began shortly after James bought a .22 caliber Caltech and a Derringer. In one video, you can see James helping out his son at the range when the .22 caliber jams up. Earlier in the day, we heard extensively from the school counselor who had several teachers reach out to him, raising concerns about the shooter's mental health. The questioning zeroed in on November 29, 2021, when Crumbley's son was looking at bullets in class. The next day, the morning of the shooting, 2 teachers contacted his counselor, one saying Crumbley's son was watching a movie scene of a person shooting people. The other teacher raised the red flag over that infamous math assignment with the drawing of a gun and the words, "The thoughts won't stop, please help me." That prompted the counselor to call the teen's parents.
My hope was that they were going to take him and either take him to get help or even just to take him to let's have a good day. Let's have a day where we just spend time with you, where we are with you.
To take him out of school?
Yeah.
Did you believe that he could be left alone at that point?
I didn't want him left alone. I didn't want to make that decision that he was okay to be left alone. So that's why I stayed with him for as long as I did, until I had parents there.
He went on to say he gave the shooter's parents 3 pages filled with mental health resources in the area, but Jennifer Crumbley told him it wouldn't be possible to get him help that day and cut the meeting short, leaving him in school. And without knowing that they had bought him a gun days before, the dean of students also testified today that there was no reason that they would have searched the teen's backpack, where they would have found the 9mm used to commit the worst school shooting in state history. Reporting in Pontiac, Andres Gutierrez, CBS News, Detroit.
All right, we're continuing the conversation with our legal experts as we continue to wait for trial to get started today.
Yes, attorneys John Marco and Rick Convertino join us now. So one thing you mentioned, Rick, was this student who was shot in the attack who's expected to testify maybe today at this pace. But is there a pattern and intention with order of witnesses? Is this someone they want to go last before they turn it over to the defense for that?
Well, that's
that
an excellent question.
Punch?
That's a good question. There's a theory in prosecuting a case, and I mean that in presenting a case in general, of primacy and recency. So you want to start off with a punch. You want to start off with something that grabs the attention of whether it's a judge or a jury trial, that's effective, that gives that grabs the jury with your theory of the case in the most powerful way you can do it. And then you have your witnesses in the interregnum of the case that would be presented for structural reasons. You have to get this piece of evidence in, you have to get that piece of evidence in. And so those are witnesses who are not as interesting maybe overall, not as gripping, but are just as necessary. And then you want to end, in the recency theory, you want to end big, you want to end powerfully, conclusory in a manner that's going to grip that jury and it's going to keep their attention and make them remember the last witness's testimony as powerful as it can be, and coupled with the first. So you want to go primacy, recency, and then you present your factual case in the interim.
Because, it passed, even yesterday, for instance, there really was not much emotion. We didn't really feel any really compelling testimony. It was lots of very small details about the weapon. And so, you kind of forget the magnitude of the case. You forget the original story. You forget that this is about 4 children who were killed. And so to bring that home, is that effective?
Yeah, for sure. And I agree with Rick. You start out strong, you want to end strong, but that doesn't mean the middle's not necessary. And so it's telling a story. I mean, when you're a lawyer, when you're a trial lawyer, you have to tell the story. And in this case, the prosecution's trying to tell their story, and the defense is trying to tell a different story. And you have to go kind of in an order, right? You start with the beginning of the story, but primacy and recency. And you know, you also have to remember sometimes different things resonate with different jurors. So some jurors are going to be moved by emotional aspects of the story a lot more than other jurors who may rely more on technical aspects. I think everyone will be moved by the victim. I think it's so powerful. Everyone on that jury will be moved. But different things do resonate with different jurors, and so you want to make sure that you have all of your story out there for them to consider.
Yeah, and remorse, of course, doesn't negate responsibility in this situation, but like you said, James has presented to seem a lot more remorseful than his wife did. What kind of impact do you think that could have on the jury?
A big impact. So whenever we go to trial as a lawyer and we want to look at our client, and you have to deal with your client for the good and for the bad. And certainly if you have a client who appears unlikable, unremorseful, you are very worried about that. On the other hand, if you have a client who is very likable, very smooth, is going to resonate with the jury, that's a good thing too. And it can make a big difference because people make judgment calls and first impressions, I think, very quickly, and they form beliefs based on how the person appears, reacts, what they've done, and then that kind of goes throughout the entire case, and they see the evidence through that lens. It's hard to come back if you make a very bad first impression and they think that your person's a liar or unremorseful.
And what impression did we get of Jennifer Crumbley, you know, in contrast to James as she was sitting in the courtroom?
I didn't think it was very good, personally, and apparently the jury didn't either at the end of the case. But I think that she appeared cold, kind of not showing much remorse or not being contrite. And I also think that her testimony on the stand was quite the disaster and really drove that image home. So, you know, that was the chance to say, look, I've been waiting and I'm different than what you may think. It didn't happen. It didn't come out. And we saw it in the result.
A lot of people felt that way. All right, we have to take another break. Thank you for watching with us. Again, we are covering the trial of James Crumbley, father of the Oxford school shooter.
We'll be right back.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the James Crumbley trial. We're going to take you inside of the courtroom where testimony continues for day 4.
We do want to warn you that our coverage may contain images and language that may be disturbing.
Sheriff's Office. I'm assigned to the city of Pontiac.
Okay. How long have you been a police officer?
12 years, right around 12 years.
And how long have you been a detective?
Right around 4 years.
Okay. You said you're assigned to Pontiac?
Yeah, the city of Pontiac substation.
Okay. Now, I want to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021. Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay, were you working?
I was.
We heard testimony yesterday regarding a search warrant at 112 East in Oxford, the Crumbley family home. Did you participate in that search warrant?
I did.
Okay. Now, if you could tell us, please, what happens when a house is secured for a search warrant?
Yeah, so securing the house prior to getting the search warrant, you're going to go initially just kind of do an initial sweep of the house to make sure no one's inside the house, no one's injured inside of the house. And then after that, you're just going to secure the house until you get the authorization from the judge, just for like preservation of evidence and make sure that if there is evidence inside the house that it's not tampered with.
Okay, and did you do that in this case?
I did.
And who else was with you?
Detective McPherson, Detective Steele, Detective Peschke, Deputy Zajac, Deputy Mozak, and Brett Brandon was there too.
From the ATF?
Correct.
Okay. Now, when you were sent to that location, did you know what would be found there?
No.
Okay. And when were you assigned with this task?
After we initially searched the school, my supervisor at the time was Sergeant Hicks. He gathered a few of us up and said to go to 112 East Street and secure the residence.
Okay. So you responded to the school first, and then you were tasked with securing the residence at 112 East in Oxford?
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's 270. Sir, is this a photograph? This photograph really accurately depicts the address at 112 East?
It does.
Okay. Describe the layout for us of the home.
Yeah, so it's when you walk in here, that's the front of the residence that faces East Street. You walk in to your immediate right, there's a living room area with a couch, there's a TV. You walk into the left, it was like the dining room, there was a table, chairs. Through that, there was a kitchen. Off the kitchen, there was 2 bedrooms, one on the right, one on the left, a bathroom.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as well as 205. Is this a sketch of the home?
Correct.
Okay. And so we have a front entrance at the top of the diagram here?
Correct.
Okay. Can you just walk us through here?
Yeah, so where the sheriff's emblem sign is there, the front of the residence. You walk in, should be on the left of this picture here is the living room. There's some couches, there's a TV stand, a table. To the right there of that was the dining room. There's like a kitchen table, 2 chairs. I think there was some workout equipment in there. Past that, there's a little opening right there which led to the kitchen, refrigerator island, some cabinets. So right there to the left would be the entrance. There's a little hallway to 2 bedrooms. There's 1 bedroom, that's north bedroom. There's a bathroom in between that. And then across the hallway there was labeled middle bedroom, was the bedrooms. And then you come out of there, there was a little hallway. There was an opening to like the landing that led to the basement, the foyer. And then it was what was the master bedroom was immediately past that.
Okay. Now, prior to participating in the search of this home, did you learn which bedrooms were associated with the shooter?
I did.
Which one?
So in this picture here, you see north bedroom was one of the shooter's bedrooms, and then directly across the hallway, which is labeled the middle bedroom there, was also the shooter's bedroom.
Okay, so his rooms were, what we have labeled here is north bedroom and then middle bedroom. Both are adjacent to the bathroom, and middle bedroom is adjacent to the master bedroom. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now tell us, when you first entered the home to secure it for a search warrant, did you see anything of note?
Yeah, so obviously when you're kind of just doing the search, but you're obviously still, if you see things, you take a mental note of what you see. And when I walked into what I was described as a master bedroom, there was an open 6-hour gun box on the bed, and next to that was an empty box of 9mm ammunition on the bed as well.
Did you touch that?
I did not. No.
Okay. So when you see something like that, what do you do?
You just kind of take a mental note of it, and obviously once you get the authorization from the judge and the search warrant, you're going to go search the house, and my partner and I were tasked with searching that bedroom, so
okay.
We were aware before we came in.
So after the home was secured and you confirmed that, well, first of all, when it was secured, did you encounter either James or Jennifer Crumbley?
I did. I had a brief encounter with James Crumbley.
Okay, is he in court today?
He is.
Can you please point to him and describe something he's wearing?
He's wearing the suit with the blue shirt and the blue tie.
Your Honor, would the record reflect identification defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Tell us where you encountered James Crumbley at when you arrived on scene.
When I initially got there, he was secured in, I don't remember who, Deputy Mozak or Deputy Zajak's patrol vehicle.
Okay. Now, if an admitted video of a patrol video indicated 2:46 p.m. arrival on November the 30th, 2021, does that seem right to you?
Yes.
Okay. Did you speak with Mr. Crumbley?
I did.
Okay. Did you speak with him on scene there or when he was transported to the substation?
So I had a brief conversation with him prior, or at the substation, really nothing of note. He was taken back to the residence, and that's where I had more of a, not in depth, but more of a conversation with him outside of the residence.
Okay. So I'm going to show you and play what's been admitted as People's 300. This is the in-car video that you referenced.
This one is the bottom one.
Thank you.
Have a seat right now. You get the. Why is she in handcuffs? I don't know. Can you take the handcuffs off from her, please? Carefully hold yourself. Okay, plug in first. It's not going to be long for those handcuffs. I promise.
Why am I in cuffs though?
Until we can figure out everything.
This hurts. Like it really hurts.
What's that?
Why am I in your cuffs?
I don't know. I don't know. I asked them the same fucking thing.
They didn't do anything. I'm getting claustrophobic. I'm getting claustrophobic.
Honey, don't freak out in front of the house. This is going to be a lot better if you don't make this situation.
Why are they here? Why are they here? Okay, can you push my glass on my nose, please? The jacket on my lip, please. I have my fucking phone. Why are I'm so confused?
Why are you in fucking handcuffs?
Your phone here?
I set it down and then I have a cop pointing a gun at me.
Why are they in our house? I'm so confused.
We're dealing with this shit. We're already dealing with shit. Why have we got to deal with this?
Where's your other gun?
In the gun case.
Where's that at?
And the dresser.
There's Patrick! There's Patrick! 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 Patrick!
He can't hear you, Jim.
Patrick!
He can't hear you. He's not going to be able to hear you. Jen, he can't hear you.
If you're in the market for a brand new roof, now is the absolute best time to buy because the prices have never been lower. For the best deal on a roof that doesn't leak, just head to HighwayGun.com. With confidence, from the company technical tips. And just like that, there it is. The only time the hospitality.
Honey, I love you in case something happens. If anything happens, you do not answer any questions about a lawyer. Ma'am, I didn't catch your name.
It's Jennifer.
Jennifer, come on out. Wait, hang on. I'll get the handcuffs off.
Okay, so that timestamp was 2:50 p.m. on November 30th. Does that appear right to you?
It does.
Okay. Now, you said James was transported to the substation and taken back?
Yeah, there's a lot going on. So initially, we were kind of instructed to take James to the substation and interview him. After a conversation with, I believe, Sergeant Bryan, it was determined that he had already spoken with detectives prior to us getting there, so he was taken back to the house while we were waiting for the search warrant to be completed.
Okay, so we heard testimony in this trial that Sergeant Bryan began that interview at 1:58 p.m., and this occurred after that, is that right?
Yeah, it was after the initial interview.
Did you have some conversation with James about obtaining a search warrant for the home?
Yeah, I had a brief conversation with him.
Okay. Did you let him know you were looking for firearms?
I did, yes.
And would that conversation have been recorded on the in-car video system as well?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted and played for you. Exhibit 204. This is a portion of the in-car video from 3:42 p.m. on November the 30th.
Hey, man. Hey, so let me just grab your name real quick. I know you already got it, but I just want to know who I'm talking to. Can you just spell it?
James.
Yeah.
You know my middle name too?
No, what's your last name?
Crumbley, Crumbley.
What's your phone number?
6483.
Okay. So what's going on is we're waiting for to complete the search warrant, okay? So what we're going to do is you guys, obviously, while we're waiting to go into the house, we can't have you guys go back in right now, just while wait till we get the search warrant. So you're more than welcome to either sit in here, you're more than welcome to get in your car and hang out until this is done. You're more than welcome to go get a cup of coffee if you want or something, but it's probably going to be a little while. So it's kind of up to you. But while we're waiting for that, we just ask, obviously, please don't go sit inside the house while we're waiting for everything to be done, okay? In the meantime, can you tell me where those guns are so you don't have to rip your house apart? Is that cool?
Yeah, absolutely. They're in a gun case.
We're at the house.
And if you go to the very back of the very back of the house,
where like the Oscu is sitting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and he's nice.
Yeah, he's nice.
So that you guys could just be cognizant of the doors. We have cats.
Okay.
Okay. But if you go into that back bedroom, there's a dresser on the left with the TV sitting on it.
Yep.
The very right cabinet door.
Okay.
Inside of there's a black gun case that's locked.
Okay.
And then there's some 20. There's a 22 Derringer.
Okay.
And a 22 Kel-Tec.
It's locked.
Pistol. The case is locked.
How would we get into that? Do you mind if we get into that?
I mean, you have to.
Is it got like what kind? Is that a combination on
It's
it?
just
Or?
a combination.
Okay. Do you mind if we? Because we're gonna have to get the guns obviously for now.
Yeah.
Do you mind? Okay. Otherwise, I don't want to have to. You know what I mean? Just
No, I'm completely open, and I want you guys to do what you have to do. I mean,
0.
0.
Yep.
0. 0.
3 zeros.
4. And that's the only. Oh, okay. And then in the bedroom to the left of the bathroom, there is a BB gun.
Okay.
It's unloaded, but it looks like a freaking assault rifle.
Okay.
It's one of those
AR-15.
Well, it's not AR-15. It's something different, but it's one of those air cartridge.
Yeah. Oh, I got
BB guns.
Okay. Fair enough.
But that's just sitting out. So don't freak out when you guys see that. It's not a.
I appreciate the heads up.
Yeah.
Are you gonna want to hang tight, or what are you guys gonna want to do?
Well, I mean, where's my wife? I want to,
What does she want to do? Okay. Do you want to go with your wife then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sergeant Brian,
You talked to Sergeant Brian earlier?
Yes.
Okay. He's going to call you when you guys are able to come back, okay?
Okay.
Fair enough?
I'll need my phone back.
Somebody has to...
So backing up just a little bit, can you tell us why Jennifer Crumbley was in cuffs?
Yeah, there was multiple. There was 2 detectives. There was deputies on scene. I didn't take part in placing her in handcuffs. That would have been up to the deputy that put her in handcuffs.
And the deputies arrived were coming right from the school, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Just now in this interview with James Crumbley in the back of the car, he told you the combination code was 0000, 4 zeros, is that right?
Correct.
Did you subsequently recover that safe?
I did.
Was it 4 zeros or 3 zeros?
It was 3 zeros.
Okay. Did you come to learn what the default code is for that safe?
It's 000.
Now, what did you find inside that safe?
Yeah, so inside the safe there was a 22 Kel-Tec handgun and a 22 Derringer, which is like a single shot handgun, was inside of the safe when it was opened up.
Okay. Once the search warrant was officially authorized by the judge, did you participate in the search of the home?
I did.
And there are actually 2 occasions on which detectives entered the home with authorization from the search warrant. Is that correct?
Correct.
So once was November 30th, the evening of the shooting, and their time was December the 13th?
Correct.
Okay, both 2021. Obviously. All right, I'm going to take you through some photographs of the homes. First of all, prior to a search warrant being executed of somebody's residence, are photographs taken?
They are.
Are they taken before or after the home is searched?
Before.
Okay. So any photograph received from November the 30th of 2021 was taken before the room was searched by any detective?
That's correct.
This is Exhibit 249. Tell us what we're looking at here.
Yeah, so the initial picture, that's the front door of the residence. Right when you walk into your immediate right, there's couches and a TV in the living room area.
So I'll try to take us through the home as you would walk through it. So we have the door in the frame here?
Correct. That's the front door that faces East Street.
That's the front door and living room, okay. This is 250. What is this?
It's just a wider angle. It's the couch that we saw in the initial picture, and the other couch that would be facing the front door.
Okay, so if you step into the front door and you turn to your right, this is what you would be looking at?
Correct.
All right, this is Exhibit 251. What is this?
Yeah, same thing. Right when you walk in the front door, this would be to your immediate right, and kind of straight ahead, there's just the couches and then a chair, table.
Okay, here's 252. Again, we see the front door.
Yep, so that would be, now you'd actually be facing the front door. That was just the TV stand, which had the TV on it towards the front door.
Okay, and you told us that there was the living room, and then in the same area, you described the dining room?
Correct.
Okay. This is Exhibit 272. What do we see here?
Yep, so that was the dining room. It was some Christmas decorations, dining room table.
And this photograph was taken on December the 13th, 2021?
Yes, this was not the night of.
So this is if you walk in the front door and you turn to your left. Is that right?
Correct. Yep, you walk in, and your immediate left would be this.
And here's 273. What do we see here?
Yep, so that'd be when you walk in, to the right was the living room, to the left was the dining room, and directly ahead of the dining room was the doorway that leads to the kitchen, which you can kind of see in the background there is the kitchen.
Okay. Here's 274.
Yep, so this would just be a picture of the kitchen, the island, the refrigerator. And as you can see further down in the picture is the door to the master bedroom.
Okay, so this would be if you step towards that hallway, towards the kitchen?
Correct. Yep, you're exiting the living room. There's that little doorway, and that's going to take you right into the kitchen area.
Okay, we'll talk more about the kitchen in a few minutes. First, I want to take you through one of the shooter's bedrooms, identified as the middle bedroom. Okay, this is Exhibit 206. What do we see here?
Yep, so that would be, there's a hallway, there's a bedroom to the left, bedroom to the right. This is the bedroom to the left, which is the middle bedroom. That was right when you walked in the bedroom. There was a bed with various belongings on it, and then on the wall you can see some shooting targets, targets.
Okay, and as a police officer, you've been to a shooting range before, is that right?
Correct.
Okay, these type of targets consistent with what you obtained in a shooting range?
Correct.
Okay. And this photograph is taken November the 30th, 2021?
Yes.
This is Exhibit 207. Are we in the same room?
Same room, just off the bed there was that desk with a TV, just things all over the floor. That was the natural state of the bedroom we got in the house.
When you say natural state, that's before the detective searched it?
Yeah, correct.
And this plywood right here, can you tell us about this, please?
Yeah, so that part of the bedroom actually leads, that would have been a window that would have gone to the master bedroom. I believe the master bedroom is probably an add-on, so that would be a window that would lead you to the master bedroom.
Okay, so we're making sure we're oriented. This middle bedroom is adjacent to both the master bedroom on one side and then the bathroom on the other?
Correct.
Okay. This is Exhibit 208. Is the same room from a different vantage point?
Same room, yep. Just another little dresser there, the closet on the left.
Okay. Exhibit 209.
Same thing, just the various things on the floor, clothing, the chairs, same bedroom.
And Exhibit 210.
Yep, same bedroom, just kind of an outer shot that shows the whole bedroom there.
Sir, as a detective, tell us why it's important for someone to capture the natural state of something from different angles.
Yeah, so I mean, when you conduct a search warrant, obviously you want to be cognizant of the fact that that's someone's house. You don't want to tear the house up, but I mean, you're going to go through the house and things are going to get moved around. Do your best to clean up afterwards, but when you want a picture of this can show you what the house looked like right when you walked in. Nothing was changed, and what the livable conditions were when we got there.
Okay. And is that also why you would take multiple pictures of one bedroom just from different angles?
Correct. Yeah, just so you could get a full shot of what was actually going on inside of the bedroom.
This is Exhibit 211. Is this also the middle bedroom?
That is, yep. It's the closet in the middle bedroom.
Exhibit 212. Same closet?
Same closet. You can see there in the bottom on the chair was the butt of the, which Mr. Crumbley described as like the rifle-style BB gun.
Okay. We'll get to that in a second. This is Exhibit 213. What do we see here?
Yeah, those are the targets I described earlier. They're visibly reused. They had bullet holes in them, multiple bullet holes in both of them. That was on the wall right next to the bed, the shooter's bedroom.
This is Exhibit 214.
Yeah, same thing, just a different angle. That's the bed to your far left, and then the used shooting target on the top right corner.
If there were any other posters or pictures on the wall, that would have been depicted in the photographs from detectives. Is that right?
Correct.
This is Exhibit 215.
Here's a picture of the bed. There was clothing, some school books, the knife on the bed there. There's tons of different stuff on the bed.
And so where the targets that were on the wall, that'd be just where this photograph cuts off at the top. Is that right?
Yeah, just above the bottom.
Okay.
The top part of the target would be, or of this picture, where the targets would be.
Okay. Here's 216. What are we looking at here?
Yep. So that's like a nightstand just off the bed. Various things on the nightstand.
And 242. This is a closer version. A closer photograph of the items on the nightstand.
Yep, correct. It looked like it was various spent shell casings. Looks like various caliber spent shell casings inside the plastic container, which was on the nightstand, which was directly next to the shooter's bed.
And this is Exhibit 243. You mentioned the butt of the rifle of that gun in an earlier photograph. Is this what you're referring to?
Correct. When I was speaking with James earlier, the video you played earlier, you kind of described that was the one he told me not to be freaked out about. It was the BB gun rifle that was on in the shooter's bedroom on his computer chair. And that's how it was when it was found.
This is Exhibit 244. What's this?
So that would be part of the dresser there that the TV's on. He had there was a notebook there, pencil, stuff like that. His wallet, that was on the TV stand.
In the middle bedroom still?
Correct, so the middle bedroom.
Okay. And 245, same drawer, different angle?
Yeah, correct. Looks like there's a lighter. I believe those are fireworks of some kind. Just another notebook, and that was also in the middle bedroom on the dresser there.
Okay. And Exhibit 246, we're still in the middle bedroom?
Yep, still in the middle bedroom, so that's going to be right at the front of the bed. It's a bottle, it looks like it's an empty bottle of Canada House, which is bourbon, whiskey, the end of the bed.
Now I'm going to move on to the north bedroom. This was identified as the shooter's other bedroom?
Correct.
Okay, so this would be the bedroom on the other side of the bathroom?
Yep, so when you came out of the kitchen, you made that right. It was a small hallway straight ahead of the bathroom. To the right was going to be the bedroom we're going to see now, which I think is the north bedroom, and to the left was that middle bedroom, which you guys just saw in the pictures there.
Okay, so here's exhibit 217. What are we looking at here?
Yep, so just kind of a shot of the overall bedroom on the right, which is also the shooter's bedroom, second bedroom.
218, same north bedroom, but from a different angle?
Correct. That would be right when you walk into your immediate left. There's a TV stand, a TV, some clothing on the floor, and on your right there you can see the bed, which had various things spread all over it.
Okay, again, this is the natural state of how you found it?
Correct.
219, what are we looking at here?
Yep, so that would be you walk in, you make a left. At this point, they're kind of rounding the bed.
I'm sorry, 282, I misspoke.
It would just be the picture of the bed, and then in the far left corner there is a litter box, cat litter box on the ground there.
It's the far left corner?
Yeah, so yeah, right there. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Just various clothing and other items on the bed.
219, are we still in the north bedroom?
Correct, is the closet, clothes in the closet.
All right, 220, what is this?
It's just a bed. Again, various things on the bed.
This is 247.
Yeah, so that was a notebook that was recovered in the bedroom. Obviously, there's some pictures of a rifle on it. Looks like another handgun in the bottom left there.
Okay, that's 247. That was found on the bed in the north bedroom?
Yeah, correct.
Here's 221. Are we still in the north bedroom?
Yeah, so that's just, now you're like looking out towards the bedroom. That's that doorway to the far left is the doorway that leads you out of the bedroom. That open door was the open door to the bedroom that we saw the initial pictures in. Just straight directly across the hall. They were both the shooter's bedrooms.
Okay, did you observe anything on the shelf?
Yeah, there were some knives, various knives on the shelves.
Okay, and that's depicted in exhibit 248?
Correct.
And then finally, exhibit 222. This is standing in the north bedroom looking down at the TV would be?
Yeah, it was the TV stand, and you had a little fireplace there and various items on the TV stand.
Okay, so we mentioned the bathroom that was adjacent to these two bedrooms. This is exhibit 223. Does this accurately depict what you observed that day?
Yep, it does.
Now, did you also participate in the search of the master bedroom?
I did.
Okay, you mentioned what you observed during that process when you secured the home, but you participated in the search as well?
Correct.
This is exhibit 224. What do we see here?
Yes, you walk into the master bedroom, which you'll see other pictures here, but to your immediate right, the master bedroom was the bed. Right when you walked in, this was the first thing you could see was the open gun box. And that box next to it is an empty box of 9mm ammunition. And this is exactly how we saw it when we did the initial search of the house, and then when we came back in, once the search warrant was granted, this is how it was when we came in.
Okay. And this box right here is the empty box of ammunition, the red box?
Correct, 9mm ammunition.
This is exhibit 225. This is the same master bedroom?
Yeah, just kind of a different view, but that's that'd be you make a right to the bedroom. The bed was against the wall, and that was one of the sides of the bed.
Exhibit 226?
Yep, same thing, just the other side of the bed. So that far window right there on the left would be the window that would face the backyard of the residence.
Exhibit 227?
Yep, far left side of the bed there. That's the outer window that faces the backyard, and it's just clothing on the ground.
Okay, 228. This is still in the master bedroom?
Yep, so that's the door there to the master bedroom. When you walked in immediately on
this
the right,
is the door here?
Correct. Yep.
Okay.
And on the wall there was armoire. On the immediate right was that armoire.
And this is exhibit 229?
Yep, just a different shot. That's the door. Immediate right's that armoire. To your left, and that picture's the bed.
Okay, just so we're clear, all of these pictures of the master bedroom were taken November the 30th before the room was searched?
Correct.
Was the TV stand searched as well?
It was.
Okay. And that's where James told you to look for the .22 caliber firearms?
Correct.
Exhibit 230, this is the TV stand I'm referring to?
Yep, so that was what James had described when I spoke with him. That's the TV stand, right? You walk into the bedroom, to your immediate left was that TV stand, multiple drawers, and a TV on it. And then the door you're seeing, there was like a sliding glass door that would lead you to the outside backyard of the residence.
This is Exhibit 231, this is a straight on view?
Correct.
Exhibit 233, this is angled to the left?
Correct.
All right, 234, what are we looking at here?
Yep, so that TV stand we just saw, the furthest right door, that was opened up, and that was where the gun boxes, or the gun safe was located right there on the top shelf, as it is in the picture there.
Okay. And that was recovered by you?
It was.
Okay. And did you use the code 000 to open it?
I did.
It would open with that?
It did.
Okay. Was ammunition found on that shelf as well?
Yep, so when the gun box was removed from there, there was 2 magazines, the holster. It's kind of hard to see, but you can see there's a box of ammunition there in the back.
Okay. You say holster, what we're looking at, the object on the right, that's the holster?
Yeah, it's like a cloth holster, black cloth holster.
This is Exhibit 235. 236, were those items from that right drawer taken out and put on top of the TV stand?
Yep, so at this point they were removed from the picture you just saw. They were put on top of the TV stand. On the left there you can see the 2 magazines, gun magazines up, and then there's the bag with the ammunition in it. And then I think to the right there's the box for the ammunition.
Okay. And that's 22 caliber ammunition?
Correct.
Okay, did you participate in the search of the kitchen as well?
I did.
37. This is what, let me ask you, what is this picture?
Yep, so the black firearm there is a 22 Kel-Tec handgun that was recovered when I opened the safe. The silver gun there is a 22 Derringer. It's a single shot gun that was also found in the safe once I opened it up. And then there was another magazine there to the far left, which is kind of hard to see. And then there's some ear protection. The orange ear protection was also located in the safe when it was opened.
So this is 238. What is this?
That's the 22 Derringer that was recovered in the safe.
And 240.
That's the 22 Kel-Tec handgun that was recovered in the safe.
Okay, so this is 276. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yep, so that would be the kitchen. The pictures you saw earlier, that would have been on the right-hand side, and then you saw the pictures of the kitchen. It's the refrigerator.
Okay, so I'm going to try to take us around the kitchen. Well, first of all, is there an island in the kitchen?
Yeah, so when you're looking outside of the kitchen, there was an island in the middle. There was across from that was like a sink, some shelving units, and then across from the island is this, which is the fridge, more shelving units, all located in the kitchen.
Okay. This is 278, so this would be on the other side of the kitchen?
Yep, correct. So that would just be, when I describe the other side of the island, you have the sink there on the left, the stove, and just various cabinets and other things in the kitchen there.
Did you have occasion to search in this island here?
I did.
Okay. This is 277, that's the island I'm referring to?
Correct.
All right. Exhibit 253. Tell us what we're looking at here and where it was found.
Yep, so on the far right corner there, you can see a black, which is later discovered to be a black gun box there in the far right corner.
Let me back up for 1 second. So we're talking about, I'm sorry, this cupboard here, the right cupboard of that
I
island?
believe it was, yes, the right
Okay.
cupboard, correct.
And that's 277. Here's 253?
Correct. Yep, so there in the far right corner, you can kind of see that black gun box was located there in the island on the right side of the island.
Okay, and was that removed?
It was.
Okay. This exhibit 255, what is this?
Yep, so that's just the gun box was taken out of there. And, that's just the picture of the gun box. It was the gun box for that Kel-Tec, that black firearm that was found in the bedroom. This is the gun box for that 22 handgun.
Okay. And this is 256. What are we looking at here?
Yep, so the gun box was opened. It was obviously empty besides that. Cable lock was located inside of the gun box. If you look closely, you can see the keys to the gun or to the cable lock there at the bottom part of the baggie there. And that's how that was located when it was opened up.
Did you or any other detective find any other locking mechanism for a firearm anywhere in the home?
No.
You want to say this, the gun box next to the blender, what kind of gun box was that?
That was for the 22 Caltech. It was the black handgun that was found in the safe in the bedroom.
All right.
Okay. And that's in Exhibit 253, which is also depicted in Exhibit 255. And that's where the cable lock was contained, depicted in Exhibit 256. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. All right. All right. What are we looking at here in 257?
That's just a gaming system. I believe it was a PlayStation gaming system that was located in the residence.
Okay. 258.
Those are games for that gaming system: Battlefield, Assassin's Creed, Battlefront, just various games that were located inside of the residence for that gaming system.
All right. Here's 259.
Yep, looks like those are more games: Grand Theft Auto. I'm not familiar with the other ones. Battlefield, and then a few right there.
Okay. 260.
Yep, Call of Duty, Attack on Titan, some other games that would be using that gaming system.
All right. Was anything searched outside the home?
Yes, so outside of the house there was a vehicle, a gray Kia, that was located in the driveway. Mr. Crumbley's vehicle. This is a picture of when the trunk was opened up, what was in the back of the vehicle.
Was there a garage or a shed associated with the home?
Yeah, no garage. So the first picture we saw was the outside of the house. There was a driveway to the left of that led to the backyard. And then in the backyard there was a shed in the backyard, but there was no enclosed garage or anything like that.
Okay. Was the shed searched as well?
The shed was searched, correct.
All right. Here's Exhibit 298. Before we get to the shed, what are we looking at here?
Yeah, it's just like an overhang, like almost like a foyer outdoor area that was covered. There's a grill out there, like a seating area, which is on the back of the residence prior to getting to the shed.
Okay. Here's Exhibit 299. Is the shed you referred to?
Correct.
Exhibit 264. What do we see here?
Yeah, so you walked into the shed, immediately through the door to the right, there was a couple BB guns right leaned against the wall there. As you can see, the brown one to the far left of the picture, and then the black one, which is rested against kind of the door frame there.
Exhibit 265.
Yeah, just a different angle. You can see the black BB gun in the right corner, then the brown ones right there visible, leaning against the wall.
Exhibit 266.
This is like on the workbench in the shed there. There was some BB guns recovered. That's like a Uzi style BB gun that was sitting on the bench when we went inside of the shed.
Exhibit 267.
Another BB gun. It's like a 357 style BB gun that was seated on. Same thing, right by that Uzi there. Right when we walked in, there was a big bench, and that was on the bench when you walked into the shed.
Okay. Here's Exhibit 268.
Yeah, so you can kind of see the work area there in the back where the BB guns were recovered. This is just kind of an outer shot of some of the chairs and the floor of the shed.
269. What are we looking at here?
Yep, so that was outside of the shed. It was various CO2 containers which are used to shoot BB guns, pellet guns on the ground there.
Okay. Now, back in the home, Exhibit 289, where was this taken?
Yeah, so as I described, when you walk in the hallway before the master bedroom, there was like a landing that led you to the basement into the outside of the house. So this was just an outer picture of that landing area. To the left of that photo would take you to the basement, and to the right would take you to the backyard.
Okay. And Exhibit 295?
Yeah, same thing, just kind of a landing, just an outer picture of that. Once you go there, to the right is that door that leads you to the backyard, and if you went down and made a left, that would take you down into the basement area of the house.
Any areas of the home that were not photographed during the execution search warrant?
No, everything was photographed.
Okay. Now, we heard the video where you told James that he and his wife could leave. That was timestamped at 3:42 p.m. At some point, did they return?
Yep, so after we were done with the search warrant, they returned to the residence, and they spoke with Lieutenant Marsban.
Okay. Were there phone seized at that point?
They were.
Okay. And at some point, were they turned over to Oakland County Computer Crimes?
Yeah, they were driven back to the high school by myself and Detective McPherson, and they were given to Detective Wodrowski.
Nothing further. Thank you, Judge.
Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. One moment. Good morning.
Morning.
I'm going to take you back just to the beginning of your direct. In Exhibit, I don't know if this is going to log on. In Exhibit 205, Exhibit 205 is the map that was drawn, excuse me, the map that was drawn of the Crumbley residence.
Correct.
And this is of the interior of the residence, you agree?
Correct.
Now, you also looked at the exterior of the residence because you went in the shed in the backyard, correct?
Correct.
And if you recall, it's a fairly deep lot.
Yeah, it's got a large backyard.
Okay, so what you see from the street, the house is closer to the street than closer to the back of the lot. Would that be fair?
That's fair.
Okay. So it's not like a small backyard. It's fairly deep, which means that there's a lot of space between the back of the backyard and the front of the house. Is that fair?
Yeah, so there was a fairly large fenced-in backyard. I don't know exactly how big, but yeah, I mean, it was large. There was a lot of space.
Thank you. When you first went into the home, you did the initial sweep to make sure that there were no other people in the house, correct?
Correct.
And that's common. That's common practice for executing a search warrant or securing a premises.
Correct.
And in the home, you noticed that there was an open Sig Sauer box with an empty box of 9mm ammunition in the master bedroom on the bed.
Yeah, correct. That was one of the first things I saw when I walked in the bedroom.
And the master bedroom you identified as James Crumbley's bedroom.
Correct.
And we'll look at, if you need to, we can look at the photo, but do you recall that that box of ammunition was Patriot Defense 9mm ammunition?
That sounds correct.
Okay. We looked at Exhibit 300, which was the first video from approximately 2:50 p.m. in the back of the patrol car. Do you recall reviewing that video?
I do.
You would agree that as James's wife is being placed in the patrol car with handcuffs, James is obviously distraught. He's asking questions like, why are you in handcuffs? Why is she in handcuffs, correct?
I'm going to object to the form of the question of obviously distraught. I don't think he's able to give that sort of testimony.
Were you able to observe his demeanor?
Yeah, I mean, he was obviously wondering what was going on, asking questions. Yeah.
He was upset.
And I don't really know him. I mean, he was asking a lot of questions. Yeah.
Trying to figure out what was going on.
Correct.
You watched the video more, and you reviewed that video prior to coming in today, correct?
The in-car video?
Yes, the Exhibit 300.
I've seen the video before.
Okay.
Correct.
And the reason I'm asking that is because you wouldn't have seen this exchange unless you reviewed the video, which is why I'm asking. But there was a point in the video where James leans over to his wife and tells her he loves her. Do you remember seeing that?
Correct.
And if you recall, he comments, just in case anything happens, I love you, and he gives her a kiss.
Correct.
So you would agree that James had some concern that something bad might happen.
I believe at some point he states somewhere along the lines of that, so yeah, correct.
You said after that Exhibit 300 video, James was transported to the substation to be interviewed by law enforcement, correct?
Yeah, like I said, there was a lot going on. Initially, we were instructed to talk to him, and then after speaking with Sergeant Bryan, it was determined that he had already spoke with him, so he was brought back at that point.
Right. So either on the way or once you got to the substation, you learned that James had already spoken to Sergeant Bryan prior to you all arriving at his residence, and so you took him back to the residence.
Correct.
Exhibit 204 is at approximately 3:42 p.m. Oh, let me go back to Exhibit 300. There was a point in that video where James makes the comment to his wife about not talking without a lawyer. Do you remember seeing that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you know that if somebody is being suspected of a crime, you've been a detective for a while, is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. You know that if somebody's being suspected of a crime or suspected of doing something wrong, that they have the right to counsel.
Correct.
Asking for a lawyer or wanting a lawyer doesn't mean anything other than I want a lawyer with me. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. Exhibit 204 is after that initial video with James and his wife in the back of the patrol car. You agree with that?
Is that the video where I was speaking with him?
Yes, at 3:42 p.m.
Correct.
At that point, you're waiting for the search warrant to be signed by the court.
I am.
And you talk to James, and you have a couple of exchanges, and then you ask him if he's willing to tell you where the firearms are, correct?
Yep, I kind of explained to him that he could sit in the car, he could go sit in his car. Didn't have to say where he was when he was talking to me, and then after that, yeah, we had the exchange about where the weapons were in the house.
And he used the word absolutely, if he would be willing to tell you where those firearms were, correct?
Yeah, he was cooperating when I was speaking with him.
He told you that they were in a gun case?
Correct.
That was locked?
Correct.
that it was in the back of the house, the room in the back of the house?
Correct.
In the TV stand?
Correct.
He told you that it was the right cabinet door?
Correct.
That the gun safe contained a .22 Derringer and a .22 Taltech?
Correct.
And then he gave you the combination, but we would agree that he actually added a digit to the combination.
Yeah, he told me there was 4 zeros, and there was 3 zeros to get inside the safe.
And it's obvious by looking at the gun the gun safe that there's only 3 numbers on it, right?
Yeah, the dial has 3 numbers on it.
So you couldn't have added a 4th number.
Correct.
You would agree that there was a lot going on at that moment?
There's a lot going on at that moment.
For both you and also Mr. Crumbley?
Correct.
Through your involvement in this case, you're not aware that anyone else in the house had knowledge of that combination. Is that fair? You don't know if anyone else had it.
Yeah, I don't know.
And James also made comments to you about being completely open and wants you to do whatever you have to do. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you said he was cooperative with you.
When I spoke with him, he was, yes.
In fact, he even commented and told you about that rifle-looking BB gun that was in his son's room and wanted to assure you that it wasn't what it looked like.
Yeah, he told me before going in the house that there was going to be that rifle that was a BB gun sitting in the shooter's bedroom, correct?
There was some exchange, and it sounded like James was going to leave the premises with his wife, but said that he needed his phone back. At that point, you all had taken his phone, if you recall.
Yeah, so I at that point did not have his phones, and I honestly don't know who had the phones at that point, so I don't recall.
You knew at that point that he didn't have his phone, based on his statement to you.
Yeah, I knew that at that point his phone was not on his person.
And we'll get back to that in a minute, because you did talk about that a little bit more. In Exhibit 215, which is a photo of, I think we call it the north bedroom, the middle bedroom. There, you commented that there's a knife on the bed. It was a butter knife, correct?
Yes, correct.
Exhibit 244, which is also in the middle bedroom, is a photo of the open desk drawer. And there's a notebook, colored pencils, and miscellaneous items.
Correct.
You didn't open that notebook to see what was in it, correct?
I personally did not.
You don't know if Mr. Crumbley knew what was in that notebook, is that correct?
I wouldn't be able to say.
You would have no way of knowing, is that right?
I don't know.
Exhibit 245 is a picture of the bed. It's a picture of another notebook in the desk. It's a green notebook, correct?
Correct.
Same questions. You didn't open that notebook.
I personally did not open that notebook.
You don't know what's in it.
I did not know.
You don't know, you have no knowledge whether Mr. Crumbley knew.
I wouldn't be able to say one way or another.
246, it's a photo of an empty bottle of Canada House whiskey next to the bed.
Correct.
You don't know how that bottle got there?
That was there when we came in the house.
Right. You have no knowledge of how it got there, who had it, who put it there. You have no idea. You just know that it was there.
Correct.
Exhibit 220 is a picture, I believe, also of this is the second bedroom, so I believe this is the north bedroom. Exhibit 220 is a picture of the bed, and that would be, is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And that would be Mr. Crumbley's son's second bedroom. That's what it's been referred to, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 240, I believe it's 247, can't read my own writing, is a notebook that's open on the bed. You recall seeing that photo?
Correct.
And inside that notebook there are photos of gun drawings.
Correct.
That notebook from 247, if you recall, is the same notebook from 220. If you'd like to see the photos, I can pull
Yeah,
them
so
up.
in all honesty, I didn't have a ton to do with those notebooks. I recall seeing those in there. I don't know where that one came from.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. If you recall from Exhibit 220, the notebook is closed or not displayed open, and it's under some items on the bed, if you recall.
Correct.
Okay. So you didn't open that notebook, you didn't go through that notebook, you have no knowledge of what was in that notebook other than what's in the photo.
Yeah, I didn't personally at that time go through the notebook.
And again, through your involvement in this case, you have no knowledge whether Mr. Crumbley was aware of what was in any of those notebooks.
Yeah, I don't know.
In Exhibit 235 that is the gun safe, that is after you've removed the gun safe from the TV stand. in the cupboard?
Yeah, I saw a lot of, I don't know what picture you're referring to, I'm sorry.
Yes, let me see if I can find it.
Are you referring to the one that was recovered in the kitchen?
No, this is the actual gun safe that was recovered in the, actually, you know what, let me do it this way. I have a hard copy of it. It'll be easier for me to get to. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. I might also ask about 236, so I'm going to bring them both to you. You're welcome.
Yeah, so 235 is the picture of the master bedroom. It's the dresser where the gun safe was recovered from. At this point, the gun safe had been removed. And all of this that you're seeing, the magazines, the gun holster, and the bullets in the background were below that safe that we took out from there.
And those magazines, the 2 magazines, those were empty.
They were.
When you say below, they were underneath on the lower shelf.
Yep, no, so the gun safe was recovered on top of all that. So at this point, this picture is showing once the gun safe had been taken out, and that's below that.
And 236, if you could look at 236, that's a picture of the magazines and the ammunition that was removed from that cupboard, correct?
Yeah, so at this point, everything was taken out and photographed on top of that TV stand there. It's the two magazines, the bullets inside of the bag, even the box that the ammunition was in.
And I just wanted to confirm that those were the same magazines that were inside the cabinet.
Yeah, correct.
So those were empty.
They were empty.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, detectives. When you were discussing Exhibit 256 with the prosecution specifically asked you if there were no other locking mechanisms found in the home. Do you remember that question?
I do.
You arrived at the home after, if you recall, after 2 p.m. on November 30th of 2021.
Yeah, it was short. It was around the time of the first video we saw. I don't know the exact time, but around the first time the video we saw. The first video.
So it's fair to say you have no knowledge of what was in that house prior to your arrival at approximately 2:50 on November 30th of 2021.
Yeah, I can only speak to what I saw when I went inside the residence. I don't know what was there prior.
You can't say whether or not there were any additional locking mechanisms in the house that morning. Is that fair? You have no knowledge of that.
Again, yeah, I can only speak to what I saw, what I found. I don't know what was there prior.
Exhibit 260, you went through some photos of video games. 257 was some video game, the gaming system. 258 were video games. 259 was more video games. 260, if you recall, and I can hand you the exhibit if you'd like, was Call of Duty and a game that you weren't familiar with, Attack on Titan?
Correct.
Did you need to look at that exhibit?
No, I don't.
Okay. Call of Duty, based on your testimony, it sounded like you were a little familiar with Call of Duty.
Yeah, I don't play video games, but obviously I'm familiar just with seeing commercials, and I'm aware of what Call of Duty is.
Okay. And on the front, on the cover, it has WW2 for World War II. Is that correct?
Correct.
Call of Duty, you would agree, is a type of military video game.
Correct.
It's what would be described as a first-person shooter video game.
Correct.
And if you know, and if you don't, please tell me you don't know. A person playing Call of Duty is a person holding a firearm in the video game and engaging in combat. If you know.
Honestly, I'm probably the last person to test about video games. I don't play video games. I don't know.
But to your knowledge, it is a military video game, which is a first-person shooter military video game.
Correct.
At the end of your direct testimony, you discussed that the prosecutor asked you if James Crumbley's phone was seized, correct?
Correct.
Now, there are a couple of different ways that law enforcement can obtain somebody's cell phone. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
You can get a search warrant and take it from them, right?
Correct.
They can hand it to you, right?
Correct.
You can say something like, you can give it to me or we'll get a search warrant, and they can hand it to you, right?
Correct.
In this case, if you recall, at some point Mr. Crumbley did not have his cell phone because he said, I need to get my cell phone back, correct? While in the back of a patrol car.
Correct.
At some point he got his cell phone back.
I didn't have any exchange with him after that about the cell phones. Honestly, I don't know if he got it back.
Now, do you recall that, if you're not aware, just let me know, are you aware that there was some conversation about James and his wife giving their phones to law enforcement and them having to obtain some sort of another phone to be able to communicate with their family?
Yeah, so at some point, Lieutenant Marsban showed up at 112 East Street, and he had a conversation with James and Jennifer about the cell phones. I don't know the specific language of the search warrant, but the phones were given to Marsban, who then he provided to me and my partner, and we took them back to the high school.
And if you recall, there was also some discussion about how James and Jennifer could obtain kind of a temporary phone so that they would be able to communicate with people while law enforcement had their phones, if you recall.
Yeah, that was a conversation I had with Lieutenant Marsban. I don't remember the specifics of the conversation, but I know they did have a conversation about the phones.
Okay, so you just know that there was a conversation that occurred where it was discussed with James and Jennifer how to obtain like a temporary phone, like a track phone or something like that.
I don't know the specifics of the conversation. I just know that they did have a conversation about it.
Okay, thank you. No further questions, Ron.
Just quickly, thank you. Detective, did James ever once tell you that the 6-hour 9mm used to commit the Oxford High School shooting was ever locked up?
He did not.
Okay, nothing further.
You may step down. Who's the next one?
Can I check in the hallway very briefly, Judge?
Yeah, can you give me a student link? Do you guys need a break? Are you okay? Is it long,
She's a shorter witness, but I think we're signaling we need a break.
You want a break? Okay, 10 minutes. Okay.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. Please remain seated while they take the
All right, welcome back. They are going on a short 10-minute break after the first witness of the day. Still with us are John Marco and Rick Convertino. Thanks so much for being here. So Rick, I've been wondering when we see Jennifer and James both in their trials, when they're led out of the room, why is that in chains?
He's got a belly shackle on, so it goes around his waist and it handcuffs him in front as opposed to behind the back. It's just the way Oakland County does it. That's the policy and procedures of the Oakland County Sheriff's Department when they're responsible for the transportation of witnesses. Now there's in Oakland County from the courthouse to the jail, which is maybe 3/4 of a mile away from the courthouse. It's across the street. There's a tunnel that goes underneath the street, the tunnel that goes from the courthouse to the Oakland County jail, which is where the prisoners, or the defendant in this case, where he comes from on a daily basis. Now they don't have time to take him back to the jail, so they take him to a facility, a holding facility in the courthouse. In this circumstance, it's a bathroom break or a 10-minute break between witnesses, so there's not enough time to do that. So they just take him to a holding facility, awaiting the start of the trial.
Thanks for clarifying that. And John, take us through the testimony that we just heard this morning.
Yeah, I think the prosecution was focusing on guns, guns, and more guns. If you look at the search of the house, the Crumbley's household, focused on the guns. There's guns in the shed. There's guns in a room here. There's guns in a lockbox here. And also, I think particularly damning was kind of the laissez-faire attitude of the lock and the combination, which was 0, 0, 0. I mean, that is, we all know that's the way it comes, and anybody trying to get in wouldn't have a hard time getting into that safe. So I think the focus was guns, guns, and guns. You know, also there were some video games. I don't know that that video game evidence was very effective. I mean, Call of Duty, probably millions of people play Call of Duty and they don't go and kill people or shoot people or have anger issues. But again, I think that was the prosecution's focus on guns, guns, and guns. Even in the video games, there was guns. And the target on the wall, if you looked in Ethan Crumbley's room, you saw that there was a target that you use at a shooting range was on the wall. So again, focus on guns, guns, and guns, and the lack of safeguard and security for those guns by the parents.
That seemed to be the only art on the walls in the bedroom were targets from target practice. And we also saw alcohol in the corner of the shooter's room. It just goes to show that so much was available to him, and just demonstrating the negligence. Is that what the prosecution's trying to do?
Yeah, the not just negligence, but criminal negligence, which is more than ordinary care would require. So here you have, as John pointed out, the gun lock, the gun safe, where they asked, in particular, they asked the combination from James, and he said it was 0, 0, 0, 0, 4 zeros. And then the officer said 3, and he corrected him. He said no, 4, which of course is incorrect. 4. It was 3 zeros. So James, they showed that James was unaware of the gun safe lock combo himself, an indication that he'd never used it. There was also an attempt by the defense to soften, give some empathy toward the defendant in this case. When they were in the back of the car, we mentioned earlier the evidence that came out in the last trial, where James leans over and says, you know, just in case anything happens, I love you, and he said that twice to her. They tried to soften up the statement that James made to Jennifer, you know, maybe we should get a lawyer. The cross-examination was, well, there's nothing inherently wrong with that. And of course, the law enforcement officer agreed. But the video games was kind of interesting. There were 8 video games, all could be characterized as violent in nature. Call of Duty, of course, was, as John mentioned, there was what's the one with the car, the stealing the car?
Grand Theft
Auto, which is a violent one. But there were 8 in total, and but the emphasis wasn't placed on the video games by the prosecution. They just kind of these were there, and that's probably because, as John said, you know, they're common, and even in cross-examination, there was an attempt to diffuse that. By saying, well, the Call of Duty was a World War II Call of Duty, so kind of an antiquated weapon system that they would use in Call of Duty in World War II. I don't know. I don't have those games, or wouldn't actually allow those games in our house. I think it is, you know, inherently dangerous to have a 15-year-old kid constantly viewing violent video games. Just my personal opinion. I think that does matter when you're, you know, deeply enmeshed in these games. You can become desensitized as a youth, and you can see this as reality-based killing on a constant basis can desensitize someone, and that was what we saw in the math sheet, Exhibit 168, where the shooter had written down, "This is just a video game." Wrote down those words, "This is just a video game," alongside the gun and the bullets and the words, "I need help," and blood everywhere. So it's a mixed bag. Jurors can view this evidence in competing ways. Of course, they can say, well, you know, I have those video games at home. Big deal. Oh, he didn't know the gun lock. Okay, big deal. So the emphasis is, as John pointed out, to try and show that there was gross negligence here by the parents who didn't lock the weapon up that was used in the shooting.
Mm-hmm. And something that's really striking, evidence-wise, it's what's not coming into this trial, because We've sat here and watched these trials from the beginning, from the Miller hearing to sentencing of the shooter to Jennifer's trial and now James's. And we're not seeing, at least so far in this trial, evidence that really shows the mental disturbance of the shooter. For now, he just seems like a teenage kid who got into alcohol, was playing violent video games. We're not really understanding his mindset. I don't know if that will come in or if perhaps that was requested to be left out.
Yeah, I think we'll have to see what the prosecution has in store for us, but certainly I think the focus has been on the guns, on the father, on the access to guns, and the lack of protections and concern as it relates to some of these warning signs that were going off. I mean, certainly what we saw there is not it's not good parenting. I mean, you have an empty whiskey bottle on the ground, you have access to guns strewn about just about everywhere throughout the household and the yard that were easily accessible. That's obviously not good parenting. The question is it criminally negligent?
And I wonder if some of that evidence has not come into play because these weren't messages between the shooter and his father.
Yeah, there was a ruling on that, Meredith, you recall, before trial. The judge ruled that there were, you may recall in the first trial with Jennifer, there were text messages between Jennifer and the shooter, where the shooter would say to his mother in text messages, "I'm seeing demons, people are in the house, they're slamming the door, plates are flying," this, crazy type of comments that he was making to the mother. And Jennifer was ignoring them, poo-pooing them. She said that she thought he was kidding, that's how they joked. That was her testimony on direct examination. And she also said that they played games where they would turn the breaker off to make the lights go off in the house to scare the shooter, and that kind of nonsense. That was all testimony that came in her trial. But in this trial, those demon type text messages, those cries for help, they're excluded because the judge ruled that there was no evidence that James was aware or had seen or it was discussed with him. There was no evidence of that. So those text messages were excluded. So you're absolutely right. There was more evidence in the first trial of the spiraling downward mental health of the shooter from April of 2001 all the way to the shooting in November of 2001. We didn't see that in this case.
And talk about bad parenting. The mother completely ignored, in some cases, obvious calls for help from her son. So do you think that, John, that those types of messages aren't coming into play here as an advantage to the defendant?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, like we were talking about earlier, different defendant, different case, slightly different case in a lot of respects. And so what may be relevant in the mother's case may not be relevant here, as the judge has ruled, as pointed out by Rick. I think that the focus has to be on this particular defendant. What did he know? What did he do? And how is he criminally responsible? Which is a different analysis for the jury than it was in the last case.
Mm-hmm. And we are still awaiting court to come back into session after they took about a 10-minute break after that first witness. We know we're going to hear from other witnesses today. We do not know yet, though, if this will be the final witnesses from the prosecution today or if that will go into tomorrow.
I think it will go into tomorrow. So this would be the 10th witness who just concluded. We'll be on our 11th. I guess there's a chance that it could end today, but I think it'll end tomorrow. Leaving the defense, probably tomorrow morning, leaving the defense with the opportunity to ask the judge for the remainder of the day off to prepare, saying that it'll streamline her case if there is one. But it is going quickly, and I think that closing arguments will take place this week, and the jury may get the case this week.
And John, something we've been wondering, everyone's been wondering, is whether James will take the stand. Do you think that's a possibility?
Well, it's certainly always a possibility. The defense team has probably made a decision. That can always change. Trials are rapidly evolving, developing. Sometimes you have a plan and you have to change plans. But they probably already discussed it. They probably already made a pretty firm decision on whether he will testify or not. And we'll have to wait and see Obviously, there's a lot of risks, as we saw from the last trial. When you put your client on the stand, you better be darn sure that that they're going to hold up and that they're going to present well and that they're going to present as credible and likable, or at least honest with regard, and it's going to help the case. There's a lot of risk there. The question is that risk going to outweigh the benefit? I probably am doubtful that he will take the stand in this case.
What do you think, Rick? Do you think he will? Do you think he should?
It's tough. You know, as Mike Tyson said, everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face, and you know that's what putting the defendant on. It's a very high risk proposition. I said before, when I was a federal prosecutor, when a defendant took the stand, it always concerned me greatly because I was under the impression, and I still am, that jurors want to hear from a defendant. But jurors also give the benefit of the doubt to the defendant. And so as a prosecutor, you have to really, really annihilate a defendant. You have to show that they're lying, cheating, and stealing, that they're not a good person. I mean, you have to really, really take them apart. And there's an ability here. There's certainly that upside for the prosecution in this case for a hard cross-examination. And, you know, James Crumbley doesn't appear to be a very strong person and is someone who I think could do a lot of damage to himself on cross-examination. So at this point in time, I would not put him on the stand because I think there's enough evidence, there's enough reasonable doubt right now to argue effectively in the closing argument, argue to the jury hard that there's reasonable doubt, argue that there's that quantum leap between the proofs and a conviction in this case, that you know, one of the most damaging pieces of evidence that came out, it was quick, it was small, it was kind of unnoticed, but I would argue the hell out of it is when the shooter came through the school, he was shooting, killing, murdering, he came across the assistant principal, and she looked at him and she saw him and they made eye contact and he turned his head away, she said, as if he were shamed, and she said she said his name, his first name, and she said he was such a sweet kid. It couldn't be him. It surprised her that it was him. Now, that is the defense. He was a sweet kid. That's what James said to the officers in the substation. He was a good kid. He was, you know, he was a great kid, they said. No inclination of this, no prior indication that anything like this might happen. And so there's other pieces of evidence that coupled with Hopkins and Ejak's testimony that, you know, they evaluated him and they let him, they didn't think he was a harm to himself or others. So all of this agglutinated, you know, together is reasonable doubt and can be argued strongly. And that ability to argue the evidence, I think, outweighs putting the defendant on, outweighs the risks of putting the defendant on.
It's interesting that you pointed out that James might not be able to control his emotions, that he seems weaker than Jennifer. He certainly has been more emotional in a lot of the surveillance video that we've seen. Perhaps that's enough, right, for a juror to feel some sympathy, some little glimmer of sympathy for him.
And just, I'm sorry to interrupt you, just to pick on that point, we're going to see soon the evidence of flight, the consciousness of guilt evidence. That's going to make him look bad as well.
That's right.
You know?
This
So
is
that's
another
coming.
part of this case. Yes, they certainly appeared to have fled from Oxford and were staying in an art studio in Detroit of a friend, and a SWAT team came in the middle of the night. This is video we saw from Jennifer's trial, but do you think they'll bring that back in?
Yeah, certainly. And I think, you know, one tack for the defense, based on what we've seen, is that Jennifer was the strong one. She was making the decisions, and he was kind of just following along and looking after his wife. As you know, there's advantages from the defense to say he's the weaker one. He was following. He's maybe not the sharpest tool, maybe not the most intellectual person or observant person, but that can be used as a positive for the defense to say he was just kind of going along this poor. you know, this guy was just going along to get along, which, you know, is a way to present the evidence here, whereas Jennifer was, you know, kind of the mastermind or the person making the decisions for the family.
Yeah, she's the one at the meeting with the school officials who abruptly said, "Look, are we done here? You know, is this are we through? Can we leave?" So there is some evidence of that. There's not a lot. The most evidence of Jennifer's kind of controlling, stoic behavior, manipulative behavior was from her own testimony, which we don't have here. But if you have the ability to argue evidence and argue strongly for reasonable doubt, and you can collect it here and there, and you can pick pieces from witnesses who may have been more mundane and inconsequential through the middle of this trial, which they're able to do, and you can argue that rather than risk, which is, you know, risk is commensurate with reward, and it is a very, very high risk proposition to put a defendant on the witness stand.
And coming back to Jennifer, you just mentioned the word control, and it's something I remembered from her testimony. She said in times of stress, it's her tendency to take control of situations, and we saw her trying immediately to take care of money. How are we going to pay for these lawyers? Selling the horses. I mean, this was hours after the attack. She went into planning mode, which she herself said is just what I do. It's who I am. I don't know. They obviously can't use that against James in this case because she would then have to testify this all over again. But it will be interesting to see how they try to make that connection, because they probably will.
Yeah, for sure. And control can also be seen as somebody who knows what they are doing. If you have control in this situation of crisis, you should have control of your household. You should have control of your son. You should know what you are doing, which could be used for the defense. I'm not advocating saying, well, you know, we're just be an absent-minded bad father, and that's okay. But it's certainly a tactic that can be used by the defense to say he was just going along.
And we do see he is back in the courtroom. We're waiting for Judge Cheryl Matthews to return, and the jury, as well as testimony will continue for the second witness on day 4. Any ideas who this might be? Are we going to see another law enforcement official taking the stand, John?
We'll have to wait and see. Who's left, Rick? Who do you think do we have left today?
We have the 2 new witnesses, John. We have one of the students who was in the corridor during the shooting, and the prosecution said argued against the testimony as irrelevant of the students in the corridor. They said they can't get that evidence in because all the other people who were there were killed. So instead of allowing both witnesses to testify, the judge has allowed one. That's a new witness. The second new witness is the person who had purchased the 9mm Sig Sauer originally from the gun store, used it, returned it, resold it to the gun store, and then it was sold to James Crumbley. And the purpose of that is to show that the gun lock, when it was resold, was new and sealed, and that I'm sure they're going to show that gun lock to the first owner, and he'll say that it was never used or never taken out of the saline package that he had put it in. So those are the 2 new witnesses. That would make 13. Typically, when I was a prosecutor, I would use the OIC, the officer in charge, as my conclusory witness, unless there was some more powerful witness, to kind of put everything together in one package and go over all the evidence and make it clear for the juror the purpose of the evidence, how it was admitted. Replay some evidence for the OIC, but he had already testified. So other than those 2, you know, I think, and I believe those 2 witnesses will be short witnesses. So, you know, there's a possibility that we could end today, and certainly by noon tomorrow.
Interesting. And, you know, in addition to the details surrounding the lock from the former owner of this gun, do you think they'll also perhaps ask him about safe gun storage? How do you store your guns? Creating a contrast between the defendant and him.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. I would object to the relevance of that as to, you know, who cares how, you know, Joe Bag of Donuts stores his gun and where he puts it.
But we learned for a jury,
right. Well,
it's the imagery. It's
the imagery. And you know, I would object. I would anticipate that would be excluded testimony. But I mean, what do you think, John? Is that something that
you never know what's going to happen, right? And there's this saying in the law, right? It's not objectionable unless somebody objects. So it comes in unless somebody raises it or unless it's already been dealt with by the judge. But I agree with you. That's probably too far afield. But certainly, you know, you can see the effort of trying to what could people have done differently, and that's something that's being used by both sides here. You know, what could the parents and family have done differently? And you see the defense saying, you know, comparing it to the school officials, saying, well, you know, you had them here, you didn't do this, or you didn't do that. And so I think we're going to continue to see that theme throughout the trial.
And we see Judge Cheryl Matthews just entered the courtroom. Rick, what do we know about her as a judge, and how do you think these trials have been going?
Well, she went to Fordham Law School, graduated, went to the prosecutor's office in Oakland County right after, I think it was 1991. She's a career prosecutor before she was appointed to the bench. She's very measured. She's judicious in her rulings, I think. A careful judge. I've never had a case in front of her. I've never tried a case in front of her. John has a case coming up on the 25th in front of her. Have you had a case in front of her before?
I've had motions and I've had hearings in front of her, and I will be in front of her in 2 weeks for a lengthy trial. But I agree with you. You know, she seems to be fair. She seems to be well reasoned. You don't see a lot of faces. You know, sometimes we watch these trials and you see judges rolling their eyes actually or making faces. She seems, you know, very calm, very considerate to all sides. She has a good temperament for a judge, and I think she's done a good job running this trials now, which, you know, they take a tremendous amount of judicial resources. You got to remember, she has all kinds of other cases going on. She has all kinds of other things running in her courtroom, and they have limited resources. They get in Oakland County, I believe, one law clerk. Okay, that's one young attorney to help them out. So this is taking all of her focus, but she's also running a pretty busy docket, and she's handling it pretty darn well. Because I know I was in front of her. She called us during breaks on the other Crumbley trial to deal with other issues on other cases. So she's multitasking. She's doing a good job.
Thank you, John. Well, we do see another witness taking the stand. We're going to tune in, but please be warned that some things that you see and hear may be disturbing.
Go ahead, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you. Sir, how are you employed?
As a part-time employee with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and how long have you been part-time?
2 days.
All right. And prior to that part-time employment, did you work full-time with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
Okay, and how long did you spend as a full-time employee?
34 years.
And at some point, did you retire from full-time employment?
I did.
When was that?
Last May.
Okay, so you didn't stay retired for long?
No.
All right. In your 34 years working with the Sheriff's Office, could you tell us, please, what sort of assignments you had?
My last assignment that I had prior to retiring was the sergeant of the fugitive apprehension team. Prior to that, I worked about 10 and a half years in our special investigations unit. Prior to that, I worked in our auto theft unit. All those were as sergeants.
Okay.
Prior to getting promoted to sergeant, I worked in our auto theft unit as a deputy and at one of the substations as a substation detective for a few years.
Okay, the Special Investigative Unit, that's what Detective Lieutenant Tim Willis heads up right now, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. I want to talk to you specifically about your time with the Fugitive Apprehension Team. First of all, tell us what exactly that is.
It's a team consists of a sergeant and 7 detectives who are responsible for locating people with felony warrants or who are wanted for serious crimes that they have been alleged to have committed. Those requests that come in are either from our substations at the Sheriff's Office or other agencies throughout the county that request our assistance.
Okay, and forgive me if I've asked this, but how long did you spend with the Fugitive Apprehension Team?
About 6.5 years.
Okay, and that was as the sergeant?
Yes, sir.
So you would be the individual leading the team?
That's correct.
Right. And how many members of the Fugitive Apprehension Team were there?
I had 7 plus myself.
Okay. Is that the role that you had in November and December of 2021?
It is.
Is it fair to say that all of the individuals on the Fugitive Apprehension Team work as a group?
Yes.
All right. Now, I want to direct your attention to the days after the Oxford High School shooting of November the 30th, 2021. First of all, do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay. Were you working that day and that week?
Not that specific day, I was out of town, but the rest of the week, yes.
Okay. At some point, were you requested to locate James and Jennifer Crumbley?
We were.
And tell us how that happened, please.
I believe it was December 2nd. Lieutenant Willis asked me to attempt to locate both of them.
Okay. And if I told you they were formally charged on Friday, December 3rd, does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, so Detective Willis, sitting at the table here, asked you to locate them?
Yes.
What information did you have at your disposal when you were given this assignment?
They're basic information. They're pictures, full names, height, weight, addresses, vehicles they drove, things of that nature.
Okay. Were you made aware that their phones were seized on the evening of November the 30th?
Yes.
Okay, so tell us please, what did you and your team do to attempt to locate the defendant?
We began looking at and conducting surveillance at their residence. Any family members that we knew of, friends, things of that nature. Checked area hotels, places that we might think they might go.
Okay. And did you locate them? You were given this assignment on December the 2nd, you said?
Yes.
Did you locate them that day?
We did not.
Were you able to identify where they had stayed from November the 30th until that point in time?
We had identified a hotel they had stayed at. I don't specifically remember the name of the hotel, but
okay.
Any hotel.
That's fine. When you received that information, what did you do?
We checked with the hotel staff to find out whether there were still guests there, whether they had checked out. And in fact, they had checked out.
Okay. So after you learned that they had checked out from that hotel, what happened next?
We continued to check area hotels, surveillance of any known locations, and eventually we located a vehicle that belonged to them at a hotel in Auburn Hills.
Okay. And when you identified this vehicle belonging to either James or Jennifer Crumbley, what happened next?
I pulled all of the team to that location and we began constant surveillance on that vehicle to check and see if they would come back for it.
Was that on Thursday, December the 2nd or Friday, December the 3rd?
That was on Friday, December the 3rd.
Okay. And did either the defendant or his wife come back to the vehicle?
They did not.
Okay. And tell us, please, what's happening at that point in time?
At that point, we're still trying to locate them. We're still, again, checking anything, social media, anything we can find to try to locate them.
Okay. And were you able to at that point?
No, we did not.
All right. Tell us what happened next.
At some point late in the evening, and I don't remember the exact time, we were made aware that their other vehicle had been located in a parking lot by the Detroit Police Department.
Okay, so this is late in the evening on Friday, December the 3rd?
Correct.
Okay. Did you come to learn that they were formally charged at noon on December the 3rd?
Yes.
Okay, so earlier that same day?
Correct.
All right. When you learned that they were charged, what did you do personally?
Myself and one of the other detectives went to what we learned was their attorney's office and checked the office parking lot or surrounding parking lots to see if their vehicle might be there. By chance, they would be in the office with the attorney. Upon not finding the vehicle, we went in and made contact with one of their attorneys.
Okay. And without telling us what was said in that conversation, did you find either James or Jennifer Crumbley there?
Did not.
Okay. And at that point in time, they had the same attorneys, is that correct?
It's my understanding, yes.
Okay. And so would that have been before noon on December the 3rd or after noon, December the 3rd?
It was afternoon.
Okay, so after they were charged?
Yes.
All right. And backing us up a little bit in the timeline, it was after that the vehicle belonging to one of the defendants was recovered?
Yes, several hours later.
Several hours later. Okay, thank you. Later that evening, Friday, December 3rd, what did you learn?
That the vehicle was located in the parking lot in the business in Detroit.
Okay. So another vehicle belonging to either James or Jennifer Crumbley was located in Detroit?
Right.
All right. Tell us what happened next.
At that point, I left one person sitting on the vehicle in Auburn Hills, just by chance they came back to it. And the rest of the team and myself went to Detroit
to attempt to locate them somewhere in the area of the vehicle.
Okay. The law enforcement personnel involved in this endeavor, was it contained to just the 7 of you?
No, sir.
Okay. Tell us what you encountered when you went to the location where the vehicle was found.
Originally, when we got there, there were several Detroit police officers that had the street blocked and had the car secured in the parking lot. As we searched the area, because we had no idea whether they had walked away from the car, they were in the building, we didn't know at that point. So we were searching the area. More and more law enforcement officers arrived. Officers from the U.S. Marshals arrived to assist us, the Border Patrol, the Michigan State Police, more Detroit Police, all arrived on scene.
Okay. After the exterior of the location was searched, and I take it no one was found then?
Correct.
Okay. What happened next?
We formulated a plan to begin searching the building. It was a 3-story industrial building. We had several officers on site, so at that point we decided to begin going room to room and search the entire building.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's Exhibit 307. This is a photograph, sir. Do you recognize what's in this photograph?
I do.
And tell us how.
That is the industrial building where the vehicle was located in the parking lot.
Okay. So the parking lot would be behind this chain link fence to the right of the photograph?
Correct.
Okay. And did you and your team participate in the physical search of the interior of this building?
We did.
Okay. And now, contained to the interior of the building, again, was it just the 7 of you or other law enforcement personnel involved as well?
Oh, several law enforcement officers.
All right, tell us about that, please.
The plan was formulated that the Detroit Police Department would search the first floor of the building. The rest of the teams that were there, we took on the task of searching the second and third floor of the building.
Okay. Now, was this done in secret, or is this out in the public as far as the knowledge?
Oh no, it was very obvious, very apparent. There was dozens and dozens of officers. We went room to room. At some point, we had obtained keys to some of the rooms. When we had those keys, we were able to unlock the door, announce our presence, go in and search every place in the room that could potentially hide a human being. Other rooms we did not have keys for, and we were forced to force our way into those rooms.
When you say force our way into the rooms, can you describe what that looks like?
Yeah, there are several tools that are used to what's called breach or force a door open. There's a long Halligan-type pole that a fireman would use. You jam it into the door frame and pry the door back and get the lock to sometimes pop. If that doesn't work, we have a 35-pound battering ram, and we will batter the door lock mechanism until the door opens.
Okay. Is that a quiet endeavor, or is that loud?
Well, it's very noisy.
So, specific to the 3 floors in what's the building depicted here in 307, which areas did you and your team search?
The second and third floor.
Okay. And was anybody located in those searches?
Not on the second or third floor.
Okay. At some point, were you made aware that James and his wife were found on the first floor?
Yes.
Were you involved in the actual breaching of that room and the arrest?
No, that was handled by the Detroit SWAT team, I believe, handled that door.
Okay, and they had already been assigned to the first floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And tell us what happened after that occurred.
As soon as the SWAT team entered that room and searched it and discovered the Crumbleys in that room, they were taken into custody by Detroit, and then they were turned over to my team, who took custody of them and transported them back up here to Oakland Town.
Okay. Do you recall the approximate time that occurred?
Probably 1:30, 1:15, somewhere. It was after 1 o'clock in the morning.
In the morning. So we're talking Saturday, December the 4th.
Yes, sir.
And is James Crumbley in court today?
He is.
Can you please point to and describe something he's wearing today?
Gray suit and headphones.
Your Honor, would record reflect the identification of the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Cross.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Your involvement began on December 2nd of 2021, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You were out of town on November 30th. Is it safe to say you were aware of the shooting that occurred at Oxford High School on November 30th prior to your involvement?
Yes.
Now, your involvement was as the sergeant of the fugitive apprehension team.
Correct.
It's also called FAP, is that correct?
Correct.
You testified that unit is responsible for locating people with felony warrants or wanted for serious crimes.
Correct.
Your unit did not get involved in all felony warrant arrests, is that fair?
I'm not sure I understand.
Sure. All felony warrant arrests in Oakland County, your unit did not go and arrest everybody who has a felony warrant. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. And your unit did not get involved with all crimes that people were arrested for. Is that fair?
That's fair.
And let me clarify. So we know, and we heard some testimony previously, that there was a warrant issued by the court, correct?
Correct.
In this case, correct? And based on your experience, you were a law enforcement officer for 34 years, you were a detective for a number of years. You know that somebody who's accused of a crime and charged can walk themselves into a court, correct?
Correct.
With or without an attorney, right?
Correct.
And that includes for felonies.
Correct.
Their attorney, you're aware that there have been times where their attorney has arranged, sometimes with the detective, sometimes with the prosecutor's office, in various ways. Their attorney can arrange for them to be turned in to the court or the police department on a specific day and time. Is that fair?
Sure.
Okay. The other ways are involving your former unit.
Correct.
And that's done by law enforcement. The attorneys don't call you up and say, hey, can you come get my client? That's the police who say, go get this person.
Correct.
And then obviously other agencies can get involved with our other arrests as well. Is that fair?
Yes.
In this situation, your involvement was requested prior to Mr. Crumbley being charged.
Yes.
You testified that your involvement was December 2nd of 2021.
Yes.
You were contacted, and I don't know if this was clear, you were contacted by Lieutenant Willis.
Yes.
He contacted you on December 2nd of 2021 and asked you to locate James and Jennifer Crumbley.
Yes.
Now, did you learn as part of your involvement or as part of getting that initial information that there were some concerns? Well, let me go back. You're aware that after the Oxford High School shooting that people were scared. Is that fair? I'm talking people in general.
Possibly, I would assume.
Angry?
Sure.
Upset?
Sure.
It was very public what had happened on November 30th of 2021.
Yes.
The shooter's name became public shortly after the shooting.
Yes.
If you recall, and you may not know, but if you don't know, please say you don't know, that Mr. and Mrs. Crumbley's residence was made public.
That I don't.
Did you learn during your involvement in this case that there were some concerns over the safety of James and Jennifer Crumbley because they were the parents of the Oxford High School shooter?
I was never made aware of it.
So all you were made aware of was that James and Jennifer Crumbley needed to be located.
Yes.
And the first place you went was their residence.
Yes.
They weren't there.
Correct.
You eventually determined and learned that they had been at a hotel in Auburn Hills from November 30th to December 3rd, the morning of December 3rd.
I'm not sure if they were there that entire time, but that's where we ended up finding the vehicle. That way.
And did you also learn through your involvement that they registered at that hotel in Jennifer Crumbley's name?
I don't specifically remember whose name it was.
So you began looking for James and Jennifer Crumbley before they were formally charged?
Correct.
Now, I assume in your career you've been involved in what would be considered high profile or media cases, is that correct?
Yes.
And oftentimes in those cases, is it standard practice for your department to take someone into custody before the actual charges are announced?
Depends on the crime and the circumstances surrounding it.
your department often, and correct me if I'm wrong, but your department will often assume that a high-profile case or a serious offense that somebody might run.
It is a possibility. People do.
You had no information that James Crumbley had indicated that he was going to run away or flee or anything like that. Is that fair? On December 2nd of 2021.
That's fair.
You were aware that James and Jennifer Crumbley did not have their phones after November 30th of 2021 because they had been either given to or taken by law enforcement, but law enforcement had them in their possession.
Yes.
Did you also learn during your early involvement in this case, or at any point, that James and Jennifer Crumbley had obtained track phones or pay-as-you-go phones or things like that?
Yes.
And did you learn during your involvement in this case that those phones were obtained because James and Jennifer wanted to be able to contact family in the early days after the shooting?
I was not aware of the reason behind obtaining those phones.
Did you also learn during your involvement in this case that James and Jennifer Crumbley obtained additional phones in the same phone number of the phones that were given to law enforcement?
I did learn that, but I don't remember at what point in our investigation I learned
You said that charges were formally announced at approximately noon on December 3rd of 2021.
That's my understanding.
You do not know whether or not James and Jennifer knew that those charges had been formally announced. Is that fair?
That's fair.
You said that you went to James and Jennifer's attorney's office and you talked to an attorney.
I did.
That was not me, correct?
It was not.
Some hours later, you were notified that that one of their vehicles was located in a business parking lot in Detroit.
Correct.
It was not a parking garage, is that fair?
Yes.
It was not underground parking.
No.
It was not indoor parking.
No.
It was a gated parking lot. We can see the fence in the photo, correct?
Correct.
There weren't boxes or branches or anything covering their vehicle. Their vehicle was in the parking lot.
Correct.
And at some point during your involvement between December 2nd and December 3rd, were you also made aware that there were going to be some attempts to do an alternative to what we talked about earlier when it comes to turning somebody in, that Mr. Crumbley may be walking himself in to be arraigned on the warrant after he'd been made aware of it, if you recall those conversations?
I had conversations with an attorney, but I'm not sure what I can go in.
Yes, and I'm not asking you about the details of the conversation. Just if you had some knowledge that there was an indication that Mr. Crumbley was not running, but that he was in fact going to turn himself in. Again, without giving.
Yeah.
Judge, I object to this whole line of questioning. I think it's getting close to speculating what the purpose of what a hearsay conversation would be, and it could open the door to other things.
Well, yeah. Are you going to open the door to that?
I can move on, Judge.
All right.
At no point during your involvement in this case were you told James Crumbley is absolutely avoiding these charges and will not be turning himself in. At no point were you told that.
There's the same question, same objection to the same question, just asked differently.
Well, and who is he being told that by?
It could be anybody, Your Honor. His involvement was requested by Lieutenant Willis. He had multiple police officers involved. There were multiple people involved in allegedly, or in locating Mr. Crumbley. I'm just asking if he was ever given knowledge that was going to happen.
Just as a response, he's testified to what his job was. He was given an assignment, and he carried it out.
Well, I don't know. I guess you got to be careful what you wish for, right?
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, you know.
You indicated that the building where Mr. Crumbley's vehicle was a quote-unquote three-story industrial building, as I believe what you called it.
Yes.
That was Exhibit 307, which is on the screen. In that building, obviously from the outside, it looks kind of like a warehouse. Would you agree with that?
Sure.
But you learned during your involvement that there were multiple tenants in that building.
Yes, multiple suites
Right.
or rooms.
Businesses,
Yes.
people who were regularly in and out of that building.
That I can't answer. It was very late and there was nobody in and out when we were there.
Okay. Did you learn during your involvement that there were people in and out during the day that day?
Not at the time I was there.
Okay. And you may not be the right witness to ask these questions of. I'm just trying to determine what exactly you knew about this building.
Yeah, at that point, at that hour of the night, there was nobody coming in and out. And we wouldn't have allowed anybody to come in or out anyway.
And you learned in going into the building that there was an option for interior parking. Did you learn that?
I don't recall there being any interior parking, like a parking garage, if that's what you mean.
Right. Like a way to pull a vehicle in through a garage and park it inside instead of out in the lot.
There was a loading dock, so I guess technically you could have pulled a car inside of there, but I did not see. It was not a designated indoor parking structure.
Right. So not like a parking garage or those underground parking like we were talking about earlier.
Correct.
Okay. Your testimony was that it was obvious and apparent what was going on outside of and in that building during your search of the building, correct?
Yes.
Now, you can't say, because you really have no idea what James Crumbley heard or saw that night, correct? On December 3rd of 2021, or the early morning hours of December 4th of 2021.
I can only tell you what I saw and heard, and the commotion, the law enforcement officers, the flashing lights from the police cars, but specifically as to what he saw and heard, I can't tell you.
Right. You have no knowledge of whether or not he saw or heard any of that. Is that fair?
Yeah.
You were not part of the arrest of James Crumbley after entry was made by DPD's SRT unit, correct?
Correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Your Honor.
Thank you. Sir, who were you given this assignment by?
Lieutenant Book.
Okay. And you were asked to locate James Crumbley on December the 2nd, not arrest him on December the 2nd. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's not uncommon for an officer in charge to contact the fugitive apprehension team to locate a suspect, is it?
No, that's not uncommon at all.
Okay. And the goal as a member of the fugitive apprehension team is a peaceful surrender?
Yes.
Okay. Is that why you reached out to Mr. Crumbley's attorneys?
Absolutely.
Okay. And there were no arrangements made to you to turn the defendant in on Friday, December the 3rd, were there?
No.
Nothing further.
All right, you can step down in your excuse.
Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next witness?
Luke Curtley, Judge.
Sir, what did you say last name?
Curtley?
Curtley. Good morning. Could you raise your right hand? You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, you can be seated, and would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Luke Curtley, Lukekertley.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good morning. May I call you Luke?
Yes.
Okay. We're just, one moment, we're having a little technical difficulty. Are we all set? Okay.
This one's, oh, there.
Okay. Luke, can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
Sure. I own a coffee company called Coffee House. We roast and import coffee here in Detroit.
And you roast and import, but do you do any, are you okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Do you do anything else? You have a store, do you sell coffee from
Yes, we sell to 100 different businesses around Metro Detroit, so coffee, tea, products like that. And then we have our own cafe up at Somerset Mall as well.
And where's your business, the roasting and importing, where's it located?
So the roasting and importing side of things, all the manufacturing is done at 1111 Bellevue Street in Detroit.
In Detroit. And can you tell the jury about what area that is in Detroit?
Yes, it's in a neighborhood called Island View, which is like mostly industrial buildings. It's basically situated a block off of where Belle Isle is located. So generally East Detroit is kind of the consideration here.
Okay. And I want to draw your attention to November 30th of 2021. Was your business at that location at that time?
Yes.
And were you residing near or around your business?
Yeah, at the time I was living, maybe a mile away, pretty close though.
Okay. And let's just take a moment, and can you tell the jury what this building is, how much of the space you occupy, and what it's used for?
Sure. So it's an industrial building that was built in around the 1920s. Originally they built like pickup trucks or something inside of there, but now the current owner has it basically for different tenants. So we occupy about 3,000 square feet in the building. I'd say there's probably 5 to 10 different tenants who rotate in and out every now and then. The building itself is basically split up into like 1 to 2,000 square foot units itself. So at any time, I'd say there's on average 10 tenants in that building at any given time.
And are they all the same type of tenants?
No, all completely different people. Like our neighbors, they like breed rare plants.
Okay.
Tons of different stuff.
All right. And on the first floor, is that where you are?
Yes.
All right. Who else is on the first floor, if you know?
So there's the rare plant place, and then there's somebody who packages like fine art. There's a painter who does just like hobbyist work, and then I think that's it for us on the first floor. I don't know if there was somebody else in there at the time, but I think it was just that floor.
Okay. How do you enter well, we just heard testimony that they're about parking. Our former witness wasn't sure. Can you tell the jury whether there was parking within or outside of the building?
Yeah, so you can park in three, I would say, designated areas for the building. There's one on one side of the building. There's another on the other side, and both of those entrances are gated, so you have like a little fob to open the gate, garage opener.
Each tenant has a fob?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say every single one does, but usually if you ask, the property manager can approve that and give you one. And then people generally park on the street as well. Now there's like a dirt lot across the street that people park, but at the time of this, that was not their land. So.
And was there indoor parking?
No, there's not designated indoor parking, though some tenants have garages.
Okay, let me ask it a different way, because it's relevant to what was happening that night. Do you use that building space for anything other than just your business?
So on the third floor of the building at the time, I used our garage storage area to put one of my cars in.
All right. And just briefly, because it relates, what's your relationship with cars?
Okay, so
Your Honor, I would object to the relevance.
Your Honor, if I could just respond. Can I just respond, please? In a moment, I'm going to ask him about identifying the car and how he was able to identify that car. I think most people wouldn't have been able to, so I'm just trying to lay a foundation.
Well, based on my knowledge of previous testimony, I'm going to allow that.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
So I'm just a general car enthusiast. I think I've been obsessed with cars ever since I was a kid. And at the time, I had 2 or 3 cars, and one of them, it was like a nicer one, so I put it away. I didn't leave it on the street where my house was because I had street parking. So I had one of my cars that got hit. The mirror got pulled off, so I obviously didn't want that to happen to a nicer car. So on the third floor, we have a garage, and so I pull that in during the nighttime or any time I don't plan on enjoying it, driving it.
Okay,
when
so
I can drive my
all right, thank you. So is there any need? Was there any vendor type businesses in that building? And the reason I ask is it a place where customers would come and park and open to the public in the building?
I would say that it's generally not like a public building. There's not present retail in the building. There's not, like, for example, our roastery doesn't have a coffee shop or any cafe component. It's strictly like a business for manufacturing.
And when you switched the car that night, do you remember? Did you go and were you at the warehouse that night at later in the evening?
Yes.
Do you remember about what time it was?
Probably around 10 p.m.
And is that something you would routinely do at night because of the situation with your cars, or
Objection, Your Honor. Meeting.
I just tried to get out, or so that it wouldn't be a leading question.
Why were you there that night?
To switch the cars.
Okay, all right. Talk to me, or tell the jury, what, if anything, you knew about the Oxford shooting or the Crumbleys that evening.
Yeah, so I was generally aware of, obviously, the news that had happened. You know, I read the news about the shooting, which I think everybody in Michigan really kind of heard what had happened at that point. Early in the day, I remember seeing a poster about the parents being on the run. And
okay,
so,
you're gesturing your hand, and when you say poster, and first, do you remember, was that November 30th of what day was that?
I assume it was the same day that this happened.
Okay, well, let me back up.
Sure.
The same day that they were charged, or the same day that the event happened?
Objection, Your Honor. I don't think that there's been testimony that Mr. Kirtley is aware of when they were charged.
Okay, well, I think she's trying to. He said the same day that this happened, so she's clarifying if he means the encounter at Van Bellevue or the shooting.
The encounter.
Okay. Do you remember the actual day that this occurred that night?
The 30th of November, I believe.
That was the shooting. Do you remember the day what date it was? If I said December 3rd, does that make sense to you?
It seems correct. I don't know if I remember it off the top of my head the exact date.
Backing up, you were motioning to your hand and saying poster, and what?
So I saw it on Facebook.
Okay, and what did you see?
So it was a poster. It was essentially like a wanted poster. So there were pictures of the parents, a picture of the car, the license plate was on there, and then I think just general information about what had happened.
Were you aware that law enforcement was looking for the Crumbleys?
Yes.
And do you remember about what time you arrived that evening?
Around 10 p.m.
Okay. And tell the jury what, if anything, you saw when you entered the parking space. Is it, well, first of all, when you go there at that time of day, is there usually anybody in the parking lot?
Not really. There's a couple tenants who leave their cars there. There's a work van for a millwork company, but generally there's not many vehicles that hang out in that lot overnight.
Okay, so you drive into the parking lot, and what do you see?
So originally, I drove into, if you're facing the front of the building, I always park on the right side, so there's two lots left, right? And I just have a fob for the right lot. It's two different ones. So I pulled in, was just doing my thing. Generally, there's sun cars there, so, when I saw this car that was backed into the spot in the corner, originally I didn't pay any mind to it.
Okay, when you say this car, what do you mean? So you drove in, you did see a car?
I did see a car.
Okay, can you tell the jury where it was?
Yep, so it's backed in it was if I'm facing the front of the lot, it's a rectangular lot, and it was in the back right corner. So probably the furthest spot from the building entrance in theory.
And was it backed in with the front out, or was it the other way?
It was backed in with the front out.
Okay. And what else did you see?
So I saw that car there, but originally, didn't pay too much attention to it, and then walked into the building. And then when I walked out of the building, was when I was really kind of met face to face with the front of the car, and that's when I remember, the original wanted poster. I saw, being a car enthusiast, I saw that, and it just kind of stuck with me. It was a newer Kia, so I had just not seen that car in person before. So when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's a new Kia. And when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's that new Kia.
So you can tell by looking at the front of the car, it was a new Kia?
Yeah, so if you looked at the poster, it was that stock image of the car. You see on websites and everything. So it's obviously the front of the car, and it was this, I believe it was the same exact color too, on the poster. So when I saw it, I was like, oh, I remember where I saw this from.
Okay, one moment, Your Honor. All right. So what did you do next when you came out and?
Yeah. So when I saw the car, I was like, okay, I remember seeing that. I pulled up the poster on my phone, and when I was doing that, I was walking to the back of the car to check the plate, because I remember seeing the plate on the actual, poster. And so I walked around the car with my flashlight on, and then, obviously it hit me when I saw like the license plate on the ad, and then I was staring in front of the license plate too. But yeah, so basically I had pulled up the wanted poster and subsequently was walking around the car.
And did the license plate match?
It did.
And did you see anything else of significance in the back of the car?
So when I was looking at the back of the car, I had then noticed there was a person sitting next to the car. There's like an elevated curb that kind of sits behind where this car was, and it's like protects like a little garden area. And so somebody was sitting on that curb with their hood up. It was like a blue plaid hoodie. And I didn't, when I was walking to the car, I didn't see anybody, and also it was dark, so I wasn't expecting to see anybody really. I thought it was just like a car at that time.
Did you say anything, or did that individual say anything?
No, they stayed kind of like turned around with their hood up. I saw them, and then I turned my flashlight off and headed back into the building.
Okay. What did you do next?
So I walked into the building, quickly, briskly, headed into my unit, locked all the doors. The lights were off at the time, so I kept the lights off and then called 911.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 302. And this is the security footage from your building. How many cameras, if you know, does the building have?
I don't know it's off the top of my head exactly, but I can tell you there's one in like the center lobby area, kind of like the general promenade where most people congregate. There is one on the side of the building, one or two on this side that we're talking about, one on the front, maybe another one on the other side, but I don't have them memorized.
Okay. So we're going to start this at 22:56, which the actual time is 10:34 p.m. And what are we looking at here, Luke?
So what we're looking at is the parking lot that I parked my car in. And so this is, when I was talking earlier about facing the front of the building and looking backwards, this is the furthest from the front of the building.
Okay, stop.
But this is attached to the building.
Who is that right there?
I assume that this is the person that I saw in the blue plaid hoodie.
Okay. And in this photo, where is the entrance that you would have gone in?
So where they just walked out of, so on the right side of the screen.
And eventually we're going to see you pull in. Will we see that at the top of the screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Is that your car?
I assume so. I'll know once I see the roof rack on it. But at time checks out.
Okay. Do you see the Kia that you spotted in this image?
Yeah, on the left side there.
Okay. It's kind of hard to see. Okay. Is that your car?
Yes.
And are you parking right in front of the entrance?
I mean, not like directly in front of the door, but
one of the close
spots.
parking
Yes.
spots? Okay. All right, we see, is that individual you?
Yes.
At the right of the screen?
Mm-hmm.
And is that you going back into the building?
Yeah.
Okay, what's happening there? Did you go out to your car to look at the car?
No, I think that I think this is when I just first noticed the car. Like, I think I just saw myself look over and just, it looks like that checks out. I was probably just grabbing something that I
All right, and that's you right there?
Yes.
Are you holding anything?
My phone.
And for the record, this is around 23:04, which is actually 10:42 p.m. And are you walking at the same pace or a different pace than you?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Maybe a little quicker.
I'm eliciting just general testimony from a fact witness about what he observed. I thank you. So why are you walking at a faster pace?
Probably probably a lot of emotions going on at that specific time. Okay. At the time when I first went to the car, I didn't expect to see anybody. So when I did, I was like, okay, I want to get safe inside.
Okay, and we're going to play Exhibit 303, which is the 911 call. And were you feeling any emotions during that call?
Yeah, definitely, for sure. That's something that I feel like, I've personally never experienced before. It's like that type of connecting the dots like that. And I hope everybody else doesn't.
Okay.
It's a lot.
All right.
Call 1. Call on Friday, December 3rd, 2021, 10:43 and 14 seconds p.m.
Detroit 911, what is the address of the emergency?
1111 Bellevue Street.
Repeat the address for verification.
1111 Bellevue Street.
What's the blood across street?
Lafayette and Bellevue.
Tell me exactly what happened.
The people the parents of the shooter that are running away, they're here.
Sir, I'm not sure what you're referring to. You have to be more specific.
No.
Tell me exactly what happened at the location. What's going on now?
Okay, so the Oakland shooter, the kid, has the two parents that are on the run right now, and it says, Oakland County said, call if you see anything. And I just went to go park my car and switch it around at my office, and there was a Kia that looked like their car, and I walked around and checked the license plate, and it's their car, and the woman is here, and that's next to the car.
The woman is where?
Sitting next to her car in the parking lot.
She's sitting next to her vehicle on the ground or in another vehicle?
On the ground. On the ground.
Okay, what kind of vehicle is this, sir?
It's a 2021 Kia, the black Kia SUV, in the parking lot.
Was anyone inside of the vehicle?
I don't know.
You said if you walked around the vehicle and looked inside. You didn't?
I walked back to look at the license plate because I saw online that car was flashing.
Do you have the plate number?
1 second. It's DQG5203.
Repeat that plate for me.
DQG5203.
Okay. And the vehicle is parked in a parking lot and the mother is home?
Yes. It's next to my car in the parking lot. I'm inside my office now.
And the mother is sitting on the ground. What is she wearing?
Yeah. She's wearing a hoodie, but I don't know what kind.
What color is the hoodie?
I don't know. I think it was plaid, but I saw her for a glimpse and then I ran inside because I like my
But you're not sure what color the hoodie was, but you've seen her sitting there?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's your name?
Luke.
Okay, Luke. We'll be getting this in that area. Thank you.
Okay, I can't believe it. They're here.
Okay.
That's it. Do you want me to stay on or am I?
No, sir, you're fine.
Okay. All right. Yeah, they're here. That's crazy. Like that's who the people are looking for.
Okay, so they'll be there to show us. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Bye.
Okay, Luke, did you make that call as soon as you got inside?
As soon as I got my office.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean within 30 seconds.
All right, and I want to go back to the previous video and finish that to show what happened after you went inside.
Yes.
That's you, correct?
Mhm.
Okay. And what is that, if you know? Who is
The
that?
person that I saw walking into the building. So, if you asked me at the time that somebody was going to be walking in behind me, I would have told you no way. You know, the building there's fobs for every door. So like I said, it's not a public building. And so when the officers came by, they asked me, I was like, oh, they probably took off somewhere. My confidence in them being inside of the building was,
You did not think they were inside, whoever that was?
Yeah, I definitely didn't think that they were right behind.
Okay. In the call, you stated you referred to the individual as female and she.
Yeah.
Did you ever see the person's face?
No, I didn't. They were turned to their back. I think it was just like generally the figure of the person that I saw, more or less.
Okay. What happened after you called 911?
So you can see an officer in the top right getting there.
So that's pretty quick. Was it a few minutes? Was
Yeah,
it longer than
minutes.
that?
It wasn't too bad, especially for Detroit response time.
Okay.
So when you come, or I came out and actually met them out there because I saw their lights. If it wasn't the siren, it was like one of their floodlights.
And
But I saw
when you
someone.
came out of the building, did you know where the individual was?
No,
Okay.
I did not. I assumed at the time they probably just took off.
All right.
I was, to be honest, I was surprised that the car was still even there. I thought they
Okay. All right.
But,
At some point, did more than just one officer arrive?
yeah, so I think it was one or two SWAT cars that showed up originally, and then, so there's the second one right there. So I walked them through the building to get into the parking lot because the parking lot is closed. And I think once they kind of confirmed that the car was correct, that's when a lot more people showed up.
What's a lot?
10 plus SWAT cars.
All right. Where did you remain? Well, let me just. At what point was this over to the extent where you went home? How many?
Oh, I was there till like 2 or 3.
Okay, and were you in the building the whole time?
No, I was in the building for probably like an hour. I was in my unit, and then they had questions. I was talking with them a little bit, kind of just like generally floating between the front of the building and then inside my office. And then I got into a SWAT car and they took me to what they call like a command post or something like that, where it was like a couple blocks away. They had set up like a central command, like HQ for other officers and stuff like that.
At some point, did you learn whether or not the individuals were taken in custody?
Yeah, like way late in the night.
Did you learn where they were located?
Yes, I did. So they actually walked me, like they showed me where it happened afterwards.
Where were they located?
So the painter that I referenced earlier on in this testimony, we shared basically drywall with them, 2 pieces of drywall. So they were right in the unit adjacent to where ours is.
And that unit, that's on the first floor, right? Okay.
Right, yeah.
Does it have windows in it at all?
It does, yeah.
And are they facing the parking lot, or are they facing?
So if you're facing the front of the building, my unit is on the right. It faces the right side of the building. And then there's another unit behind ours that also faces right into the parking lot. So this unit would have looked, and I say looked, it's not like a perfectly clear window, it's like frosted, but would have looked into the parking lot.
All right. Did the law enforcement that showed up, did they have lights and sirens? Were there any lights? Were there any sounds?
Yeah, tons. And like we're pretty aware of what goes on, just given like the thinness of the walls. There's no insulation between our walls. And then, especially at night, you're aware of any lights that go down the street, anything like that.
Okay, you mentioned the walls and the thin walls. What do you mean? Do you mean you're aware because of noise or because of what you see?
Yeah, both. For the walls, we hear other units, other people, in the building. Like I know when other people are in the building, for sure. And
just to clear your testimony, you know they're in the building because you can hear them, or you know they're in the building because you see them?
Are we talking about the officers
in general?
Or in general?
Hold on, just let me finish the question. This wall you share is what you're trying to say, that you can tell if somebody's in there even if you haven't seen them?
Yeah, you can hear them. If they're making noise.
Okay. And when you were in the building for that hour, was the building being searched, or was law enforcement out in the parking lot?
No, the building was being searched at that time.
And what did you hear, if anything?
So I was in like the front of the building at the time. They definitely had guns drawn. You know, they were searching the building. They were announcing that they were there. They were definitely making a presence.
Okay. Before this day, which was in December 3rd, I guess it was December late night, but
yeah.
Before this occurred, had you ever seen anything discarded or left out in a hallway in the building?
Oh yeah, so in the center promenade that I mentioned earlier about like where the camera is, there's people put like, people put things to give away there, and then also people like store things there for very short periods of time. At the time, there was like a new Tempur-Pedic mattress that was there, or new to me, looking new. And it was sitting up against the wall, and it was there for a while because somebody had like taped a note to it that was like, "Can I buy this from you?" You know, whoever it was.
And how long was it there? Days, weeks?
Days.
Okay.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And why is the mattress significant to you?
So the mattress was taken into the unit, and I saw that afterwards. So when they showed me the unit again, you could see that the mattress was then in there. I don't really know who actually owned the mattress, even to this day.
At some point, did you ever see the mattress again?
Yeah, so then somebody, I don't know who, but somebody took it back out of the hallway, and I think whoever actually owned it didn't want it anymore because it floated around. Like it was sometimes like in front of the unit that they were in, and sometimes in the middle of the hallway, and sometimes like on the floor. Like it was a very, it was very agnostic where it was for a while, and then I don't know what happened to it.
Okay, all right. Nothing further.
Ross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning. Morning? Morning. So, excuse me just one moment. So you went to 1111 Bellevue on December 3rd of 2021 at approximately 10 p.m. from what you recall?
Mm-hmm.
Is that yes?
Okay. Yes.
If you say I might ask you to say yes. Okay, that's okay. You said that you described 1111 Bellevue as an industrial building that was once used for manufacturing.
Yeah, in the 1920s.
Right.
So, yeah.
On December 3rd of 2021, it was not a manufacturing building.
No, there are individuals, tenants who do different types of manufacturing. Like there's a millwork company. We technically manufacture coffee, but they're not manufacturing pickup trucks in the way that they were 100 years ago.
Right. So in the 20s, it was used as basically a truck factory.
As far as I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
But on December 3rd of 2021, it was a business building.
Correct, yeah.
It was just industrial in style.
Specifically the look of the building.
Right, the look of the building was industrial, but it was not an industrial use building.
I think it's technically zoned industrial still to this day. I don't know if it's zoned mixed use, but I'm not fully positive on the regulations and codes of buildings.
What we agree on is that they're not building pickup trucks, right?
Correct.
It's not abandoned.
Correct.
There were multiple tenants in the building.
Correct.
And there had been multiple tenants for quite some time, for what it sounds like.
Mm-hmm. At least a couple of years.
Okay. Where you roast coffee is approximately 3,000 square feet. Is that correct?
Yeah. So there's 2,000 square feet on the first floor, and an additional 1,000 on the third floor.
Okay. So the 2,000 square feet on the first floor is the space where you share the wall with the artist studio.
Yes. Correct.
And then you have the 1,000 square feet on the floor, which is where you keep your cars.
Yeah. At the time. Yeah.
Okay. There's also, you can drive your car in. In fact, in this video, I think we can see where your car is parked. And you can drive your car in to is there like a garage door or something?
So not in this. So it's on the front of the building. There's a drive-in garage door.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how people get to their various garages, is that?
I would say like there aren't any other garages in the space, but that's how people unload and load their cars in there.
You said that you were generally aware of the Oxford High School shooting on November 30th of 2021.
Yeah.
You had seen media reports, I'm sure.
Yes.
You'd read stuff on social media.
Yeah.
You said that everyone knew what happened.
Yeah.
On November 30th of 2021.
Correct.
Prior to December 3rd of 2021, you saw a poster, a wanted poster on
Yes.
social media.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you saw it on December 3rd of 2021.
I believe so.
And that poster had a photo of James and Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
Or photos of James and Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
A photo of their vehicles?
Yes.
A license plate number?
Yes.
General information about the shooting?
Yes.
It indicated, I think your testimony was, it indicated that they were on the run.
Yes, I think it was more of like a be on the lookout or a wanted poster generally.
There was a reward offered, if you remember?
I don't remember at the time.
Your testimony was that the Kia, which we can see on the left side of the frame, was parked the farthest from the building entrance. Do you remember that being your testimony?
Yes.
You also testified that there's actually a door on the right side of the frame in front of where your car is parked.
Yes, I would say that the main entrance and then the ancillary entrances, I'm speaking mostly in regards to the main entrance of the building, which is on the front.
Okay, so there were multiple entrances to the building.
Mm-hmm. There are 3 entrances to the building.
Okay, so there wasn't just one way to get in on the front of the building, there was also the door right where your car is parked. And in fact,
Yes.
we watched you walk into that door.
Yes.
You said that you walked up to the Kia on the left side of the frame, you walked around to the back. We watched you do that, correct?
Yes.
You confirmed the license plate number from what was on the wanted poster on your social media.
Yes.
And then you saw someone sitting next to the car.
Yes.
If you recall, that person was smoking?
I don't recall. I saw that in other news articles and things like that, but I did not say that or see that originally.
Okay. You said that you didn't expect to see anyone sitting outside of the car?
Yeah.
You expected just to have the car there empty?
I think for clarity, I didn't expect to see the car or have the car be a matching car in the first place, so there were a lot of unexpected things happening at that specific time, but that's about it.
You said that you wanted to get safely inside.
Yes.
You assumed that the person that you saw was dangerous?
Yes.
That was based on what you had seen on the news and in media reports?
Yes.
Based on the wanted poster?
Yeah, maybe not particularly, I wouldn't say that like the poster said armed and dangerous or anything like that. I'm not 100% positive, but I think generally in a situation like that, I would fear for my safety.
Based on your own personal beliefs about the Oxford High School shooting and what you had heard in the media about James and Jennifer Crumbley?
Yes.
The person sitting outside the car didn't say anything to you?
They did not.
They didn't say, hey, look away?
No.
They didn't say a word, right?
There was no interaction between us.
In Exhibit 303 you called, was your 911 call. You recall that you told the 911 dispatcher that the parents were on the run?
Yes.
And again, that was information that you had based on what you'd heard in the news and the media and what you'd seen on the wanted poster. The person that you encountered next to the Kia didn't say, hey man, I'm running away. You said there was no encounter at all with that person.
Interaction.
Okay. Now, right around this timestamp, 2306 on the video, which I believe is about 20 minutes earlier real time, the prosecutor pointed out that somebody walked across the parking lot after you'd entered the building.
Yes.
That person didn't run after you, correct? From what you saw in the video?
Correct.
They didn't chase you down?
They did not.
Didn't threaten you in any way?
They did not.
You didn't even know that they were there?
Obviously I saw them. I didn't know that they followed me in.
Correct. You didn't know that they walked in after you'd walked into the building?
I think by the time I was in my unit, I didn't hear the door shut. I didn't know if they softly closed the door or anything, but I didn't know that they were in it.
You had no knowledge that that person had even entered the building?
Correct.
You then testified that there was about a couple minutes later, we watch, and I'll play the video too. Oh, I just went to sleep. We'll play the video too. A couple minutes after this 2306, or a couple minutes after you called 911, the police showed up.
Correct.
So if you look at the timestamp, right now it's 23:06:54. And then it jumps to 23:21. And then we play it for a little while, and we see what you believed was a patrol car out there outside the fence, correct?
Yes.
At 23:21.
Yes.
So at that point, it had been just shy of about 20 minutes between you entering the building, at some point making a 911 call, and the police showing up.
From this, yeah.
From this video, okay.
I'd say my conception of time was probably a little skewed in that specific moment, just given the heightened senses, you know.
Yeah, and I'm not asking you to lock into the time number in the couple minutes. I'm asking, it actually was not just a couple minutes, it was actually more than a couple minutes.
Sure.
That's all I'm asking.
Sure.
Okay. Now, I thought I heard you say this a couple of times, but I just want to clarify. You said that you were at the building for about an hour after you made your 911 call?
More or less, I'm not 100% positive exactly.
Then you were driven to a temporary, what you call the command post?
Yeah.
That law enforcement had set up?
Yeah, correct. I think there was media there. There was more SWAT cars. There was like a massive blue bus for the police.
And then, and this was the part that I wanted to make sure I heard you say correctly. And then the police took you back to this building and walked you through
my
the scene?
car was there, so I had to get my car. And so when I was going through the building to get my car, there were a bunch of police in the building, and they were like, "Oh, this is where they were."
And they allowed you to enter the scene? And
No, I did not enter the scene.
Okay. And that's what I was unclear about, because you testified that you had seen the mattress in the unit after James and Jennifer Crumbley got arrested.
So when I walk through the center of the building, you have to turn right to exit to access this parking lot that's on the screen. And so to exit that, you have to pass by the door of where they were hiding. And so that door was open, so you can see the mattress.
Okay. Now, you talked about what you heard while you were in the building. You said that you were at the front of the building while the police were searching the building?
Yeah. So like I said, I was generally kind of floating around. Because I have two doors on my building, or my unit, for example. I have like side doors and then front door. And so I was somewhere between those, or I was outside in the front.
So you know what you heard and saw, correct?
Yeah.
You know what you observed on your own.
Yes.
You have no knowledge of what James Crumbley heard or saw while the police were there.
That's correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly. Do people, is there any residential unit, and I guess what I'm asking is, do people sleep at the building?
No, it's within the terms of my lease, at least. And generally, I think it's one boilerplate lease that goes across all of them. Though that is an assumption that it is not allowed, you're not allowed to sleep there.
Oh, okay, thank you. I want to play the video, just a portion of it quickly. Your testimony was that you never saw the front of this individual,
That's right.
but what the actual piece of clothing, how did you describe it?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
How did you describe it? You said something in the 911 call.
I said it was a plaid hoodie.
Okay, do you know what color? Do you remember what color it was?
During the 911 call, I didn't say. I think it might have been blue.
Okay, but you're not sure.
Not 100% positive.
Okay. And now I'm going to show you another image. Exhibit 304. First of all, is that the art studio, if you know?
Yeah, I've never been inside of it, but like I said, when you pass to go to the parking lot or leave the parking lot, sometimes the door's open, so I know that there's like paintings in there, and I know the general footprint of the space, just given where it is.
All right. Did you ever see James or Jennifer Crumbley, other than
no?
Okay.
Only the obviously the scenes of being next to the car, but When they were arrested and taken away, I wasn't in the building, or I was at the command post.
Okay. And can you describe what that individual is wearing that's not the police officer?
It was like a blue sweatshirt or hoodie of some sort, plaid.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Brief pause. Mr. Crumbley, to your knowledge, James or Jennifer Crumbley were not tenants of 1111 Bellevue,
That's
correct?
correct.
You have no idea if they had any knowledge of what the terms of the lease were, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
But they wouldn't have had a fob because they weren't a tenant, correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
As far as you know, they were not a tenant.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you. May you be excused?
Yes, you can step down. You're excused.
We have a brief witness ready, Judge.
Okay. Their lunch is not here yet. I'm going to keep them hungry. Usually their lunch is here very early. Could you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Can you please step up? And can you have a seat? And could you state your name for the record and spell it, your first and last name?
David Metzke, D-A-V-I-D, Metzke, M-E-T-Z-K-E.
Go ahead, rescue.
Thank you. Good morning, sir. How are you?
Doing well, how are you?
Fine, thanks. And tell us, please, how you're employed.
Currently employed with Detroit Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer with Detroit?
Close to 7.5 years.
Okay. Tell us, please, what's your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the Detroit Special Response Team.
Tell the jury, please, what exactly is the Detroit Special Response Team?
So that is the SWAT team for the Detroit Police Department.
Okay. Tell us, what are some of the responsibilities associated with a team member of the Detroit Police Special Response Team?
Okay, so our primary jobs are barricaded persons, hostage situations, dignitary protection, high-risk search warrant, and fugitive apprehension.
Okay. How often would you say that you engage in these sort of duties?
So I'm close to 60 barricade or hostage situations right now, and I would say a little over 200 warrants right now.
Okay. Is this something that as a SWAT team member or special response team member you do on a daily or weekly basis?
Every day.
Okay. And how long have you been a member of the special response team?
Going on 4 years.
4 years, okay. I'd like to direct your attention to about 11:30 p.m. on Friday, December the 3rd, 2021. Do you recall that date and time?
I do.
And were you working or were you called in?
I was called in.
And tell us what that means, please.
So I was probably sleeping at that time. My work phone goes off because we're always on call. So it's blasting. You wake up, you look at your phone, and depending on what you get called in, so that day we were called in for fugitive apprehension. We're told to report to the base. I reported my base.
The Detroit Police Special Response Team base?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then what do you do there?
Then I gather all my equipment up. So, you grab your rifle, your body armor, your belt, anything you need for your objective for the night.
Okay. Were you told at that point why you were being called in specifically?
We knew we were going for 2 fugitives.
Okay. And so you got to the base and then you obtained your gear?
Correct.
And what happens next?
Then I was loaded onto the Bearcat, which is our smaller armored vehicle. And then we go from there to our assigned address.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, there are other members of the special response team with you at the base at that point?
Yes, sir.
And you said we loaded on the Bearcat, so that means other members loaded onto the vehicle as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall how many?
I would say around 6.
6? Okay. And you traveled together to the location you were called for?
Yes, sir.
Would that be 1111 Bellevue in Detroit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So give us an idea sort of where this location is.
So the closest geographic I would say would be like Belle Isle.
Okay.
Go like Belle Isle and then west off of Jefferson, like the closest.
Now, do you recall approximately what time you would have arrived there?
It was late. I know we called late, like almost 12. And
12 is at midnight?
12 midnight.
Okay.
So I would say it took me about 20 minutes to get from my house to the base, and then after loading the equipment up, probably about 25 minutes from our base to the location.
All right. Tell us, please, what you observed when you arrived at that location.
So we were one of the last officers there because there's 2 different teams on the special response team. There's a reactive team. The first guys that have take-homes, and they go directly to the scene.
Take-home vehicles?
Correct.
Okay.
And then the second set of the team, which I'm on, they go to the base and get all the equipment, and then they go to the scene. So we were probably one of the last officers that arrived to the scene at the time.
Okay. So when you arrived there, can you give us a number or approximately how many other law enforcement personnel you observed?
So I can't give you a hard number, but I can tell you when we pulled up in the armor, it was packed. Like I've been to a lot of stuff, right? The street was like I didn't even know what I was honestly pulling up on when we did that. When we pulled up in that small Bearcat, I was like, well, all right, I guess we're doing this. And there was tons of officers. The street was packed. It was busy.
Now, tons of officers. Are we talking about just Detroit or other departments as well?
I couldn't, like, once I got in the building, I could tell you more. But pulling up, I just seen a lot of cop cars.
Okay. So it's when you arrived, you made that observation. Did you meet with other team members?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And what happens next?
So I got off the Bearcat. I grabbed the Halligan, which is like a pry bar. So we're taught you to grab your Halligan and a ram because you never know what you're going into.
Can you describe what those 2 things are, please?
Yeah, so your Halligan is going to have like a sharp point on it and like rabbit tails on the end of it, and it's like a bar like this big.
You talking about 3 feet long or so?
I would say, yeah.
Okay.
Then you have your ram. We use a maritime ram, so it's probably about this big. It's like 35 pounds, and it has a blot on it about that big.
Okay, just so we have a little bit of an idea of making a record here. About a foot and a half long, or?
2 feet, safe to say.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said there's an end on it?
A square end, yeah.
A square end, and that's, what, 6 inches diameter?
Yeah, I would say it's safe to say, yeah.
Okay. And what is that made out of, if you know?
It's enough to break the door down, so it's steel.
Okay. And you said it's about 35 pounds?
Yeah.
All right. So you grab those 2 tools, and then what happens?
I grabbed the Halligan. So
the Halligan.
It'd be too much to carry your rifle, all your equipment, a ram, and halo. So I grabbed the Halligan. I came off the Bearcat, and then I made entry to the door. It was like a smaller door. I remember coming in and then like going left. And when I got in, there was like a lot of officers there, my team members there, guys in jeans with like police vests on, like a marshal. There was a lot going on when I walked in.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's 306. Is that photograph in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you recognize what's in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
And tell me what this is, please.
That's the scene where we responded to.
Okay. And is that photograph fairly accurately depict what that building was on the evening or the night of December the 3rd, 2021?
Oh, yeah. It was, I mean, to me, you got to think I'm coming in at 1 a.m., dark time. It was a warehouse.
Okay.
That's what I remember there.
And here's 307. Is this the same building, just different view?
Yeah, that looks like the door I walked in. See how it's like a smaller door?
To the left of the picture here?
Yeah, to the left. Right there, yeah.
Okay.
That's where I recall walking into a door similar to that.
Okay. And tell us again what you encountered when you went in that door.
So I came in, and then I went left. And when I came in, I remember I had my team members here, which our team members, they're very, like, distinctive. Like, we all wear black, and you have your SRT patch on, and you have your, Kevlar helmet on. We're very distinct. And then you have other officers, like patrol or, unmarked officers. So I knew who I was going to rendezvous with my team.
Okay, so you have one standard uniform, SRT guys.
Correct.
Okay, and you mentioned earlier individuals with jeans and vests that say police or...
Correct.
Okay,
yep.
So when you walked in at that point, could you give us an idea of how many law enforcement personnel you saw?
There was a lot.
Okay. A lot is in more than 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
More than 20?
Safe to say there was, I would say, 20, if not more.
Okay. And this building here, depicted in People's Exhibit 307, there's multiple floors?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when you walked in, you mentioned you rendezvous with your team.
Yes,
Tell
sir.
us what happens next.
So we moved, I met up with my sergeant, and they told us that what we're going to do, we're going to start moving through this building. We're going to be looking for these fugitives. So SRT will clear, the first level, second level, third level, and move on up. So once we got in there, I remember coming in. There was a hallway to the right, there was a hallway to the left, and then it kind of went like this, and there was like 2 bathrooms on the side here.
Okay. So did Detroit police have one specific assignment then?
Detroit police?
The SRT, yes.
Yes, at that time, correct.
Okay. So tell us what happened going through this initial assignment.
So we were looking for two fugitives. We started on the first level, and we started breaking down doors.
Okay, let me pause you right there. Breaching or breaking down doors. Tell us, please, what that entails.
So you're using that ram that I kind of explained, right? It's usually one of the bigger guys on the team. It's a specific form. It's the way you swing back, and you're using a ram specifically to bypass the lock on a door. So you're pushing it in with the force.
Okay. Did you use this tool on one door or multiple doors on the first floor?
I would say let's use it on multiple. I would say not more than 3, but I would say at least 2 to 3.
Thank you so much for joining us here on CBS News Detroit. I'm Meredith Bruckner. This afternoon, we're continuing our gavel-to-gavel coverage of James Crumbley's trial, as we've been doing since the beginning. We're going to have a live look back into the courtroom in Pontiac, and we do want to warn our viewers what you hear and see may be disturbing.
Maybe possibly on the second floor and never came down. So we went upstairs. When we got upstairs, there was another SWAT team. It wasn't. I'm not sure what SWAT team it was. It could have been a federal SWAT team.
It wasn't Detroit, though?
No, it was not.
Okay.
So we got up there. They told us that there was locked doors, but they cleared the open doors at that time. So sooner or later, our team got a hold of a ring, like full of keys. And I'm talking like it was a ring, like 100 keys. And there you go. Well, these are the keys to this building. Use it, so stop breaking down our doors. So we started unlocking doors in the second story, clearing it out.
Okay. That's on the second floor?
Correct.
Okay, but that's after doors were already breached on the first floor?
Correct.
Okay. This is Exhibit 309. Just to confirm, this is the same building, 1111 Bellevue in Detroit, just from a different view?
Correct.
Okay, correct. Okay, thank you. Now, after you obtained, or your team obtained that ring of keys on the second floor, did you obtain information that the wanted fugitives could be somewhere in the building?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and do you recall where that was?
So we were notified, at least I was notified, that the fugitives may be downstairs in a particular room. So our team went back downstairs to the particular room, and we lined up.
Okay, particular room, was it Suite 130?
I would say it's safe to say.
Okay, so that would be on the first floor. Prior to that information being obtained by your team, that door was not breached, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, were doors around that suite breached?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that a loud process or a quiet one?
It's going to be loud.
Okay, and that's because you described the 35-pound ram and what it's used for?
Yeah, you're breaking down. Yeah, you're slamming a door.
Now, on this particular evening, December 3rd, 2021, well, first of all, let me ask you, do you recall the approximate time that you entered Suite 130 at this location?
I don't know the exact. It was late. I know it was late. I know we were clearing probably for at least 40 minutes before we got there.
Okay, and that's your particular team clearing for 40 minutes?
Yes, sir. I would say me specifically with my team.
Okay, thank you. Were you equipped with body-worn camera?
Yes, sir.
Innocent? Okay. And if we had a date and time stamp from that body-worn camera, would that tell us specifically when it occurred?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's 304. This is a body-worn camera from that week. Just to confirm here, we have a date of December 4th, 2021, 1:34 a.m. And your name is on the bottom of this?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize this as being your body-worn camera footage?
Yes, sir.
Wait, is he cuffed over there?
Good.
All right, just go ahead. On the bed with hook her. Hey, come on. I'm 14. Secondary. Look at him. Here, Mark.
This is still an arrest. Out. Man, we have double checks and weapons. We're not, this is still an act. We got them. I gotta get everybody do this.
Sir, I'm going to stop right there. What was the purpose in looking in that specific area?
So SRT will clear out, make sure there's no weapons, or if there is weapons, we'd like it to be known before like detectives or patrol would come in.
So SRT's responsibility would be, in this situation, would be to find and make secure the fugitives, but not to search the location?
Correct.
Okay.
I can't do this.
Hey, bro. No, never mind. Hey, Woody. Yeah. I got it. Put your hands together like you're praying. Hands back together like you're praying. Double lock those. Not just in your pocket?
No, I can't see it. That's why.
You search her? Yes. Now, here.
The search of the male fugitive's person, that's for weapons. This is where any found.
Not that I can recall now.
See good? We got our stage. It's good going. Yeah. Come on, guys. No, something like that. Hey, Liz? Yeah. Come with us. Come on, sir. All right, you good? Good?
I'm just going to pause it for a second. At 1:42 a.m., 22 seconds. This is the hallway right outside of the suite where they were found in that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay, does this give an idea of the number of law enforcement personnel outside of that suite at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, appreciate it. Nice work.
Thank you. I have nothing further, Judge.
Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Ma'am.
Your role with Detroit Special Response Team, one of the things that you do is fugitive apprehension.
Yes, ma'am.
Fugitive apprehension is typically when there's a person who is not coming in to address allegations or charges against them, correct?
I would say that's
okay.
Correct.
Usually, fugitive apprehension is involved when it, and correct me if I'm wrong,
Okay.
if it becomes clear that that person is not going to come in on their own.
I'm just going to object to the form of the question, Judge. He's testified that he gets notified of when to report to base. He's given an assignment, and does the assignment.
Yeah, are you the one who decides that?
No.
In fact, you receive information from your supervisors,
Yes, ma'am.
and you have no knowledge of the truth to the information that you receive. Truth or inaccuracy, either way.
And I believe my supervisor's not to lie to me, so listen to the order.
So you get a phone call, and you go to the station.
Yes, ma'am.
You testified that there were, I think you said, tons of officers at 1111 Bellevue on December, well, it would have been December 4th of 2021.
Yes, sir. Yep. December 4th. Yes, sir.
You knew that there was a shooting at Oxford High School on November 30th of 2021?
Yes, sir.
You had seen media coverage about it?
Yes, ma'am.
You were aware of it?
I believe so, yes.
Were you also aware that James and Jennifer Crumbley had been charged in connection with the shooting on November 30th?
I can't say I remember or not.
Okay. You don't specifically recall seeing that they were charged?
Is that a no?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. Exhibit 306 was a photo of the exterior of 1111 Bellevue. Your testimony was that you remembered it as a warehouse?
Yes, ma'am.
You learned that it was actually a building that had multiple businesses in it, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew who you were looking for in 1111 Bellevue that night?
Yes, ma'am.
You had been given photographs?
I believe so.
Descriptions?
I believe so.
You knew that they were the parents of the Oxford High School shooter?
Yes, ma'am.
And you received that information from your supervisors or from the other officers when you arrived on scene?
I would say it's safe to say our supervisors.
Okay. Because the reason I asked that is because you testified that when you pulled up onto Bellevue, you didn't know what you were there for. So I wanted to clarify that before you entered 1111 Bellevue, you were given information about why you were entering.
I knew I was going for a shooter apprehension.
And who it was?
No, at the time I made entry, we found out pretty much who it was, I would say.
Okay. Entry into the building?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You testified that you received information while you were inside of Bellevue that the individuals may be on the second floor and may not have come down. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
That was not true, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You learned that that was not true.
Yes.
The video from your body-worn camera, which starts at 1:34 a.m. and 20 seconds on the timestamp, or it looks like 18 seconds on the timestamp, it's quiet when your video starts, correct?
Correct.
You can hear like a little bit of your movement with your equipment and stuff, but otherwise you don't hear yelling, you don't hear any other sounds, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You would agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
You recall when you entered the unit, obviously it was dark.
Yeah, didn't leave it.
You don't recall seeing police lights in the windows of the room, if you recall?
Yeah, no, I wasn't paying attention there.
You were looking at the people that were on the bed, right?
Yes.
In the middle of the room.
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, when you entered the unit, when you and your team entered the unit, James and Jennifer Crumbley were laying on a mattress in the middle of the room, which we saw.
Yes.
James was laying on his side, if you recall? If you recall.
I mean, it appears to be in the video.
They weren't covered with boxes or anything like that, correct?
No.
There was I think Jennifer Crumbley had a blanket on, otherwise James was completely uncovered.
It's safe to say.
He slowly rolled over as you all were giving him commands, correct?
It looks like that. I think I was paying more attention to Jennifer.
Okay.
So.
You don't recall him doing anything that would cause you all to be concerned. He didn't jump up, he didn't start to run, he didn't become combative. None of that happened from what you recall.
I would say he did none of that, but as far as our team goes, we're trying to take every caution as it is. We treat every person the same. We come up high, and then their reaction is how we go from.
And safe to say, when SRT gets involved, it's typically, and you talked about high risk, dangerous, so you're going into these scenarios already at a heightened level of concern or security or awareness. Is that fair?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't walk into the situation without all of your uniform on and your equipment and everything else thinking, oh, this is no big deal.
No, we don't do that.
Because when your unit gets involved, typically it gets involved in situations that are serious.
Correct.
And you guys are given information about situations that are serious.
Correct.
You guys meaning your unit.
Yes, ma'am.
You can hear yelling, if you recall. You hear yelling on the video, and if you know, you later learn that that was James Crumbley.
Okay.
He wasn't yelling at officers.
Okay. Yes,
You-
ma'am. No,
you
no,
recall
he
that?
didn't- Yeah, he didn't seem to be yelling at us.
Okay. He was just making sounds. It sounded almost, and if you know, if you agree, it sounded almost like he was in pain.
Safe to say.
And again, the mattress was in the middle of the room. James and Jennifer Crumbley were on it.
Yes, ma'am.
They weren't hiding in a corner.
No, ma'am.
They weren't hiding behind any of the raised countertops that were in there.
Yep.
They weren't hiding behind any of the paintings that were in there. They weren't covering themselves with blankets.
No, ma'am.
If you recall, your unit received information that James and Jennifer Crumbley may have a weapon with them.
Yeah, so, ma'am, I don't recall. We just treat every person that we're going after as if their possibly is a weapon.
Now, you all searched that unit and you did not find any weapons.
No, ma'am.
And you searched both James and Jennifer Crumbley and there was nothing found on them either.
Somebody did. I didn't. But somebody did.
Somebody searched them?
Correct.
Okay. And we talked about this a little bit at the beginning. It's not your job to verify whether or not the information that you receive is accurate, correct?
Correct.
Your job is to get the call, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You go to the base.
Correct.
You get your equipment on. You load into whatever vehicle you're taking, and you go to the scene that you've been called to.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, when the investigations are being done by your own department, you tend to have a little more information at the beginning. Is that fair?
Me, myself?
Your unit.
So, yes, ma'am. I would say normally during times that we get called out, it starts high and then it comes to us. If that makes sense.
High in the rankings.
Yes, ma'am.
So it would go to your supervisor or their supervisor, and it gets filtered down to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you recall, at around 6 minutes and 40 seconds on the video, I don't remember what the timestamp was, you can hear James Crumbley say we were leaving at 7 in the morning. Do you remember hearing that in the video?
I'm going to check to that, Judge. There's been any testimony of that, nor has there been any indication that that happened.
It's on the video, Your Honor.
Well, then I think the video should speak for itself for the jury to make that
Yeah,
determination.
ladies and gentlemen, you can rely on what you see in the evidence and on the video, all right?
Do you recall hearing that on the video?
Oh, man, we can run it back.
Okay. I can put it there. It said 6:24.
This is 3 or 5, correct?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't know if that audio is working. Oh, I don't know. Can you hear it from this?
Yeah, so this is the second time I've been watching the video, so yeah, I can.
Again, this witness can't interpret what he thinks somebody else may have heard. His camera obviously is 3 people away from where James Crumbley's in the video. The video would speak for itself.
It does. She asked if he heard it.
And he asked me to play the video back, Your Honor.
He said, if you want to play it back, go ahead. I mean,
Well, she
in
did.
response to a question of, did you hear that?
Okay, so did you hear it?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Sir, did you learn that they had active arrest warrants at the time you arrived on scene?
I don't recall.
In order for a fugitive arrest to occur, you need active arrest warrants.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And why would you be quiet right before you entered Suite 130?
So that's a form of a tactic. So we're trying to do. If you can see, we use keys, correct?
Yes.
You can have 2 options. We could ram the door, we could throw a flashbang in, and cause diversionary, or you can come in and be quiet. It would be a shock effect that way. So our supervisors make the decision to use the keys, unlock it, and use it as a surprise effect.
So everyone being quiet in the hallway, that was intentional as a tactic before you entered this particular suite?
Yes.
Now the using the ram, that wasn't a quiet tactic, was it?
No.
Okay, so the noise level that would have been depicted before those doors were breached right around this suite here would have been much different?
Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Briefly, Your Honor. You have no knowledge of your own whether or not James Crumbley heard anything that was going on outside of that suite, correct?
No.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, you can step down and you're excused.
Thank you.
All right, can I have you return at 1:30 after lunch? Don't discuss the case with anyone, don't research anything, don't look at any media, don't go on Facebook. You know the drill, right? Okay. We'll see you back at 1:30.
All rise for the jury.
All right, you may be seated. Who's the next witness? Who's next witness?
When we approach that finish, Judge?
Welcome back.
But will he take the stand? You're streaming CBS News.
On our places, bright shiny faces.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
Nate has one of the quickest minds I've ever seen.
Tony has a way of making people feel comfortable.
Gail has this unbelievable knack to ask the question that you're asking at home.
I've been told I could talk to a tree, and that's pretty much true.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings, weekdays at 7.
It didn't seem like anything could happen.
Because nothing ever happens in East Palestine. But it did.
Authorities released toxic fumes from 5 derailed train cars.
Resident, please evacuate.
Acute bronchitis due to chemical fumes.
Did you ever have these problems before the derailment?
No, ma'am.
This neighborhood's not safe no more.
We can assure the community that there's not vinyl chloride entering their communities.
Then why are there so many people feeling these various symptoms of bloody noses or difficulty breathing, or bronchitis?
That's a hard question to answer.
We're talking about one of the most blatant releases of a mixture of some of the most toxic chemicals that we've seen in America.
I feel like now I have a duty to warn other communities. If my daughter has to watch me die of cancer, at least it saves someone else. This case.
It's like a screenplay, something straight out of Hollywood.
But it's not fiction. It's 48 hours.
Human remains found this week.
4 families shattered.
There's no physical evidence.
The mystery would haunt investigators for years.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Like a John Grisham novel.
A gripping true crime original. 48 hours. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
This is CBS.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to our Dragon capsule here in space.
Sightseers in space, the thrill of a lifetime.
Seeing the Earth from space, it was so exhilarating.
But the risks that come with the territory.
There have been 4 fatal accidents. That's a 1% fatal accident rate.
Might make you look before you launch.
If you had 1 out of 100 airplanes falling out of the sky, we'd have a public crisis.
Space tourism, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Welcome back to CBS News. I'm Errol Barnett. Here's a quick recap of the top stories we're tracking for you right now. The IDF says a dual U.S.-Israeli citizen was killed on October 7th last year when Hamas took his body into Gaza. Itay Chen was one of 4 IDF members with dual citizenship being held by Hamas. President Biden released a statement vowing to continue to work to free the hostages. Haitian Prime Minister Ariel Henry has agreed to resign in an effort to quell the gang violence that's taken over his country. Henry says he and his government will step down following the installation of a presidential transition council. That announcement came just after U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken met in Jamaica with representatives from other Caribbean nations. And both Republicans and Democrats are taking turns firing critical questions at a hearing with former special counsel Robert Hur. Republicans are angry with Hur's decision to not file charges against President Biden over his handling of classified documents. Democrats objected to language used by Hur in his report, which he questioned the president's memory and mental acuity. All right, we've got some fresh data for you showing inflation came in just a bit hotter than expected in February. The Labor Department says consumer prices are up more than 3% over the last year. They increased 0.4% from January to February, which means it's up slightly. Housing and gasoline costs contributed to more than 60% of those increases. CBS News senior business and technology correspondent Jolene Kent joins us now from our LA bureau to break down the data. Jolene, like me and the rest of us, you're a data nerd. You love to kind of digest all of this. So help explain to us the gas prices component, because that's still down from this time last year, but a major contributing factor in what we're seeing. What's happening there?
Yeah, if you feel like you're paying more at the pump, you are. We're sitting at 4-month highs. The national average for a gallon of gas, according to AAA, is about $3.39. And so that's continuing to climb. And like you said, that contributed to the February inflation number in a major way, that and housing making up 60% of that tick up in inflation. So why is this happening? It's pretty simple. Winter is now turning to spring and summer. So we're now seeing a switch over from the cheaper winter gas to the summer blend, and so that's going to be a little bit more expensive. I'm also watching the refinery situation nationwide. There's a couple of refineries that have contributed to this boost in price due to issues, closures, problems on the refineries, including one in Indiana that went down in February. That's not fully back online. So that's why you're seeing gas prices bump up a little bit, and you have this bumpy road to 2%. On the inflation, on the overall CPI and inflation front, Errol.
Let's speak about the other component of these gains, which are housing prices. It's the bane of the existence for many millennials trying to get their first home. We know President Biden's recently focused on lowering housing costs. That takes time. Where does that stand now?
Yeah, it does take a lot of time. There's so much demand. There's so little inventory right now. So overall, housing prices are contributing and rent prices are contributing to inflation because of these issues in terms of cost. And so what you're going to see if you're trying to get in and buy a home and get a mortgage is that rates are actually not going to get any better in the next couple of months. We do expect to see rates come down. The Fed could do a cut, say, in June. But right now, when we look at this broader inflation data, Errol, you'll see that this basically confirms what Fed Chair Jerome Powell has been saying for months now, exercising all of that caution, proceeding very carefully, because inflation has ticked up. It's been a bumpy road. We've been hovering in this 3% range for quite a while now, and we aren't seeing any meaningful steps down to 2%, which is the critical target rate that Chair Powell really wants to see when it comes to cutting rates. So Fed is meeting next week. We already know, very unlikely to see a rate cut. Come May and June, though, we'll be watching to see what happens. But this inflation data is confirming what the Fed has already been saying, is they're going to go really slow. And if you look at it from the banking perspective, like what's Wall Street saying? Wells Fargo called it a generally encouraging report when it comes to core CPI. But of course, it's a complicated picture. So slow and steady wins the race. At least that's what the Fed is saying.
Well, as you mentioned, it's a bumpy road, this economic one. I'm glad we've got Jolene Kent along for the ride. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Errol.
All right, did you hear about this? Airbnb is banning the use of indoor security cameras. The company had allowed the use of cameras in common areas like living rooms as long as it was noted on their online advertisement. Well, this change is expected to impact only a small number of listings. In a statement, the company says it's looking to provide clearer rules and is working to improve its privacy policies. Doorbell cameras and some noise detectors, they are still allowed. The change goes into effect April 30th. Many healthcare providers still cannot process payments after a cyber attack took out an electronic billing service just last month. That disruption is costing the industry as much as $100 million every day. The attack targeted Change Healthcare, which is part of United Health Group. The American Hospital Association has since called this, quote, the most significant cyber attack on the U.S. healthcare system in American history. Joining us here in Studio 57 is Dr. Celine Gounder. She's the editor-at-large for public health with KFF Health News. And as you should all know by now, she's a CBS News medical contributor. It's a treat to get you here in studio to discuss this massive attack. What makes this suspected attack different, though, from others that we've heard of before? This sounds bigger.
This is by far the biggest ever attack, cybersecurity attack on the American healthcare system ever. This is a system, Change Healthcare, that processes medical payments and touches 1 out of every 3 patients in this country. So it's the magnitude of the scope of this attack is really quite large.
So now what challenges do healthcare providers face? I mean, it sounds like it's just impacting billing, but I imagine that has a knock-on effect in other areas.
Well, this is the issue. It's your ability as a provider to bill. It's also things like prior authorization. So, can you get those medications? Can you get an estimate, say, on a surgery that you want to schedule? What is that going to look like in terms of your insurance coverage and so on? All of those kinds of things are being affected. Patients' ability to fill their prescriptions. At some hospitals in the city here, for example, we're only able to give some patients only 2 weeks of refill. So it means that they may need to come back over and over again. And some patients are even having to pay out of pocket for their refills.
And not everybody has the money out of pocket. Not everybody has the time and resources to get back to the hospital and get your prescriptions if you're trying to deal with your life. So I would imagine people's lives are on the line here. What's the government doing to try and help in the meantime?
Well, the government is trying to create some supports for healthcare systems, not directly supporting patients, but the systems. And this is because without revenue coming in through the billing process, you don't have money to make payroll, to be able to pay your doctors and your nurses and your janitors and all the staff that you need to run a healthcare system. You don't have the money to order the medications or supplies. And so the idea is to try to help support healthcare systems through this, but especially Medicaid providers, those who have less of a buffer, so to speak, financially, they're really in deep trouble here.
You know, I thought that because it's the healthcare system and we have HIPAA laws protecting the spread of information, that it was the most locked down of systems in the country. How then does this attack highlight some of the glaring holes that exist in our medical system?
Well, there are tight controls around patient records, but there are loopholes here. So, for example, it could be something like a medical device that is connected to the hospital's internet, or it could even be an HVAC system. Those provide back doors to enter and hack the internet system of a healthcare system.
Don't click on emails you don't recognize, right? Sometimes it's that simple, and that's how they get in. Dr. Celine Gowda, great to see you. Thanks for being here. Still to come for you all, police have found a missing boy in an unexpected place, a Target store. We'll tell you how long the 12-year-old spent there and why police believe he was hiding. You're streaming CBS News.
Washington is the seat of power. National security, foreign policy, global economics, every story comes through Washington in some way. We bring some of the most powerful voices in America to the table. We don't just ask the questions, you have to go deeper. We try to understand what's at the heart of the issue we're talking about, to then come forward with solutions.
Face the Nation on CBS.
The justices ruled that Harvard and the University of North Carolina violated the Constitution.
In the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision to end affirmative action in college admissions, uncertainty sets in for some students of color.
Affirmative action really gave us an equal opportunity.
CBS Reports explores the historic decision and what it means for those chasing an opportunity to change their lives.
I knew that college was the ticket to break this cycle.
The end of affirmative action, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Okay, let's go. You guys good?
Hey.
All right, we good?
Keep going.
The clock, it's ticking. Off we go.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
It's time for 60 Minutes, Sundays on CBS.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
AI is among the most world-changing technologies ever.
Curing diseases, scientific breakthroughs, making lives better.
They can help us with medical discoveries, scientific discoveries, doing better agriculture, having cures for things like Alzheimer's.
It's also going to really transform the way we work.
The uplifting potential of artificial intelligence is limitless.
It gives you a friend, somebody to chat with 24/7 that is non-judgmental. He makes me feel loved and desired.
And so are its downfalls.
The problem with all this AI is that it's unpredictable and uncontrollable. The choices we make now will have lasting effects for decades, maybe even centuries.
The ChatGPT revolution, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
We are about to see American weapons in the hands of Mexican cartels.
A gun pipeline to Mexico.
We are arming the cartels.
100%, no doubt about it.
Happening right under our noses.
Who's doing something about this? Nobody.
A CBS Reports exclusive.
Most Americans have no idea that we are effectively arming the enemy next door.
This is the story the American people need to know.
Arming cartels, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides, taking you inside American democracy.
The most important stories on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour basis.
You're going to hear a lot of reporting.
It is clearly a pivotal moment.
Gun control, the economy, education.
Both sides of the political aisle fight it out for power.
Bringing you the analysis that you need.
Thoughtfully, with context.
Be part of the conversation.
On CBS News streaming.
Welcome to America Decides, Monday through Thursday at 5 p.m. Eastern.
Day 4 of the trial of a school shooter's father is underway right now in Michigan. Prosecutors are presenting additional witnesses in the case against James Crumbley. You see him there. He's being charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Each count represents a student who was killed by his son back in November of 2021. Crumbley's wife, Jennifer, was found guilty of the same charges just last month. CBS News Detroit reporter Andres Gutierrez is at the Oakland County Courthouse and has been following this trial. What are we learning, Andre, from today's testimony?
Errol, good to be with you. It's all about where and how those guns were stored at the shooter's home. This morning, we heard from a detective who said that James Crumbley was quite cooperative with them hours after his son committed the worst mass shooting in state history. He said he essentially gave him a rundown of where the weapons were in that house, including a BB gun that he said described as an assault rifle, and that they shouldn't be too worried when they came across that. When the detectives went into the home and executed the search warrant, they found 2 empty magazines, some ammo, and a gun safe where there was a .22 caliber and a Derringer in it. Here's the only thing is that that gun safe was unlocked and that the code had never been changed from the default setting of 000. So it goes to the point that the prosecution's been trying to prove that James Crumbley was negligent in failing to secure those weapons properly, even though he knew that his son was in the throes of some mental health problems.
Now, might he take the stand? If I think back to when Jennifer Crumbley was being tried, she testified and then was found guilty of 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. So where do we stand right now on his testimony?
Yeah, she certainly did. And really, since the defense doesn't have to really bring any witnesses, they don't have the burden of proof here. The state does. So they don't have to call anyone, but it's unlikely that they won't. So the big question, the $64,000 question is whether James will take the stand. And if he does, it may happen as early as this afternoon. The state is starting to wrap up the case. It's likely they'll wrap up this afternoon. They've been essentially drawing out a timeline with the witnesses they've called, and they're now at the point where the Crumbleys have been arrested. They may end up calling a shooting survivor to essentially tie up, put a bow to the timeline here, but the state is likely to rest today, and then the defense is up. And for the Jennifer's case, Shannon Smith, her attorney, only called her up to the stand. So we'll see if in this case James will be the only one, and if he does, we'll see what he says.
And considering there are so many risks to his testimony, I'm wondering if the defense feels that there's anything he could clear up to not get the same outcome of his wife of being found guilty.
Yeah, the biggest concern here, Errol, would be that if they put James Crumbley up on the stand and he doesn't come across as remorseful, because that's what happened in the wife's case. Jennifer went up there and they gave her the opportunity to say, would she change anything if given now what she knows? And she says she wouldn't, that she wouldn't change anything. And so that is the risk they run here, is that if they put him up on the stand and he doesn't come across as remorseful, that may not play well in front of the jury.
And Andres, Jennifer was the first parent of a high school shooter to be charged and found guilty for the actions of their son. Just remind us the big picture here of why there's still so much attention on the father now in this case.
Yeah, for this point, it just provides case law for other prosecutors across the country to apply this set of circumstances if they ever were to see a mass shooting in their particular state or in their local municipality. And so this is obviously a landmark case with the decision that came down in the wife's case, and she's going to get sentenced in April. And now we're set to see what happens to James.
All right, we'll stay connected with you, Andres Gutierrez. Thank you very much. So Ohio police believe a missing 12-year-old boy spent the entire night in a Target store. An employee found him in the store before it opened Monday morning. The boy's parents reported him missing Sunday night. Officials believe he ran away from home, but has now been reunited with his family. It is unclear how he went undetected when the store closed Sunday night. As we approach the start of spring, some parts of the West Coast are still seeing some lingering snowstorms. Meteorologist Alex Wallace from our partners at the Weather Channel has your forecast. Good day, Alex.
Well, good day to you, Errol. As we work our way through this early part of the week, attention is going to be turning to what's happening in the western part of the nation. We're going to be talking about some wet weather along the coast and then through the interior. Watch how things really start to wind up in terms of the snow that adds up here for you. Parts of Utah, eventually getting into Colorado as well, particularly as we start to move our way from the mid to latter part of the week, Wednesday into Thursday, that time frame. Watch the snow really add up here for you. Denver, one of those spots that could potentially get in on some big snows here. Not out of the question. Notice this continues into early portions of Friday. So it's a few days of having to deal with the snow adding up, which means it could pile up to be quite a bit out there. In fact, some double digits are showing up. You head south of Denver there around the Palmer Divide area. Foot and a half will be a real possibility, and we could be talking about some 2 to 3 foot totals there in the higher terrain of the Rockies. Now, while all that's going on, you head east and you get into the severe weather threat. This is Wednesday early morning now, watching a few showers there in the mid-Mississippi Valley, but it's really not until we get into overnight into our Thursday that we really see some of those thunderstorms erupt, and then you can see how things progress east from there, heading into Thursday evening, Little Rock back down towards Dallas. You could be seeing some thunderstorms, and then by the time we get into Friday, rain for the mid-Atlantic into New England and also farther south. Rain adding up there into some areas that are already soggy. We'll get the updates to the forecast for your neighborhood with the Weather Channel on cable or live on your favorite TV streaming device. Errol, we will send it back to you.
All right, Alex, thanks very much. Thieves are stealing marijuana from a police department's evidence room, but not in the way you might think. There's quite a tale to this story. What New Orleans police are saying about this and their solution to the problem. You're streaming CBS News.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy. And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking.
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
Innovative and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
At this moment, terrorists could be plotting another attack.
9/11 triggered a counter-terrorist system that included a secret database.
This person needs a closer look.
A growing list of nearly 2 million people, including some Americans who say they're innocent.
For 1 hour flight, I have to spend 6 hours to go and come back.
CBS Reports explores this system, the people responsible for it, and those pushing for change.
I'm not fighting against them. I'm fighting for them to do the right thing.
The Watch List, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Don't miss true crime anytime you want, anywhere you go. With the 48 Hours podcast. Real crimes, real lives, real justice.
There's some questions that have to be asked and need to be answered.
Listen to 48 Hours on Apple Podcasts.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Imagine yourself in Manhattan with no police, no army, no mayor.
The people of Haiti stare down poverty, corruption, natural disasters, and violence.
90% of the guns that are used by gangs in Haiti are American guns.
But with an unbreakable spirit and eternal optimism.
There are days where I cry, but we can't be discouraged. We still believe in Haiti.
They're still able to look ahead with hope.
Haiti is on the brink of transformation, a radical shift. Nations are coming together and saying things must change.
Fighting for Haiti, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
Everybody wakes up in the morning and they are pelted with alerts that frighten them, news that agitates them. With this show, we have the time to explain what's going on. These migrants, they've been released. Explain the status that allows them to be released, to slow things down a little bit. What are the big sets of questions for China and its ambitions? Hackers are stepping up their attacks to extort victims. Let's start with easy. Who's attacking? Here's a deeper understanding of what's happening.
Primetime with John Dickerson. Stream on the free CBS News app.
When you wake up in the morning, we want to be your go-to team.
On our places, bright, shiny faces.
I don't go to work in the morning. I go for coffee with my two good friends, and we talk about the world.
Your morning routine just got better. CBS Mornings.
It's a classic. You're seeing there Eric Carmen singing Hungry Eyes, one of the hits from the Dirty Dancing soundtrack. The former Raspberries frontman turned soft rock solo artist died over the weekend at the age of 74. He was also remembered for the 70s hit classic, All By Myself.
What a beautiful sight. As you can see on your screen, we have Dragon Splashdown.
All right, look at that. 4 astronauts returning to Earth today following a 6-month stay at the International Space Station. The Crew 7 team undocked from the ISS yesterday before splashing down there in the Gulf of Mexico this morning. The crew completed more than 3,000 orbits and traveled more than 84 million miles during their mission, which is just mind-boggling. 4 other astronauts arrived earlier this month to replace this team aboard the ISS. So, city council members there in Southern California will vote on the expansion of Disneyland next month after the massive project cleared a major hurdle. Anaheim planning commissioners approved this. It's a $1.9 billion proposal for Disneyland Forward yesterday. This proposed expansion includes the development of new attractions, shops, and restaurants with existing Disneyland Resort property over the next decade. And it would also add, as you might imagine, more parking to the theme park. It includes the purchase of the Magic Way Road near the resort. If you're familiar, the Anaheim City Council is expected to vote on the project April 16th.
The rats eating our marijuana, they're all high.
That's the story. Police in New Orleans have, you could call this an unusual problem on their hands right now, and you heard it there. Rodents have gotten into the evidence room and started eating the cannabis that officers confiscated. At a meeting last night, the city's police superintendent argued that the force, well, now desperately needs a new building, in part because of this infestation. She says even staff are finding rat droppings on their desk.
When we say we value our employees, you can't say that and at the same time allow people to work in conditions that are not acceptable.
Thankfully for the New Orleans Police Department, the city decided to approve a lease to rent a new building on Monday. Louisiana decriminalized possession of small amounts of pot back in 2021, so it seems the rats won't face drug charges. Theft and breaking and entering, though, that's another story. All right, coming up next for you here on CBS News and throughout the afternoon, we are tracking the fallout and reaction from a major hearing where lawmakers questioned the special counsel who investigated President Biden and his handling of classified documents. Plus, new developments in the 21-year-old murder case that captivated the country. Why advocates, including the victim's sister, say Scott Peterson deserves a new trial. And the House gets a classified briefing on TikTok just one day before a vote that could ultimately ban the popular app across the country. Stay right where you are. You're streaming CBS News.
Okay, so let's just start at the beginning.
Well, let me start with this. What is at stake here?
What is the answer then?
Do you know why?
You want me to just keep going?
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Were there death threats?
How is this possible?
What's wrong with that argument?
Are you saying they lied?
Have you told the government that? Why won't you say the word crisis?
You're not answering my question.
This really
is that scary?
Does that make sense?
What do you mean?
What does that mean?
Did any of that make sense?
What's your response?
What happened?
Why?
It's time for the CBS News Original 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS and streaming on Paramount+.
There is no more room in our city.
New York City is receiving record numbers of migrants.
Today, we're going to have more than 500 adults and children come through that door.
Tensions rise as shelters reach max capacity.
We don't have to take care of them.
CBS Reports goes inside a crisis cities and families are facing as they fight to survive.
The United States still has that glimmer of hope for people to come here.
Fighting for a future. Now streaming on the free CBS News app.
On Face the Nation, the way to learn is to listen.
We may have a recession.
Listening to how someone explains themselves is so key to understanding their perspective.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
Since you started La Soup in 2014, do you have any sense as to how much food you've rescued from the landfill?
We've rescued 4.5 million pounds.
I can't even fathom how much food that is.
And that's one little person in one little city in America. We're going to call this chicken piccata. We did 450 of these meals today.
This is the exact dish that you and I are going to have.
Yep.
Oh, really good.
Is it good?
Mm-hmm.
Having a plan of how to keep people fed should be in every single city.
If we eliminated food waste, could we eliminate
hunger? Yes.
Eating Trash, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
America Decides, taking you inside American democracy.
The most important stories on a day-to-day, hour-to-hour basis.
You're going to hear a lot of reporting.
It is clearly a pivotal moment.
Gun control, the economy, education.
Both sides of the political aisle fight it out for power.
Bringing you the analysis that you need.
Thoughtfully, with context.
Be part of the conversation.
On CBS News streaming.
Welcome to America Decides.
This is CBS.
CBS News, 60 Minutes, Sunday on CBS.
At the CBS Evening News, we focus on solutions, finding solutions to healthcare problems, how much money we can spend on the groceries, finding solutions to help people understand what are the right choices to make for you and your family.
I'm Errol Barnett at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York. You're watching Capitol Hill, where the House Judiciary Committee continues to question former Special Counsel Robert Hur about his investigation into President Biden's handling of classified documents. Republicans are upset that he cleared the president of wrongdoing. Democrats are upset that he described the president as an elderly man with poor memory. Let's continue to listen.
If proven, would present serious aggravating facts.
Keep going.
Congresswoman, I'm happy to have you read the words in my report.
Well, it's your report, so I think it actually is more fitting that you read those.
Most notably, after being given multiple chances to return classified documents and avoid prosecution, Mr. Trump allegedly did the opposite.
Keep going.
According to the indictment, he not only refused to return the documents for many months, but he also obstructed justice by enlisting others to destroy evidence and then to lie about it.
You may stop there. Thank you. You mentioned the indictment against Mr. Trump for mishandling sensitive classified national security information. That indictment says at the end of his presidency, Mr. Trump, I'm looking for my indictment here. I have it here. Hang on. Mr. Trump himself ordered that boxes containing classified materials go to Mar-a-Lago, where he hosted tens of thousands of guests. Then he kept these sensitive materials carelessly about the property, as you can see here. Classified documents ended up in a bathroom, a ballroom, on a floor, spewing about. And when a grand jury subpoenaed the documents, what did Donald Trump do? The indictment again shows against him what he responded by, suggesting that his attorney falsely represent that the FBI and grand jury that he did not have documents called for by the subpoena. He directed his employee, Waltine Nauta, to move boxes of the documents to conceal them from Mr. Trump's attorney, and then lied to his attorney and the FBI and the grand jury, suggesting his attorney might hide or destroy documents called for by the grand jury investigation. Mr. Hur, are those the type of aggravating facts to which you refer to in your report?
Congresswoman, the aggravating facts that I refer to in the report are set forth and described in my report at page 11.
Very good. Mr. Hur, to the best of your knowledge and investigation, did President Biden ever direct an employee to lie about, hide, or destroy classified information? Yes or no?
We did not identify such evidence.
Did he do so himself?
We did not identify such evidence.
And I want to give you a chance, since the transcript is out, to correct the record on an important point. Very sadly, your report on page 208 says that Mr. Biden couldn't come up with the date, the year of his son, Beau Biden's death, when in fact in the transcript it shows that you asked him the month. And do you know what he said, Mr. Hur? He said, oh God, May 30th. Would you like to correct the record? His memory was pretty firm on the month and the day.
Congresswoman, I don't believe that's correct with respect to the transcript, but if you could refer me to a specific page, I'd be happy to look.
I've read about it in reporting. Thank you. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Kiley.
Mr. Hur, why did the White House ask you to remove parts of the report? What was the reason they gave for that?
I don't have the letter in front of me, Congressman. I believed that among their reasons was that they contested, or that they asserted that certain language in the report was inconsistent with DOJ policy.
The day that your report came out, the president gave a live news conference on national television. Did you watch that news conference?
I watched the press conference, yes.
What was your reaction to seeing the president personally attack you and your team?
Congressman, I'm here to talk about the work that went into the report and my declination decision and my explanation of it for the attorney.
And it wasn't just the president. Anthony Coley, former spokesman for Merrick Garland, has said that Democrats should focus their ire on her. The president's personal attorney, Bob Bauer, said that your report is a shabby piece of work and a shoddy work product. Do you agree with that characterization of your report?
I disagree vehemently with that characterization of my report.
I also disagree. I think it's very well written, well considered, and comprehensive. Do you think it's appropriate for the administration to be attacking the work of a special counsel that it appointed itself?
Congressman, I'm not going to comment on the propriety of the administration's reaction to my report. What I can tell you is that I stand by the report and the work that went into it.
Today, the ranking member started his opening statement by saying, Mr. Hur completely exonerated President Biden and called your report a total and complete exoneration. Mr. Hur, did you completely exonerate President Biden?
That is not what my report does.
Was your report a total and complete exoneration?
That is not what the report says.
So the statement by the ranking member was incorrect, yes?
As I said, the report is not an exoneration. That word does not appear in my report.
Based on the facts and anticipation of defenses presented in your report, could a reasonable juror have voted to convict?
As I said in the report, some reasonable jurors may have reached the inferences that the government would present in its case in chief at trial.
So a reasonable juror could have voted to convict based on the facts that you presented?
Correct.
If you were on the jury, would you have voted to convict?
I have not engaged in that thought exercise, Congressman, and so what I'd like to stick to is what's in the report, which is my assessment as a prosecutor.
Sure. And what you did find in the report is that the president, you said this is page 200, risks serious damage to America's national security through his handling and mishandling of classified materials. And you identify, quote, a strong motive for the way he handled those materials. Two of the motives you cited was his desire to run for president and his desire to sell books. So a reasonable inference for your report is that the president risked serious damage to America's national security in order to make money and advance his personal political ambitions. Is that correct?
The report includes a description of the evidence and different inferences that reasonable jurors could draw from the evidence.
And you also note that the president described his predecessor's handling of classified materials as totally irresponsible, and your report concludes that Mr. Biden's emphatic and unqualified conclusion that keeping marked classified documents unsecured in one's home is totally irresponsible applies equally to his own decision. Is that correct?
That language does appear in the report.
You cite as a mitigating factor the fact that the president cooperated in the investigation. But at the time that the investigation was happening and these acts of cooperation occurred, the Mar-a-Lago investigation was already a matter of public record, correct?
I believe that's correct.
So we already had a public debate about the handling of classified documents and the potential application of the criminal laws to that general set of circumstances.
I think that's fair.
And so the president, when he decided to cooperate or not cooperate, had to know that that decision to cooperate or not cooperate would become known to the public, and he would be judged accordingly. Is that correct?
I'm not in a position to opine on what was or was not in the president's.
But it's relevant to your analysis as to whether or not it counts as a mitigating factor. If he knew that he was going to have to be judged based on whether he cooperated or not, that would lessen its value as a mitigating factor. So did that, in your analysis, lessen its value?
We undertook a comprehensive assessment.
So that specific factor, did it lessen its value as a mitigating factor?
That and all facts relating to the president's cooperation with our investigation.
Another factor you discussed is deterrence. And you say that deterrence actually, the factor actually counsels against bringing charges here, because you said, as for general deterrence, future presidents and vice presidents are already likely to be deterred by the multiple recent criminal investigations and one prosecution of current and former president and vice presidents for mishandling classified documents. So that one prosecution, of course, is the indictment brought by Jack Smith. So by the very terms of your analysis, Jack Smith's indictment actually counseled against and was counted against bringing charges in this case. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, Congressman, I don't follow your drift there.
Well, you said that there's already deterrence because there's this prosecution out there in a prior case related to classified documents. So we don't need to bring another case to establish deterrent value. That was the essence of your analysis, correct?
Congressman, what I'll say is that I will stand by the way and the specific words in which I characterize my assessment of deterrence value of a case under the principles of federal prosecution that's on page 254 and 255 of my report.
Thank you. My time is out, but I'll just add the perverse implication here is that the administration, by the very terms of your analysis, actually made it less likely that the president would face charges by Jack Smith bringing an indictment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman, I have a unanimous consent request.
Okay.
Thank you. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record two documents. First, the superseding indictment against Donald Trump in the Southern District of Florida, where he is currently facing criminal charges on 40 counts, including obstruction of justice, lying to the FBI, his unlawful, willful retention of national defense
without objection, the indictment is
the concealment
recognized.
of documents from law enforcement, among other things. That was the shortened version. And my second document, to clarify for you, sir, Mr. Herr, from the transcription, page 82, the words are President Biden's. What month did Beau die? Oh, God, May 30th. A searing memory. I ask unanimous consent.
Without objection. The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, for this hearing, and thank you so much for spending so much time with us today, Special Counsel Herr. In accordance with the law, classified information must be treated with the highest respect and also protected. And President Biden has made it clear during this investigation and long before that he agrees. In response to Mr. Herr's report, he said, and I quote, "Over my career in public service, I've always worked to protect America's security. I take these issues seriously, and no one has ever questioned that," end quote. The special counsel's report makes clear that this is unfortunately a common occurrence for classified documents to get swept up into members of Congress or executive branches officials' personal effects. And as soon as President Biden discovered that he had mistakenly kept classified material, he took swift and immediate action to ensure that those materials were returned, and he fully cooperated with every step of your investigation. President Biden's predecessor, when dealing with the issue of having classified materials, took very different steps. In 2016, Donald Trump declared, and I quote, "I'm going to enforce all the laws concerning the protection of classified information. No one will be above the law," end quote. Yet when his lawyer told him that it was going to be a crime if he didn't return the classified documents that he had after NARA, the DOJ, and the FBI requested multiple times that Trump returned the classified documents, yet he hid them. Trump himself acknowledged that the same year that service members have risked their lives to acquire classified intelligence to protect our country, yet he decided that his desire to keep these documents outweighed the potential loss of life for these people if those papers got out. Not only did Trump have a legal obligation, he also had a moral obligation to all of us, and he failed to live up to that. Mr. Hur, thank you for being here today. I'd like to talk about your report regarding President Biden and some of your findings. And for the sake of time, if you don't mind just answering yes or no, please answer this question. Page 187 of your report reads, "At no point did we find evidence that Mr. Biden intended or had reason to believe the information would be used to injure the United States or to benefit a foreign nation." Is this what you reported? For the sake of time, please answer yes or no.
Congresswoman, you said page 187?
Of your report, yes.
Yes. At no point did we find evidence. Yes, that language is on page 187.
Okay, so then this is what you reported, correct? Yes.
That language is in my report.
Okay, and Mr. Hur, you acknowledged on page 12 of your report that there are, as you said, numerous previous instances in which marked classified documents have been discovered intermixed with the personal papers of former executive branch officials and members of Congress. Please, once again, can you confirm for us, yes or no, the answer whether this is what you reported?
That language appears at page 12 of my report.
Page 323 also reads, "As a matter of historical context, there have been numerous previous incidents in which marked classified documents have been discovered, intermixed with the personal papers of former executive branch officials and members of Congress." Is this what you reported?
That language appears at page 323.
Thank you. Now it's my understanding that this has happened before, where classified documents are swept up into official papers. So, Mr. Hur, aside from Donald Trump, are you aware of similar instances in history where officials who have had these classified documents engaged in a months-long elaborate scheme to hide those documents from federal law enforcement officials?
The one case that comes to mind that we do address in the report is the prosecution of General Petraeus.
So, are these historical examples, aside from Donald Trump, where officials instructed their aides to delete evidence pertaining to those classified documents?
That was not present in the Petraeus prosecution, no.
Okay. So, the American people deserve, as we've always been saying all along here, that we deserve a leader who will not put themselves above the law, but will work with law enforcement and hold themselves accountable. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Special Counsel Hur, when you determined that no criminal charges should be brought against President Biden in this matter, you focused on the specific facts surrounding the classified documents, where President Biden stored them, and on his memory and age. You wrote that President Biden's, quote, memory was significantly limited during his recorded interviews with the ghostwriter in 2017 and during his interview with the Special Counsel's Office in 2023. You also expressed concern that prospective jurors would be persuaded by President Biden's presentation as a sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Your assessment, however, was focused on how President Biden would currently present to a jury if he stood trial. Is that correct?
That was an element of my explanation to the Attorney General for my decision. It was not the only element.
Okay, that wasn't my question, but it was one of the things that we were considering was his current state of mind, his current memory. Correct?
One of the things that I considered would be how, if a trial, whenever a trial theoretically were to be held, how President Biden would present himself to the jury if he elected to testify.
Okay. You did not compare President Biden's current memory or condition with his memory or condition when he was in the Senate or when he left the vice presidency and took the classified documents subject to your investigation. Is that right?
Actually, I believe that's not correct, Congresswoman. One of the things that's in the report is an assessment of the president's memory based on recordings from the 2016-2017 timeframe, recordings of conversations between Mr. Biden and his ghostwriter, and comparing that with the president's memory that he exhibited during our interview of him in October of 2023. So there was a comparison there.
Okay, so, but unless there was some issue undisclosed to the American people during his 50 years in office, you found that Mr. Biden fully understood his legal responsibility related to the handling of classified materials, which is why you concluded in your report that Mr. Biden, quote, willfully retained and disclosed classified materials after his vice presidency when he was a private citizen. You state that on page 1, correct?
I believe that what I stated on page 1 was that we identified evidence that Mr. Biden willfully retained classified information after the end of his vice presidency, but ultimately we concluded that the evidence was insufficient to warrant.
I understand that. Please listen to my question. What I'm getting at is that Mr. Biden fully understood that he could not keep classified information at his home as both a former senator and vice president. Isn't that right? He understood that, correct?
My understanding is that based on the evidence, my assessment was that a jury...
That isn't what my question was. Please listen to my question. My question was that Mr. Biden understood when he was a senator and vice president that he could not keep classified materials at his home, at his garage, and in other offices. Is that fair?
I don't think that's accurate, Congresswoman, because when Mr. Biden was vice president, he was authorized to have classified material in his home.
But after he left, he knew that he was not entitled to keep classified information at his home, correct?
After he left, there is evidence to suggest that he knew that he could not legally have classified information in his home. However, there is evidence with respect to his notebooks that he believed he was authorized to keep the notebooks at home based on precedent.
Based on precedent.
All right, we're a number of hours into this congressional testimony. You're watching Special Prosecutor Robert Hur basically defend his decisions. Republicans upset that he cleared President Biden of wrongdoing in the classified documents case. Democrats upset at the characterization he used that Biden was an elderly man with poor memory. We'll continue listening into this and take a very short break and have more updates for you after this.
Congresswoman, what I stated in my report.
Mr. President, there's a lot to talk about.
A lot to talk about. If China invades Taiwan, what will the U.S. Navy do?
Here in Tel Aviv, second siren in about 10 minutes.
This Humvee just pulled up and said, it's time to leave.
The CBS Evening News with Nora O'Donnell.
I had progressively fallen deeper into the world of online sports betting.
The risk is the rush.
What do you think is driving the spike in popularity?
I think it's legality.
If it's legal, I'm going to use it. There are ways to bet when you are 18.
We've created an epidemic of child gambling.
You can't walk into a male dormitory in a college campus without sports betting happening.
It's America's most neglected problem.
I used sports betting as a way to escape, when in reality, I'm choosing self-destruction. Whatever I had left, it was gone.
The purpose of the industry is to get you to play to extinction. And that means until all your money is gone.
Stories start with the who, what, when, and where. But it's why it's important to you that matters most. Knowing what to ask is how you open the door to a deeper understanding. See you on Primetime, streaming free everywhere.
An original documentary from CBS Reports.
That Desired Farm is a wonderful place to raise children, and it still is.
Promises broken.
Black Americans have been the target of racism and discrimination pretty much from the time they acquired ownership in the land.
Costing black farmers hundreds of billions in generational wealth.
They did everything to make sure we were run off that land.
But communities are uniting to continue the fight.
Collective ownership is powerful.
To keep their land and their dreams alive.
To watch my children play on land that we own means everything.
So land is power.
Most definitely.
40 Acres and a Mule, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
An original documentary from CBS Reports. Tensions rising between a powerful country and a vital island.
The supply of this technology came grinding to a halt. The world would grind to a halt.
Absolutely.
As Taiwan faces threats and aggression.
Taiwan is on the front line, and we understand our responsibility as a democracy. We cannot fall.
CBS News examines whether they can defend themselves.
Putin, Ukraine, China, Taiwan, they are manifestations of the battle between autocracy and democracy. And that is a fight that we're all engaged in.
Defending Taiwan, now streaming on the free CBS News app.
When weather turns extreme,
record-breaking storm surge and devastating wind.
Every second counts.
The mud punched a hole right through the wall.
See, hear, feel the forecast. Tonight on the CBS Evening News with Norah O'Donnell.
Mara Barnett at the CBS Broadcast Center in New York, and you're looking at live testimony underway on Capitol Hill as the House Judiciary Committee questions former Special Counsel Robert Hur about his investigation into President Biden's handling of classified documents. Let's continue to listen in.
Did your investigation find that Joe Biden ever hosted movie premieres at his home while classified documents were stored there?
No.
Moving on, among the 150 staff members working at Mar-a-Lago was a Trump aide named Walt Nauta. According to Special Counsel Smith, Trump ordered Nauta to move boxes of documents so that they could not be found by people looking for them. Mr. Hur, did President Biden ever direct his staff to move documents so that you or the FBI could not find them?
We did not identify evidence of that.
In fact, according to your report, as soon as Bob Bauer discovered material in President Biden's residence, he contacted John Lausch, and the president immediately consented to an FBI search of his home. Is that correct?
My report does state that.
And you found no evidence that any documents were moved prior to that search. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's in stark contrast to Donald Trump. President Biden did not obstruct your investigation. He was fully compliant, and with access to the millions of documents he gave you and dozens of hours of witness interviews he facilitated, you were able to fully and totally exonerate him of any criminal wrongdoing. I thank you, Mr. Hur. And before I yield back, Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record an excerpt from the committee's transcribed interview with Stephen D'Antuono, former Assistant Director in charge of the FBI Washington Field Office, on June 7th, 2023, in which Mr. D'Antuono explained that the FBI executed a search warrant for classified material at Mar-a-Lago because there was probable cause to believe that Donald Trump did not fully comply with a subpoena to turn over classified documents.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Florida is recognized. Oh, excuse me. Gentleman from the ranking member is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have 3 unanimous consent requests.
All right.
First, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record the publisher's webpage for President Biden's 2017 book, Promise Me Dad, which shows that the book is a deeply moving memoir about the year that President Biden's son, Beau, died.
Without objection.
I also ask unanimous consent to enter page 97 of Mr. Hur's report, which says that President Biden's book is not known to contain classified information.
Without objection.
Finally, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a February 5th, 2024 letter from President Biden's counsel to Special Counsel Hur that clarifies that President Biden's 2017 book, quote, does not contain classified information, and there has never been any suggestion to the contrary, close quote.
Without objection. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Special Counsel Hur, for joining us here today to discuss your investigation regarding President Biden's mishandling of classified documents. This has become an issue of great interest to all Americans and, of course, to all of us here today. As is outlined in your report, despite the discovery of confidential and top-secret records located in the president's personal residence in Delaware, including in his garage, office, and basement, the department declined prosecution, and my colleagues' questions today have focused on the highlights from your report, specifically referring to President Biden's mental capacity, his willful disregard for the law as a private citizen, and how he would be perceived if presented to a jury of his peers. Dependent upon, and I'll use your words from the report, how this sympathetic, well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory handled and managed the storage of these confidential documents, the national security of the United States might have been put at great risk because of the president's behavior. And so one of the things we must consider today is how we can ensure that our national security will not be continually put at risk when under the leadership of the same well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Since the release of the report, to your knowledge, has the Justice Department started to analyze a damage assessment of what may have been disclosed by these documents being mishandled and any ongoing national security risks from the inappropriate storage and retention of the documents?
Congresswoman, my understanding is that such a damage assessment is underway in coordination and cooperation with the members of the intelligence community.
And do you today, for us, have any information about the status of that investigation or how long it might take to conclude?
I do not, Congresswoman.
I'd like to turn your attention to a discussion of the distinction between proving the underlying elements of an offense and the concept of an obstruction of justice charge. Is it correct, Special Counsel Herr, that in some circumstances as a federal prosecutor, you may investigate the underlying offense, an underlying offense, choose not to charge that offense, but still have developed sufficient evidence to charge a defendant with obstruction of justice?
I think as a matter of law, theoretically, that could occur. I can't bring to mind specific examples of that happening, but I suppose that if that were to happen, it would be a more difficult case to try from a prosecutor's perspective.
The elements are distinct, though, are they not?
They are a distinct element.
And isn't it similar to a case where a federal prosecutor undergoes an investigation and ultimately doesn't pursue the original charge they were investigating, but during the course of the investigation concludes that a false statement was made to a federal law enforcement officer and brings a charge under 1001?
That could happen.
Yes. And again, there too, the elements would be different.
Correct.
And in reaching your final decision related to the declination or the recommendation to decline prosecution, you considered both the underlying elements of the offenses at issue and also the principles of federal prosecution. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the principles of federal prosecution, those are things that may vary case to case. Is that right?
The determinations under the principles of federal prosecution are very fact and circumstance dependent.
But the elements of the criminal offense are not. Isn't that also correct?
Elements are defined by law, and they do not vary from case to case.
And thus, those elements of the underlying criminal offense would be exactly the same from one defendant to the next. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So you would expect, would you not, that a prosecutor who was considering the underlying offenses that you were considering here would be looking at exactly the same elements and requirements of proof that you did on the underlying charges?
Prosecutors assessing their cases under the same statutes must consider the same elements with respect to those statutes.
All right. Thank you, Special Counsel Herr. And then if we could turn back to the concept of those principles of federal prosecution, those are the additional factors, aggravating or mitigating, that you might consider in ultimately reaching a charge and decision here. Is that right?
They do include such things that are referred to as aggravating and mitigating circumstances.
There's one thing I want to go back to, though, to be clear. It's been said today that your report is tantamount to a total exoneration of President Biden. That's not correct, is it?
That is not correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. I yield the balance of my time to the chair.
Gentlelady is back. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from North Carolina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Herr, also for your patience. You're almost to, what, 3.5 hours? So almost as much as Biden. Throughout your report, you repeatedly cite and credit a number of innocent explanations for the presence of classified materials at the president's home and other locations. Innocent explanations that you admit that you cannot refute. And I'd like to just focus on a few of them, and I'll give you citations. One of these explanations for the presence of classified documents is that a member of the president's staff maintained those documents when he was the vice president, and then mistakenly included them in sets of documents that were later sent to locations such as the Penn Biden Center and the University of Delaware. Is that correct?
I believe that's correct, but if you have a specific page number for me, that would help me, Congressman.
We'll get you one. That would be great. You also found that another innocent explanation to be more likely than a criminal explanation for the presence of classified documents that were found at the Penn Biden Center and the University of Delaware. Is that correct?
Correct.
Great. And then let's talk about the documents in the president's garage. As you noted, a reasonable juror could conclude that the location of the documents, surrounded by household junk, is not a place where a person knowingly and intentionally stores classified documents that are critical to his legacy. Instead, it looks more like a place where a person stores classified documents that he's unaware of. That's on page 209 of your report, correct?
That is something that a reasonable juror could factor into his or her consideration of whether or not the president had criminal willful intent.
Great. And you also noted that President Biden was allowed to have classified documents in his home for 8 years as vice president, and then again when he was president, and that he also had layers of staff who were responsible for assembling, carrying, storing, and retrieving these types of classified documents.
Correct.
And because of these facts, you determined it was, quote, entirely possible that the
Watching closely as former special counsel Robert Hur tries to keep his cool under pressure, both from Democrats and Republicans in this committee. Republicans upset that in conclusion of his report into the handling of classified documents by President Biden, that he cleared the president of wrongdoing. Democrats upset that in that report, he said a jury would likely perceive the president's testimony as that being from a well-meaning elderly man with poor memory. He's been going on more than 3 hours now trying to keep his cool and explain his decision-making. We'll continue to listen into this. We're also standing by for a White House press briefing soon and see if there's any new commentary from the White House on this conversation. But for now, we step away for this. The unelected Prime Minister of Haiti says he will resign in the face of mounting pressure, growing violence, and instability in his home country. Ariel Henry says he will step down, but only once a transitional presidential council is created. The embattled prime minister has been stranded, essentially, in Puerto Rico, unable to re-enter Haiti since last week. Gang leaders have been demanding he step aside and hold free elections, which never actually happened under his ruling following the assassination of the former Haitian president in 2021. Now, CBS News correspondent Christian Benavides joins us now from the Dominican Republic, of course, on the island of Hispaniola next to Haiti. Christian, you're at the border, I understand. Give us a sense of what you're seeing where you are.
Errol, we are right at the border, just as people try to enter the Dominican Republic, the city of Dajabon. Right behind me, what you're seeing is a group of Haitians, and because of what happened with the prime minister, officials aren't allowing Haitians into Dajabon who would normally be here just to do local commerce, let's say shop around or do work around town. Those people aren't being allowed in today, plainly because of what has happened with the prime minister. Here at this crossing, there have also been groups of Americans.
Welcome back. We are continuing our gavel-to-gavel coverage of the James Crumbley trial. We just listened, we're all going to listen to a clip now. Let's tune in.
Yeah, absolutely. They're in a gun case. We're at the house. And if you go to the very back of the very back of the house, where like the husky was sitting. Yes. Okay. Yes, and he's nice. Yeah, he's nice. And then you guys could just be cognizant of the doors. We have cats. Okay. Okay. But if you go into that back bedroom, there's a dresser on the left with the TV sitting on it. Yep. The very right cabinet door. Okay. Inside of there's a black gun case that's locked. Okay. And then there's some 20. There's only a 20. There's a 22 Derringer. Okay. And a 22 Keltec. It's locked. Pistol. The case is locked. How would we get into that? Do you mind if we get into that? I mean, if you absolutely have to. Is it got like, what kind of a combination on it? It's a combination. Okay. Do you mind if we, because we're going to have to get the guns obviously for now. Yeah. Do you mind? Okay. Otherwise, I don't want to have to, you know what I mean? No, I'm completely open, and I want you guys to do what you have to do. I mean, 0, 0, 0, 0. 3 zeros? 4. And that's That's the only, oh, okay. And then in the bedroom to the left of the bathroom, okay, there is a BB gun. Okay. It's unloaded, okay, but it looks like a freaking assault rifle. Okay. It's one of those AR-15. Well, it's not AR-15. It's something different, but it's one of those air cartridge. Yeah. Oh, I got BB guns. Okay, fair enough. Okay. But that's just sitting out. So don't freak out when you guys see that. It's not a. I appreciate the heads up. Yeah. Are you going to want to hang tight, or what are you guys going to want to do? Well, I mean, where's my wife? I want to, What does she want to do? Okay. Do you want to go with your wife then? Yeah. Okay. Sergeant Brian, you talked to Sergeant Brian earlier? Yes. Okay. He's going to call you when you guys are able to come back, okay? Okay. Fair enough? I'll need my phone back.
We just listened to a clip of James Crumbley telling police where the guns were in his home the day of the shooting.
The 47-year-old charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter for the deaths of the students who were killed when his son launched an attack on Oxford High School in November of 2021. Attorneys John Marco and Richard Convertino are joining us now as we wait for court to get back in session. Right now they are on a break. So we're seeing that footage of him talking now with police in the back of that squad car. How do you think that this will bode with his case?
Well, I think it is the prosecution's focus, especially today with the testimony, is guns, 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 guns. Access to guns, a lackadaisical attitude towards securing and storing the guns. We saw in the clip earlier this morning with the code on the gun safe was 000, not exactly, it doesn't require a criminal mastermind to figure out how to get into a gun safe like that. And that's the prosecution's case there, focusing on the guns and focusing on James Crumbley and what he did or did not do that would allow access to those guns.
Rick, your thoughts on what we saw playing out in that tape?
Just taking up on from what John just said about the gun combination to the combination of the gun safe. One of the things the prosecution is going to try to do here is to show that not only was the gun unsecured, but James Crumbley didn't even know the combination to the lock, because you recall, we just saw that when asked what the combination was, he said 0000. He said 4 zeros? Yes, 4 zeros. So he even confirmed that it was 4 zeros when in fact it was 3, which they're going to say he didn't even know couldn't have used it because he didn't even know the combination himself. One of the things that strikes me based on the testimony today, we heard from a couple of law enforcement. We heard from the head of the Fugitive Apprehension Team. An acronym is FAT, and we heard from one of the SWAT team members that went in and made the arrest. There was never any indication, which I think that the defense is trying to show, there's never any indication that either the mother or the father, and the defendant in this case, was a threat to himself or others, or a flight risk. Yet she stressed that there was the Fugitive Apprehension Team was put on notice that they were going to apprehend both defendants before they were charged, which is extremely unusual, actually incredible. And so the effort to make a showy, full force arrest of both defendants in this case was uncalled for. I think the evidence shows that. And that's what's being stressed by the defendant, that this was more of a community outrage and fear, anger, apprehension regarding both defendants, and let's put the screws to them. I think that's abundantly clear what happened here.
Do you think that's why they apprehended them before they were charged? Is just out of emotion? This community was enraged, very rightly so, at this attack.
I do. I think that mustering the troops. Now that being said, we heard evidence in the first trial from the defense attorney, who was clownish in her ability to try and get her clients to surrender themselves. That was her own testimony. Remember, she made herself a witness in essence by saying, "Well, you talked to me. Do you remember me talking to you?" Here in this case, the defense attorney, who was one of the 2 people who were trying to negotiate a surrender of her client, said that it's common that attorneys will reach out to law enforcement. It's common that there's cooperation. Well, there should be really no reason in a case like this where the attorneys and law enforcement shouldn't come to terms with a surrender. It would have saved a lot of resources and potentiality for some pretty bad things that could have occurred, could have happened accidentally or not. When you have a SWAT team knocking down a door, in any occasion, accidents happen. So all that could have been avoided had they just had better communication between the two parties.
Because they had said, at least from evidence in Jennifer's trial, that they were intending to turn themselves in the following morning, but they were hiding out in a warehouse, sleeping on a mattress. It didn't look like they wanted to be found. So you just have contrasting information.
Yeah, I think, it's not like they were trying to, hit the border from Mexico or something. I think it's a much different situation here. And I think the defense brought that out during the cross-examination of the coffee shop owner who ended up calling the police about how, this was all over the news. There was public outrage. It was everywhere. Their residence, it was suggested that their home residence address had been publicized, which could have caused news and caused angry citizenry to go there and for them to have at least a justifiable reason to say, look, we got to get out of here. We maybe not know what we're going to do right now, but we got to get out of here, and being overwhelmed and not know what to do. I think the defense made a good point of that. Now, look, and this is also a little bit different than, remember the charges here and the accusations. It was involuntary manslaughter, that they were reckless, and this was not, they were not accused of, being the murderer or the murderers themselves and like fleeing the scene of the crime, so to speak, in a more traditional flight where it's more easily suggestible that they're guilty, right? So good points from the defense, I think, on that, and I agree with Rick on that.
And they were cooperating. We saw that in all of the videos of them in the substation, in the back of the car. They were cooperating, trying to be helpful, at least to whatever degree they could. So there was no, now, sometimes you have law enforcement, it's up, once an indictment or a complaint is issued, it's a law enforcement decision typically whether or not they should be arrested or, it goes to the fugitive apprehension team or the United States Marshals Service. They're the experts. If they think there's a risk of flight or danger to the community, they'll take actions that are appropriate. But that doesn't mean that the putative defendants can't turn themselves in beforehand. I just wanted to make a quick point in the way the evidence is being described in this trial as opposed to last. Just an example. In the last trial, with the phones that were purchased by the two defendants after they had surrendered their own phones, those were referred to by the defense attorney as a burner phone, and the prosecutor, which is a pejorative term used to attend to what is otherwise a prepaid or a track phone, which is how the defense attorney in this case referred to it, a track phone or a prepaid phone, not a burner phone. A burner phone is what drug dealers used to use.
Someone guilty of something is up to no good using.
Right. And a burner phone, typically, when I was a prosecutor, a burner phone was a phone that was purchased that had no attenuation to the person. It just was a number, and that they'd use they burn out the phone and they'd throw it out, and then they get another burner phone. That was where the term burner came from. But so this is markedly different in the way, just a small example, but you don't want your client to be referred to as using a burner phone when it's a perfectly good explanation as to why they had to go out and purchase this track phone or prepaid phone, because they surrendered their phones without a search warrant. They surrendered them to law enforcement.
Right. And then perhaps new phone should have been the word used by their defense.
And the second phones they had the same numbers that the first phones had, to make it even more obvious that they weren't trying to obviate or do anything sinister.
Yeah, you mentioned them cooperating in the back of that squad car. If you're just joining us, we saw some of that footage shortly before they went on a break in the courtroom. We have a little bit of that now. We're going to play that for you, and then we'll talk about it afterwards.
Yeah, absolutely. They're in a gun case. We're at the house, and if you go to the very back of the very back of the house,
where like the husky was sitting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and he's nice.
He's nice.
And then you guys could just be cognizant of the doors. We have cats.
Okay.
Okay. But if you go into that back bedroom, there's a dresser on the left with the TV sitting on it.
Yep.
The very right cabinet door.
Okay.
Inside of there, there's a black gun case that's locked.
Okay.
And then there's some 20. There's only a 20. There's a 22 Derringer and a 22 Kel-Tec.
It's locked.
Pistol. The case is locked.
How would we get into that? Do you mind if we get into that?
I mean, if you absolutely have to.
Is it got like, what kind of, is that a combination on it?
It's just a combination.
Okay. Do you mind if we, because we're going to have to get the guns obviously for now.
Yeah.
Do you mind? Okay. Otherwise, I don't want to have to, you know what I mean? Just
no, I'm completely open, and I want you guys to do what you have to do. I mean,
0.
0.
Yep.
0. 0.
3 zeros?
4. And that's the only. Oh, okay. And then in the bedroom to the left of the bathroom, there is a BB gun.
Okay.
It's unloaded, but it looks like a freaking assault rifle.
Okay.
It's one of those
AR-15.
Well, it's not AR-15. It's something different, but it's one of those air cartridge.
Yeah. Oh, I got
BB guns.
Okay, fair enough.
But that's just sitting out. So don't freak out when you guys see that. It's not a.
I appreciate the heads up.
Yeah.
Are you going to want to hang tight, or what are you guys going to want to do?
Well, I mean, where's my wife? I want to,
What does she want to do? Okay. Do you want to go with your wife then?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll let you. You talked to Sergeant Ryan earlier?
Yes.
Okay. He's going to call you when you guys are able to come back, okay?
Okay.
Fair enough?
I'll need my phone back.
Said that charges were formally announced at approximately noon on December 3rd of 2021.
That's my understanding, yes.
You do not know whether or not James and Jennifer knew that those charges had been formally announced. Is that fair?
That's fair.
You were asked to locate James Crumbley on December the 2nd, not arrest him on December the 2nd. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that's not uncommon for an officer in charge to contact the fugitive apprehension team to locate a suspect, is it?
No, that's not uncommon at all.
Okay. And the goal as a member of the fugitive apprehension team is a peaceful surrender?
Yes.
Okay. Is that why you reached out to Mr. Crumbley's attorneys?
Absolutely.
Okay. And there were no arrangements made to you to turn the defendant in on Friday, December the 3rd, were there?
No. All right, we just saw a lot there. I'm curious to know, John, is there anything that you take away from James's demeanor in the back of that car? It seemed like he didn't really have anything to hide. He was cooperating.
Yeah, I think his demeanor was overall helpful in the grand scheme of things here, because it shows, especially in contrast to some of the things we saw with his wife during the first trial, he seems to be cooperative, he seems to be caring, he seems to be cooperative with the police, and he immediately tells them where everything is, he answers all their questions, tell them where everything is. And remember, this is a case where he's being accused of being careless, essentially, criminally careless, criminally negligent, and I think that gives the defense something to work with, that, look, he did care, he may have done some stupid things and maybe didn't act like we would expect a good parent to act, but that he did cooperate. I think it's going to be helpful for the defense.
Yeah, what does that behavior to you say to the argument that they knew what they did, they gave him this weapon, they knew even in that moment we messed up because we let him do this? It didn't seem like he was thinking that way.
No, I think that it's a contrast with his wife and what we saw in that trial, and I think that it's going to give the defense a lot to work with on that.
Mm-hmm. And before court starts up again, Rick, just take us through again these charges of involuntary manslaughter. Really explain what he is being charged with.
Involuntary manslaughter falls between a gap of murder and a self-defense or justifiable homicide. So it's the death that occurs when there's wanton recklessness or disregard, where the consequences of your action are foreseeable. So it's not an intended death, but it's a foreseeable one given the given the circumstances in the operative facts. So it can be something, as John can tell you, in a civil case, But in a criminal case, you have that heightened burden of proof, the highest burden of proof in the world, beyond a reasonable doubt, not beyond all doubt or a shadow of a doubt, but a reasonable doubt, and that's based on the jurors' common sense and collective consulting with each other regarding what is that reasonable doubt. It's not a mathematical formulation. It's it's a doubt that is substantial. It's high. So in this case, you have these parents who omitted to act in an ordinary care that could have prevented this. The natural consequences of their failure to act were the result of these the murders and the shooting of the 7 others.
And of course, that's the refusal to take their son home with them, the refusal to get him help. Many people, as we've been talking throughout this trial, say the school should also be held accountable, equally accountable perhaps. Lots of blame on the school as well. We saw the 2 school officials speaking yesterday. What did you make of their testimony, both in the last trial and in this trial?
With the school specifically?
The school counselor,
yeah.
the dean of students.
There's certainly the civil people, because remember there's a couple of civil cases against the school right now, and other entities are watching this very closely, and they're going to get the testimony of the school officials. And there's a lot of questions also being asked by the defense in this case of, okay, you're going to say that the parents should have done more, that they shouldn't allow this to happen, but what about other people who maybe share, maybe not in the same amount, but who share in some responsibility, because this was a horrible tragedy. And to help understand this tragedy, is there other things that could have been done differently? And the defense has been pointing out that the school maybe didn't handle this the way that we would expect some of the school officials to handle this. Now, they're not going to be charged criminally. It would be very highly unlikely that any criminal charges would come of that. But certainly pointing to other individuals other than the defendant in this case, James Crumbley, who could have acted differently, who maybe share in some, maybe 10%, 5%, 1%. It's not up to me, but on some fault for what happened, or who could have stepped in and maybe prevented this as well. I think that goes to the benefit of the defendant.
Mm-hmm. And Rick, what do you make of that? The school being held accountable and really playing a role in this?
Well, based on everything I've heard in both trials, so up to this point and the Miller hearing, I personally believe that the school should be held liable to some degree. Now, liable, not guilty. So, in the civil litigation, that's how it's referred to as a liability. You're liable for mostly, John, and you correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not a civil practitioner, but the one thing that you can get out of a civil case, civil litigation, is money damages. You can't, you don't get justice. You can't be made, you can't be forced to apologize or make something right that was wrong. It's money damages. In the criminal realm, it's a guilty verdict, and a guilty verdict is your liberty interest, which is taken from you, and that's, in my estimation, substantially more of a draconian effort than it is, to civil liability. So I do think there should be some civil liability that attaches to the school district in here. I don't think they should be held criminally liable.
All right, well, I think we're seeing a live video now. It seems as though court is close to being back in session. They came back after about an hour and a half lunch break there. So we're seeing that they are rising, I believe, for the jury. I believe the jury's walking in. Jury has still not come in yet, we're being told, but it looks like we are queuing up to see some crime scene photos. Not sure whether or not these will be shown to the public. A lot of this is only shown within the courtroom. Correct, John?
Yeah, there is some evidence that has been marked private and has not been published. As you can see, when that happens, usually the screen will go blank or the camera will go away from specific things that they've determined should not be publicly broadcast.
One of the things that it says crime scene photos. One of the things maybe they may be showing the witnesses the crime scene photos, and that might be the student witness.
I see. All right. Well, we are going to tune in, and we do want to warn our viewers that some things that you see and hear may be disturbing.
Swear or affirm the testimony about to give the truth to help you out?
Yes, ma'am.
Please be seated, and then would you state your name for the record and spell your first and last name?
Record, my name is William Creer. First name's common spelling. Last name spelled C-R-E-E-R.
Go ahead, Pastor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Creer, I just want to acknowledge that you just came from a very long shift, so you're a little tired. So we're not going to keep you on the stand very long. Can you tell the jury what your job is?
No problem. I'm a forensic technician for the Detroit Police Department. You can commonly call it a crime scene investigator. My job is to go to the crime scenes, take pictures, collect evidence, and generate a report and testify in court. I can testify now.
Okay. So as your job as a crime scene, would you say investigator?
That's fine.
Okay. It's important to distinguish, are you a member actually of law enforcement?
I work for law enforcement, yes.
All right. Are you considered a police officer?
No, I'm not.
All right. Is that then, would you consider yourself a civilian?
Yes.
All right. How long have you worked as a crime scene investigator?
20 years.
And all of those years have you worked for the Detroit Police Department?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to draw your attention to December 4th of 2021. Were you working that day?
Yes, I was.
And are you on shifts or are you on call? How does that work?
We're on shifts. My shift I currently work on is from 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. to 8 a.m.
And are you at home during this time or call when necessary, or are you actually in an office?
I'm in the office.
Okay. On December 4th, were you dispatched that day, if you know, to an address of 1111 Bellevue in Detroit?
Yes, I was.
Okay. Do you know about what time you received that dispatch?
I believe around 2 o'clock.
In the morning?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware if there was a search warrant that was being executed?
The request we got over radio was there was a search warrant executed at that location.
All right. And what were your initial thoughts when you were dispatched to the location about what your purpose there was?
All we knew at the time was a search warrant at the location. We really didn't know anything else about it previously until we pulled up.
All right. And when you pulled up, what was your observation?
Objection, Your Honor, relevant.
When he pulled up to the scene, overall.
Thank you.
A lot of news cameras around, so we were like, okay, this is interesting.
In addition to the news cameras, though, what was the scene like in terms of, was law enforcement already on scene? Did you know what had happened in that scene?
At that time, we didn't still exactly have any of the real details. All we knew at the time was it was a search warrant. And we were there to collect evidence regarding the search warrant. When we pulled up, there was, of course, like you mentioned before, news cameras all around and heavy police presence.
All right, and then what happened?
Then when we reached the scene, we talked to the officer in charge, and then that's when we were notified what this case was actually involved with.
And what were you told?
That the case was involving the crime.
Can you just raise your voice just a little bit, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was trying to
I knew you could speak louder.
No problem. Case was involving the shooting incident, and this was the location that search warrant was being authorized, and 2 people were arrested.
Is that all you were told?
Yes.
Okay. And were you directed to a certain part of the building?
Suite 130 of the location you mentioned.
Were you by yourself or with someone else?
I had a partner.
And who's that?
The partner, Stephanie Sparks.
Do you normally process the scene by yourself or with another partner?
Midnight, you process scenes with partners.
Okay. And once you arrived at the suite, were you and your partner the only one there? Were you the only ones there, or who else was there?
The scene was secured by the police, by the Detroit police.
What does that mean, secured?
It means that it's secured so that way there's no outside interference coming inside the building, no one tampering with evidence. and everything is there as it was when the search warrant was executed.
And is that a typical thing and that you encounter in your job? That do you arrive to scenes once it's cleared and secured, or are you sometimes there at the same time? A lot's going on.
Oh no, we're there after the scene is secured.
Okay. So what is your job when you arrive on the scene that day?
When I arrive at the scene, we talk to the officer in charge of the scene. We then walk through the scene. He points out items of interest.
Remember, keep your voice up.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
He points out items of interest that he might want collected. My partner and I would then walk through the scene. We'll also pay attention to see what's around. We then would suggest additional items, if any, to collect. And, allow us to look around a little bit more. And then after that, we take pictures, collect evidence, and package that evidence, turn it in.
All right, Mr. Kerr, is there a difference between collecting evidence and searching?
Yes.
And are you assigned to do both?
It depends on the situation. Yeah, in this situation, we collected the evidence. The search warrant was already executed, and we looked around additionally.
All right, and what makes you start searching other places?
The fact that we looked around and said, yeah, the OIC, I can't remember the name at the time, gave us permission to look around a little bit more.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Exhibits 306, 307, 309 through 320, 322 to 358. I believe these have all been admitted. Mr. Kerr, what is that?
That's the scene location.
All right. And
Again, this is the north side of the scene location.
okay.
Again, we're at the north side of the scene location.
All right. Can you see the windows on the suite that you searched?
I believe the windows on the scene that we searched, because the actual suite 130 is located on the northeast side of the building. So I would say the two windows closest to the left side of the screen.
Okay. And then, do you know what this is?
Yes, that was a vehicle we were directed to at the crime scene.
Oh,
yes.
You also searched the vehicle?
No, we didn't search the vehicle.
Okay.
We took pictures of the vehicle.
Okay, got it. What did you learn about the car? Anything? Did you take pictures of anything around the car, in the car?
We took pictures around the car, and then also around the car there were cigarette butts we collected.
You collected the cigarette butts?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is this a picture of?
Those are pictures of the cigarette butts.
All right, do you remember how many were there?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. Did you bring a report with you today?
I did.
Would that refresh your recollection?
It would.
All right, could you have a look at it and just let me know when you are ready to answer that question?
Collected a total of 14 cigarette butts.
Okay. Anything else around the car? Is that a picture? What are we looking at?
The picture that's behind the vehicle and more cigarette butts.
And you collected those?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And 312 and then 313. What is that?
That's suite 130.
Okay. Is that researched?
Yes.
All right. And is that typical? You just take pictures of. What do you take pictures of as a matter of protocol?
No problem. We take pictures of the area. In this particular situation, that's the actual room number. So of course we take pictures of the front door and room number. As we enter through, we'll take pictures of see if there's any damage to the door, if any, if the door was breached, if it wasn't breached, if there was any damage at all.
Was there any damage to this door?
No, none observed.
Okay, and the next slide is 314. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the actual scene inside of the scene location number.
Okay. And then 315. Is that also from a different angle?
Yes, as we enter the room, that would be to the north.
And those windows that we see, do you know where they faced?
They are also facing north.
Would those be the windows you just pointed out in the previous slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. This is another angle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what is this?
This is directly in front of the door, so that will be to the east side of the building.
Did you observe a mattress in this building, in this room?
There was a mattress in it.
Do you see it in this picture?
You kind of see it towards the bottom of the screen. Yeah, right there.
Okay. And the next slide.
To the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, you see the mattress with the drawers on top of it.
Oh, that's the mattress?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then I'm just going to show you some slides and pictures of the scene, and you can just describe what angle it is and what you, if you see anything of significance to point out to the jury.
Yeah.
Okay.
Again, you see the mattress. You see the drawers. You also see going just to the right of the mattress.
Remember to keep your voice up a little bit.
Sorry. To the right of the mattress towards the edge of the screen, you see a table with 2 solo cups.
Right there?
Yes.
Okay. What is this?
Again, we're right at the mattress. At the, I guess that would be the left side of the mattress, you have some clothes and a baseball cap.
Okay, and the next slide. What's significant about this, if anything?
You got the mattress in the bottom right hand of the picture. Towards the left hand of the picture, right in front of the little shelving units on the floor, you have a Snipes clothing bag.
All right. And at some point, did you remove the items in the bag?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this the picture of those items?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what you found?
You see in the picture a few pairs of socks, receipt, sweatshirt.
And are the socks, do they appear to be worn or new?
Those are brand new.
All right. Do I see a receipt in that picture?
Yes, you do.
Okay. We're going to get to that in just a second. The next slide. What are we looking at?
You're looking just, that's the mattress to our right, and to the left there's some shelving units, but right in the middle there's a sweater.
Okay. Just for context, when you say right or left, when you're looking at this picture, where's the door?
Got you. The door would be to the west of the mattress.
So to the top right of the...
It'll be just to the, on the right side of the screen, towards the right border of the screen.
Okay. And is that the article of clothing we just saw in the previous slide? Okay, what is it?
It's a sweater, as I mentioned before.
All right, do you know if it's male or female?
Looks like a female sweater.
Okay, and the next slide. Where did this come from?
Right now, if I remember correctly, this is going to be towards the east side of the room, and that's just a regular shirt. And you see further on a few pairs of other articles of clothing.
Okay. The next slide is, where is this in relation to the room?
In relation to the room, you see through the previous slides, there was a table. The table would be along the south
Is the
side.
table right next to the mattress with the solo cups?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
This area is behind the table, and that's a pink book bag. It was in a plastic tote container.
Was the tote, did it have a lid on it, or was it without a lid?
It was without a lid when we brought it.
With or without?
Without.
Okay. Do you know, did anybody take the lid off, or was it found like that when the individuals were arrested?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation. I don't know how he would know that.
I started out with, do you know?
No,
do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Thank you. And was there anything else in this container other than the backpack?
I'd have to go further through the pictures.
Okay. What is this?
That's the table that is right in front of the tote with the book bag.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what was on this table?
You got foodstuffs like bananas, orange juice, a fertilizer bottle, a Coca-Cola bottle, and solo cups.
All right. And the next slide?
Next slide, we're right back at the tote with the book bag.
All right. And what's this?
This is the part where we're getting ready to go through the tote, through the book bag that we just pulled out of the tote.
And what do you see? I'm sorry. What did you find in the backpack?
Okay, to the left of the book bag, towards the top of the screen, you have a smaller little bag, and you also, as we're going to progress through the pictures, you're going to see various articles of clothing.
Okay. Next slide.
Again, we're going through progressing through pictures. You have various articles of clothing, and you still have that little smaller bag right there on top of the little bag.
Was there anything in that bag?
I have to look at my report the first one.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't believe that's the very first. Could we have the rest of the pictures?
Sure, sure. What's to the left on there?
To the left, you have a pair of black jeans.
Do you know if they're male or female?
I believe they're female.
All right. And the next slide is 332. What is that a picture of?
Another picture of the black jeans.
Okay. And the slide after that?
You see the brand of the jeans. You see their high-rise skinny stretch jeans. And you can see the size on the tag if you zoom in.
All right.
Size 12.
Okay. And the next slide? Where were these articles found?
Those articles were inside the pink book bag.
Okay. And can you tell the jury what is in that picture?
And inside the picture, you have you see a syringe. I'd have to go through my notes to recall what was actually inside the syringe. You also have some pills just at the bottom of the screen, and then on the inside the bag, you also see a bank envelope.
A what?
A bank envelope.
A bank envelope. Okay. Do you know what the pills were for, or what they were?
Not off the top of my head.
Is it in your report?
Let me look at my report.
Okay. Yes. And while you're doing that, would it refresh your recollection about the syringe?
Yes, because
okay.
I would call that definitely available.
Okay.
Okay, the syringe was the Exceed. It's the prescription for medication for a horse.
Okay.
That's the syringe that you see in the picture inside the bag. And I don't have a description of the pills.
Okay, in the next slide, do you see a better description of the back of the pills there?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I believe they're like caffeine pills or something like that.
Vibrant?
Yes.
All right. In the next slide, that's what you just talked about.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. And what is this?
Those are articles of clothing I described earlier.
And can you list those?
They are female intimate garments, underwear and bras.
And do you know how many pair of underwear?
Not on hand.
Okay. In the next slide, what is that?
That is the hotel room key. It was inside a black jacket, and that was along the northeast corner of the room.
Okay. And the next slide is 339. What is this?
It's a picture of a whiskey container. It's in a garbage can.
All right. And the next slide is a receipt. What is this receipt for?
It's from the Rivertown Mart. We found the receipt on the table. Now, you see on the, as we go through the pictures, you have the various items that are on the receipt. I believe the next picture also has the date on the receipt as well.
What is this?
That is going to be a plastic tote with an avocado inside the tote.
Okay. And I remember the last time you testified, you weren't sure what that was.
Exactly.
You've since learned it was an avocado.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What else is in that picture with the avocado?
It's a aluminum container, similar to what you would use for, like,
lasagna?
Lasagna.
Okay. And what's inside of it?
Melting ice in an ice bag.
So was it completely melted or was it still cold?
At the time, it was completely melted. Yeah, at the time, it was completely melted.
Was it still cold?
No.
Okay. The next slide. What is this?
It's a receipt.
Is it the receipt that we just talked about at Rivertown?
I will have to look at the picture before, because you see at the top where he has 14, and on a previous picture. Yes, that's the bottom of the receipt.
Okay. And what's the date on that?
The date on the receipt is 12/3/2021.
And at the time you are searching this, is it December 3rd or December 4th?
It will be December 4th.
Okay. And the actual time of the purchase?
4:09 p.m.
Okay. The next slide is, what is it?
Yeah, this picture of the mattress we talked about earlier.
Okay. The next slide is 344. Tell the jury what this is and why you took a picture of it.
This is a picture of the totes that will be around the east side of the room. The reason why we took pictures of the totes is because we saw the one tote that was already open before. These totes look kind of funny, or kind of just look like they kind of was messed with or jostled with at the time. So we decided to take pictures of it.
Okay, and just so that the jury understands, I want to go back to slide 14. Do you have that number? It's to show where. Maybe this one. Sorry. Okay, so do I have this right? There were 2 separate plastic totes that you discovered items in?
Yes.
Okay, and were they found in the same place?
No.
All right, you testified earlier that the tote with the pink backpack, where did you find that?
The tote with the pink backpack, if you go through the picture, you see the table just to the left side of the screen in that corner. That's where the one tote with the pink book bag is located.
So how far away from the mattress?
It's the mattress, table, and the tote.
Okay, so a foot, 2 feet?
About a foot.
Okay.
About a foot, yes.
Okay, and then you said you searched and discovered more items in a different tote?
Yes.
And where was that?
Towards the top of the screen, you have the yellow scaffolding, whatever, holding the totes. Then behind that area, behind the table right there would be the next area of totes.
Okay, so is it on that scaffolding you found it?
Right behind it.
Right behind
the table.
Right behind there?
Yes.
Okay. So was that visible when you walked into the room?
No, as you walk into the room, you look around, during the search of the area.
Okay. So that tote that was found on the other side of the room, what was discovered, if anything, in that tote?
In that tote, that's where we found the purse with the money as we go through.
Okay. One moment. Okay. Was the tote found in that condition? And I guess what I'm asking is, was there a lid on it?
You see the lid on it. As we take pictures, you see it as we present, as we progress.
Okay. Next slide. What is that?
Again, you see the tote being moved over a little bit. You see the purse.
Okay. What is this?
Yes. Now we're looking inside the purse.
All right. And then the pictures. Is this how you do it? You take a picture of the first item and then all of the things that you take out of it?
Yes, ma'am. We take a progression.
Okay. Sorry, you told me that. All right. Next slide. What is this?
You see the bank envelopes. You see a search warrant under the bank envelopes, and you see the 2 bank envelopes as well on top of it.
A search warrant. What is that?
As you see at the top of the screen, is the warrant tabulation return.
Okay. And that was found in the bag or in the tote?
The bank envelopes were found in the purse. The search warrants were just on the table.
Okay. And then the next slide, what is that?
You're again looking inside the purse, and you see cash right in a smaller pocket of the purse.
Was there anything in the bank envelopes?
Yes, there's money in the bank envelopes as well.
All right. And you see cash in this picture. Is this stuff in addition to what you found in the bank envelopes?
Yes.
Okay. And if you remember, and if not, you can look at your notes. How much total? What was the total amount of cash found in that handbag?
I'd have to look at the notes. I know it was around $6,000.
Do you want to just correct? To
Yes.
make sure you're correct.
$6,617.
Okay. And those are, we'll get to it. I'm not going to do that again. Okay, next slide. That's just a close-up?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The slide after this. This is Exhibit 350, and there's kind of a lot going on in this picture. Can you explain to the jury what you see?
No problem. In the picture, you see 4 cell phones. One of the cell phones appears to be busted and broken. Those are the condition of the cell phones. Those are the condition of collected cell phones. You also see the keys just to the left of the cell phones. They were collected. They were turned over to the unit at the scene so they can collect and move the card. You also see a bank card and some prescription medication just to the top of the bank, just to the top and left of the bank card.
Okay, the next slide.
That's a closer picture of the keys.
And the bank card, was that a traditional bank card, if you know?
No.
Okay. The next slide.
You have a closer picture of the medication I mentioned before.
And do you know what these medications were?
No. I see Adderall and 2 other containers.
Okay, and do you know who they're prescribed to?
You see Jennifer Crumbley on all 3. Well, you can see it better on the bottle to the right. And the other 2 bottles, you can kind of see Jennifer and Crumbley.
All right, and the next picture?
Again, it's a picture of the 4 cell phones.
Were any of these cell phones powered on?
No.
How do you know that?
Because if they were, we take pictures of the items in condition that you collected.
So they were all off?
Exactly.
And then the next picture? What is this?
It's pictures of the money we collected from the purse.
So you actually lay out each bill?
Yes.
Okay. And the next photo?
More pictures of the money.
And the 2 after that?
Yep.
All right, and then the last photo here is a receipt. Can you tell the jury what the time and date is on this receipt?
12/3/2021.
And what are the items listed?
Giant lasagna pan, Werner's 2-liter bottle, paper towel, Kleenex.
Okay, thank you. At what time do you estimate that the search was completed?
I have to look at my notes, definitely give it time.
Okay. For the sake of time, does it around 5 a.m. sound right to you?
Yeah, 5 a.m.
Okay, and then when you were done, what did you do?
We were directed to take pictures of the prisoners.
And is that a normal thing in your job?
If we were directed to, yes.
Okay, so where were these individuals located?
Oakland County Jail.
So did you drive straight to the jail?
When we were directed to, yes.
Okay. As soon as you finished the search?
Yes.
And the compilation? Okay. And when you arrived at the Oakland County Jail, what did you do?
We took pictures of both the Crumbleys individually. First, we took pictures of Miss Crumbley first, and then Mr. Crumbley.
Okay. And what's the purpose of that?
The purpose of it was the fact that show any injuries if there are any, and the condition when they were arrested.
Okay. Thank you very much. Nothing further.
Sorry, I didn't hear the end of your response.
If there are any injuries or their condition when they were arrested.
Thank you.
Cross?
Yes, Your Honor. Briefly. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As a forensic technician, your role is to document what you see at a scene, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your role is not to investigate what may have occurred prior to your arrival.
No, ma'am.
You testified that when you arrived at 1111 Bellevue that there were a lot of news cameras.
Yes.
There were a lot of law enforcement, if you recall.
Yes.
It was kind of a chaotic scene.
I wouldn't say chaotic, but it was officers and cameras, that's it.
You were told that you were notified. You were not notified what the case was involving before arriving at 1111 Bellevue. Is that correct?
Exactly.
You were only told that it was a shooting incident.
We were told that we were collecting for a search warrant.
For a shooting incident.
We were told we were collecting for a search warrant.
Okay, so you weren't told anything.
Again, as my report says on the first page, as you look at the first line, the information received. Received a request to process the scene of a search warrant and arrest at the address 1111 Bellevue in District 1 Dispatch.
And I thought that in your direct testimony with the prosecutor that you said that you were notified that the case was involving a shooting incident and that 2 people were arrested.
Your Honor, I just wanted to clear up. I'm not sure. the time of when he was notified at the scene versus before he left. So I just want a clarification.
Do you recall testifying in that way?
No, what I said, and we're talking about this specific time, was when we were informed from District 1 of the search warrant. When we arrived, but that's when we understood it was connected to the shooting incident.
So after you arrived at 1111 Bellevue?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for clarifying that for me. You said that when you initially get to a scene, you walk through and the officer in charge points out items of interest that he or she wants collected.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you may also walk through with your partner and identify additional things.
Yes, ma'am.
And we saw some of those things today, like the tote that you ended up taking photos of where the purse was. Is that
Yes.
correct? You testified that you collected 14 cigarette butts. And you can look at your report if you'd like.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I'll stipulate he said 14.
Yeah, 14.
He hasn't slept at the beginning.
And it's your understanding that, from your recollection, those cigarette butts were collected next to a Kia that we had a photograph of.
Yes, sir.
You testified that inside of the plastic bag, in exhibit, well, I believe it was exhibit 334, that there was a bank envelope. Looking at the bag now, do you see what that was?
The picture's kind of blurry, but it still looks like a bank envelope.
Okay, it doesn't look like a business card?
To me, it looks like a bank envelope with black spots on top of it.
Exhibit 339, the prosecutor asked you to look at the inside of a garbage can, if you recall, and there was a whiskey bottle inside the garbage can.
Yes.
You don't know how that whiskey bottle got there?
No.
You have no knowledge of how long it had been there?
No.
You have no information about it whatsoever?
No, all I know is the whiskey bottle garbage can.
And you were just taking of what was on the scene when you got there?
Yes, ma'am.
In Exhibit 347, you talked about bank envelopes and a search warrant tabulation return, which was on a table.
Yes.
It wasn't hidden anywhere, correct?
The search warrant or
the tabulation was not hidden anywhere. It was just sitting on a table when you took the photograph?
Yes.
And you completed the search that you arrived on scene around 2 a.m. and you were done around 5 a.m.?
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
And the photographs that you took photographs of cash. You don't know what that cash was for. That's fair. Because again, you were just taking photographs of what was on the scene when you got there.
It was cash in the purse, right?
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Just one point for clarification. You said you took pictures for, in case they're for document any injuries. Did you?
Objection, Your Honor. I didn't ask anything about those photographs.
She did.
I believe that she did. And if not, I'm offering some clarification.
Your Honor, I would object to any questions about the photographs that were taken of my client after he was arrested. I didn't ask anything about that on my cross.
Yeah, I did see the scope of cross. I'm not going to allow it.
Okay. Right. Is this witness excused?
Yes. Can you
Thank you.
Who's the next one?
Tim Willis.
You are a lieutenant, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you raise your hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony about to give is the true self of God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Could you step up and have a seat? And then state your name for the record and spell your first and last name.
Timothy Willis, Timothy Willis.
May I proceed, Judge?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. How are you employed?
Detective Lieutenant with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Approaching 28 years.
Okay. You said you're a detective lieutenant right now?
Yes.
Tell us, please, what that means.
I oversee a handful of divisions within the Sheriff's Office, the Special Investigations Unit, which I know we've mentioned at court, the Fugitive Apprehension Team, our Computer Crimes, which Detective Wodrowski had worked for, and our Warrants Division.
Okay. And we'll get into some of that in a little more detail. Is it fair to say that you're the officer in charge in this case, or one of the officers in charge?
Yes, that's fair to say.
Just to clear something up quickly, when James Crumbley was arrested on December the 4th, 2021, did he have any injuries?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Now, going back to your role as Detective Lieutenant, we've talked a little bit about the Special Investigative Unit. Can we talk a little bit more detail about that?
Yeah.
Okay, so tell us, please, what sort of cases would a member of the Special Investigative Unit handle?
Yeah, so the Special Investigations Unit is a support services arm of the Sheriff's Office. So we take a lot of requests from other agencies, from our own substations. Oftentimes we handle political cases, complex cases, high-profile cases, things of that nature.
Okay, and prior to your current role, what other roles did you have with the Oakland County Sheriff's Office?
Yeah, prior to my role as the Detective Lieutenant Special Investigations, I was also the Detective Lieutenant in charge of our Auto Theft Unit, our Friend of the Port Division, our Arson Division.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to November the 30th, 2021.
Okay.
Do you remember that day?
I do.
Were you notified of an active shooter situation at Oxford High School that afternoon?
Yes.
Can you tell us, please, where you were when you were made aware of that?
I was actually at the prosecutor's office at the time. I was made aware discussing another matter. The prosecutor and her chief assistant came in and advised me that there had been a shooting at the Oxford High School.
So what did you do with that? What did you do next?
For context, about, I don't know, a couple months before that, we had a false alarm, if you will, at another school. So initially, that was immediately what I went to. Was, this is probably another false alarm. But I picked up my phone and I made a phone call. I've thought about it a million times. I have no idea who I called, but I do remember the response was, "This is a real thing. This is real."
Okay. So tell us what you did, please.
I obviously, ran downstairs or took the elevator downstairs, ran to my vehicle, and immediately proceeded to the Oxford High School with my lights and sirens activated.
Okay. Do you recall the approximate time you would have arrived at Oxford High School?
I think it around 1:20 in the afternoon, approximately.
Okay. Tell us what you saw as you arrived on scene.
There was the largest emergency first response that I've ever seen in my career, and second place isn't even close. When I got there, there were students were being evacuated, and more and more officers were rushing in. EMS was on scene. I vaguely recall our helicopter flying above. It was just something I'd only seen on TV before, nothing I'd ever experienced.
Okay, so at that point in time when you arrived, was the scene still active?
It was, yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's 9. Is that screen in front of you working?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this is a map of the Oxford High School?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as you pulled up on scene, you made those observations. Tell us where you went next.
Just understand there's a lot of the day that I don't recall very well, so I don't remember where I parked. But I do remember going through the front office entrance area. It would be, you see Office 200? That door right there? Yeah.
This door right here?
I do remember going through there. It was being held open by officers. And that's where I met then Lieutenant Todd Hill, who was the incident commander.
Okay, what's an incident commander?
So Lieutenant Hill had assumed incident command because, as you can imagine, I explained to you, there was so much disorganization in the early, we had no idea what we were responding to. My police radio was blowing up with calls of, we think there's an additional shooter here. We think someone's fleeing from the scene here. I mean, it was chaos. So Lieutenant Hill assumed that role and started organizing resources for the sweeps of the school, for any secondary explosive devices or any additional shooters, to identify victims, things of that nature. So that was going on as I arrived at the school.
Okay. So we've identified you as, you've identified yourself as the officer in charge of the investigation.
That's correct.
That's different than incident commander, though?
Yes, the incident commander's role, I mean, especially in a case like this, because of the hundreds of emergency first responders that were flooding into the school, Lieutenant Hill, he's a captain now, so if I use him interchangeably, but Lieutenant Hill at the time handled the securing of the building and evacuating wounded, injured, and because of my role in the Special Investigations Unit, the fact is that I was in charge of the Special Investigation Unit at the time, I assumed the role of the investigative lead, which is often referred to as the officer in charge.
Okay, if you could please give us a little bit of an idea of what an officer in charge typically does in a case.
So, an officer in charge of an investigation typically, at its most basic, we investigate the scene, meaning we determine what property needs to be, or what evidence needs to be collected, what witnesses need to be identified and spoken to, identifying potential victims, things of that nature. We also work with the prosecutor's office to determine charging, whatever charges, if any, that are going to come from the incident.
Okay. Now, would it be fair to say that in this particular case, there's a massive amount of information that was reviewed?
Yeah, so one of the more problematic things about this case is the amount of information that was coming in. If you can imagine social media tips and emails and everything like that, 911 calls coming in. It was information overload, and all the best we could do was just try to process things as they came.
Okay. Now, so it would be fair to say that you've reviewed the evidence in this case, at least in a supervisory role.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. I'm going to start off with your testimony where we left off the last few witnesses, and I'll go through the exhibits that have been admitted already. This is Exhibit 361. So a little bit of background here, sir. Were you made aware that the defendant, James Crumbley, and his wife, Jennifer Crumbley's phones were seized the evening of November the 30th? Yes, as part of the, if I can back up just a second. Sure. So as the OIC, there was a point in time where I advised, and it was just announced basically, that if you're an investigator, come see me, because I knew there were so many things jobs that needed to be done. So a handful of investigators were sent to different hospitals, area hospitals, whether we knew that there were victims there or not. We had some reason to believe that there were victims being shipped everywhere. Lieutenant Marsban was handling, once the shooter was identified, handling the scene at the shooter's address. Special Agent Brandon had come up to assist me in identifying the murder weapon. So there was just, and I actually had a scribe next to me just jotting down as fast as she could when I would make an assignment, who was doing it and what the assignment was, because it was just it was a ton of information. So I think we'll back it up a little bit further. Okay. Now, you're aware of when James Crumbley was charged with involuntary manslaughter? Yes. Okay, when was that? He was charged with involuntary manslaughter, I believe it was around noon on December 3rd. Okay, so the shooting was Tuesday, November 30th, then there's Wednesday, December 1st, Thursday the 2nd, and Friday the 3rd. That's correct. Okay. Now, tell us, sir, what happens when someone is charged with a felony in Michigan? So when the prosecutor authorizes a charge, gives it to the officer in charge, I take it before a judge, and I swear to the facts of the case. It's called a swear to. And then the judge determines whether or not the information held within that complaint and warrant is sufficient to support a charge.
Okay, is that public or is that done in private?
That's all public.
Okay. And did you do that in this particular case?
I did.
Okay, you personally?
I did.
And was there also swear to of the defendant's son?
Yes.
Okay, that would have been Wednesday, December the 1st, 2021?
That is correct.
Okay, was that likewise public?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And when I say public, I mean open to the public?
Yes, open to the public and media present.
Okay. Was James Crumbley there for his son's swear to?
Objection under relevance.
Judge, the jury's going to get an instruction regarding 4.4. A lot of the evidence is regarding the timeline of where they were from November the 30th to December the 4th in the early morning.
I think where they were and the knowledge they had is relevant, so I'm not allowed.
Thank you, Judge. Sir, Wednesday, December the 1st, there was a swear to of the defendant's son?
That's correct.
Okay. And was James Crumbley there for that?
He was not in person, no.
Okay. And he was on Zoom?
He was on a Zoom from what appeared to be his vehicle.
Okay, thank you. Now, we've already heard from Dave Hendrick, who was, at the time, the sergeant in charge of the Oakland County Sheriff's Office Fugitive Apprehension Team. Part of your role as detective lieutenant, would that be supervising the Fugitive Apprehension Team?
Yes.
Okay. So, did you assign him with his task of locating James and Jennifer Crumbley on Thursday, December the 2nd?
I did.
Okay, and tell me about that, please.
So, as I stated earlier, the officer in charge of cases presents information, basically, to make it clear to a prosecuting attorney. The prosecuting attorney, in discussions with the officer in charge, determines what, if any, charges are going to come from it. At the time the shooter was charged, volumes of information was going into the prosecutor's office, and there was discussions on December the 2nd about the possibility of charging the shooter's parents with involuntary manslaughter.
Okay, is that why you made that call to Sergeant Hendrick, or retired Sergeant Hendrick?
Yeah, what we knew at the time, the only thing that I knew at the time, and again, there was a lot of irons in the fire, the only thing I knew at the time was they weren't at their residence. They weren't actively staying at their residence. So I thought it was important that we try to locate them.
Okay. So now going back to Exhibit 361 on the screen here, you had mentioned that you had assigned Lieutenant Marsban with a search warrant of the defendant's home at 112 East in Oxford.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. And so that occurred on Tuesday, November the 30th, 2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you made aware that their phones were seized as part of that search warrant?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And all right. We talked a little bit about track phone or burner phone, how they're referred to interchangeably. Were you made aware, did you learn that the defendant and his wife purchased those phones?
I was,
okay.
Yes.
And so what's in Exhibit 361?
So this is a receipt from the Walmart in Lapeer, Michigan, and for the purchase of the track phones.
Okay, so just for a timeline, this is at November 30th, 21, 8:01 p.m.?
That's correct.
Okay. This is Exhibit 362. What are we looking at here?
This is a receipt for the Holiday Inn Express. So the shooting was on the 30th. They checked in on the 30th, and they departed on the next day.
Okay. And do you recall where this Holiday Inn Express was located?
Yes, that's the Holiday Express in Lapeer.
Now, they checked out on Wednesday, December the 1st. Did you learn where they stayed that day, that evening?
I did.
Okay, this is Exhibit 365. What is this?
Yes, this is a receipt for the extended stay, check-in date in Auburn Hills. The check-in date is December 1st, and the checkout date was December 3rd.
So December 1st is the Wednesday, the 3rd is the Friday. Is this the location, we heard from retired Sergeant Hendrick about a vehicle being abandoned. Is this the location he's referring to?
That's correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's in minutes 366. What do we have here?
This is the vehicle we come to learn to the defendant's vehicle.
You said they checked out on Friday, December the 3rd?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell us, please, the relative location from this particular hotel to the closest police department.
The Auburn Hills Police Department from that location is basically across the street. It's not far.
Now, regarding Exhibit 361, just so we're clear, it's your understanding that they were actually told to purchase these phones, is that correct?
That is correct. So,
okay.
Detective Sergeant Brian, who testified earlier, he had advised them, or maybe it was Lieutenant Marsban, I can't recall, but said, hey, look, we're taking your phones at this point as evidence, and which is common, and then we often advise them, so you have a means of communication, because people don't typically have house phones anymore. We just automatically tell them usually to just pick up a couple of track phones.
Okay. And were they permitted to obtain contact information from their phones before they were seized?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Now, specifically on Thursday, December the 2nd, 2021, did you or members of your team uncover evidence that James and Jennifer Crumbley obtained cash through withdrawals?
That's correct.
Okay. This is Exhibit 367. What are we looking at here?
This is a withdrawal from Flagstar on December 2nd for the amount of $2,000.
Okay. Now, Mr. Rogowski, who testified about the burner phones, also mentioned replacement phones, so new phones with the old numbers ported to them. Did you learn when James and Jennifer Crumbley purchased those?
I did.
All right. This is Exhibit 368. What are we looking at here?
This is a T-Mobile in Owasso, Michigan, and this is the receipt on December 2nd at 11 a.m., 11:17 a.m., and this is where they purchased new phones with their original phone numbers on them.
Okay, so this is Thursday, December 2nd. At this point, they were staying at that hotel in Auburn Hills next to the police station, and this was purchased in Owasso, Michigan?
That is correct.
Do you know the relative distance between the two locations?
It's about an hour's drive per Google Maps.
Okay, each direction?
Yes, sorry.
So we saw the record that indicated they checked out of that Auburn Hills hotel on Friday, December 3rd. Did you uncover evidence that they had obtained more cash that day?
Yes, I did.
Right. This is Exhibit 367. What are we looking at here?
This is a withdrawal from Flagstar on December 3rd for the amount of $4,000.
Okay. Was evidence uncovered to suggest that they had transferred money from their son's account?
Yes.
All right. This is Exhibit 370. What is this?
This is a Flagstar withdrawal from a Simply Kids Savings. There's two withdrawals. There's 1129.
In the amount of what?
$292.
Okay.
And then there's a second withdrawal on the 30th the following day of $3,000.
Okay. What was the balance left in this Simply Kids savings account?
The remaining balance was 99 cents.
Okay. And that was the day of the shooting, the 30th?
The 30th, yes, sir.
Do you know where the defendant and his wife went after they left the Auburn Hills hotel?
Yes, once they left the Auburn Hills Hotel, they went to the address in Detroit on Bellevue.
Okay, and that's we've heard testimony from Mr. Kirtley and the Detroit police officers, 1111 Bellevue in Detroit?
1111 Bellevue, correct.
Okay. I'm going to show you portions of surveillance video. We saw some of this earlier. This is different clips. This is Exhibits 371 and 372. So 371 is first. And again, so we know the timestamp is actually 22 minutes off. I think we've already clarified that. So the record is clear. The actual time here is 10:58 a.m. Is that your understanding as well, sir?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And just tell us, please, sir, when you see anybody you recognize?
The man walking with his phone, I believe, is the leasee of the suite or room or whatever that the Crumbleys were staying in.
That was Suite 130?
130.
Okay.
The vehicle coming in is the vehicle that we identified as Jennifer Crumbley's Kia.
And the Kia that was left at the Auburn Hills was identified as James Crumbley's Kia?
That's right.
Do you recognize either individual exiting from what was identified as Jennifer Crumbley's Kia?
I recognize both individuals.
Okay. Tell us who, please.
James Crumbley and Jennifer.
Okay. And where is the defendant, James Crumbley, in this video?
He's walking up now.
Okay.
Sorry.
Right here?
Correct.
Okay. Now, this is the location they were found at 1:30 a.m. the next day, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
1111 Belleville, okay. Now, that car was pulled in with the front facing forward, is that right?
That is right.
Okay, did you come to learn that the defendant moved that car subsequent to pulling up at 10:58 a.m.?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted as 372. So this is just before 4 p.m. on December the 3rd?
That's correct.
So according to your testimony, this would be about 4 hours after he was charged with 4 homicide offenses?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would object to that question. Mr. Keast indicated that James Crumbley was charged with homicide offenses.
This is a homicide.
I think we've been clear that this is an involuntary manslaughter case, Your Honor.
It's a homicide.
It goes by both names. The title of the charge is homicide and involuntary manslaughter.
Right.
You're both right.
Sir, yeah, please.
So that was at 4:17. At 4 o'clock was the time that the judge had ordered the defendant and his wife to turn themselves in.
Okay, so when it became clear that they hadn't turned themselves in, was their license plate made public?
Yes, it was.
Was the license plate on the front or the back of the vehicle?
In Michigan, we only require the license plate on the rear of the vehicle. I've worked fugitive investigations oftentimes fugitives will back into a spot to, one, attempt to secure, hide their license plate, and also it's easier to get away if necessary.
Okay. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but there were no arrangements to have a surrender with this defendant or his wife. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So at the time this occurred, there was no plan with law enforcement to turn himself in?
No, sir.
And in fact, someone with a valid felony arrest warrant, they don't get to choose when they get to turn themselves in, do they?
Absolutely not.
Now, sir, I want to go back to November the 30th, 2021. In the afternoon, you had already assumed investigative command. Would that be right, while you were on scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said you met with Special Agent Brandon while on scene at the high school?
I did.
Okay, and what did you task him with?
I tasked him with tracing, frankly, he offered. He came to me and said, do you know who the registered owner of the gun was? And at the time, I did not. He testified earlier, and you heard that it was secured in a garbage can. One of our officers, upon the arrest of the shooter, pulled out the garbage bag portion of it and took just the plastic waste bin and put the gun to keep it all centrally located because searches were still going on and whatever. That officer turned it over to me. I took my post in the front office there. I sat it next to me. At some point during the day, Special Agent Brandon came to me and said, hey, have you identified the owner of this weapon yet? And I had not. So he's like, I'm the ATF. Sounded like a really good idea to have him track this down, and he got right on it.
Okay, and was that information relayed back to you fairly quickly?
It was.
And did you learn that that murder weapon was in fact purchased November the 26th, 2021?
Yes.
Now, you learned the identity of the shooter while you were still at the high school, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that you had tasked Lieutenant Marsban with securing the family home and securing a search warrant.
Yes.
Okay. Now, at that time, did you know if there were any other casualties outside of the school?
We did not. Like I said, I'd gotten some information from area hospitals that some wounded were coming in. So at that point, we're like, well, there's several hospitals in the general facility, so we had to assign officers out to different hospitals to make sure that we could locate and identify any potential victims.
Okay, so when you sent officers there, they didn't know what to find, what to expect?
No clue.
All right. Now, at some point, was there a concern about explosives in the school?
Yeah, so as I was stating earlier, I was getting sent and others were getting sent and observed Twitter, now X posts, Instagram posts, YouTube videos, and we came across a YouTube video of the defendant's son making a secondary explosive device, potentially more commonly known as a Molotov cocktail, and detonating it. We, at the time, and we'll talk, I guess, about the journal, we found some information in the journal that suggests that there may be secondary devices in place within the school. That prolonged my ability to go and investigate the scene of the crime because we had to continually sweep to make sure the area was completely safe.
Okay, and in fact, did you have to call in a specialized unit to handle that?
We did, yes. Captain Hill, he activated the Michigan State bomb squad with their bomb dogs, and they came in with their robot.
Now, were you able to determine what area, what room or area of the school specifically the shooter left right before he began shooting?
Yes, it was the bathroom adjacent to room 258.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been admitted as people 16. What are we looking at here?
This is the backpack and contents that the shooter was seen, observed wearing, walking into the bathroom prior to the shooting beginning.
Okay. Now, was this photograph taken after the location was made safe by the bomb squad?
That's correct.
Okay. And They didn't find any explosive devices?
They did not.
Okay. Now, what do you see in this picture? What was seized as evidence?
The most obvious thing is you see the book open, that is the shooter's journal.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to review that journal?
I did. I have.
All right. Were you able to identify it as being written by the shooter?
Yes, sir.
How were you able to make that identification?
First of all, his name's in it. That was the most glaring way to identify that it was his. His writing is unique, and it matched some homework and other writings that we saw. There's references to several incidents that occurred in the school within the month of November, things of that nature.
Okay, so from the content of the journal itself, you're able to put a time frame on when the journal was likely written?
Yes, sir.
And tell me about that.
The first date written would have been November 9th. But it did reference incidents that happened before that.
Okay, in the month of November?
In the month of November,
okay.
Yes.
As well as incidents that happened after that in the month of November?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How many pages of writing are contained in that journal?
22.
Okay. So is it filled with writing from front to back, or is it at different parts, or how is it organized?
No, it actually appears to be written from back to front, and it stops about a quarter way through.
Okay. Now, of the 22 pages, is there, I guess, a title page or something to signify the end of the journal, end of the writing?
Yes. I mean,
okay.
To answer your question simply, yes.
So out of the pages with writing in that journal, how many contain reference to the school shooting?
All 22.
Now, for the record, I'm going to show you some of these slides, or some of these passages, rather, from the journal, and I'm going to refer to them by page number, and just so you're clear, sir, they're indicated page 1 from where the writing starts to page 22, which would be the back binding of that journal. Is that accurate?
Understood, yes.
Okay. Now, is the journal in written format or drawings contained as well?
Both.
Okay. Were there any passages in this journal that you noted indicative of the shooter's request for mental health help?
Yes.
This is People's 359. Can you read what's written in this passage, please?
Yes. I have zero help, and help is bolded, for my mental problems, and it's causing me to shoot up the fucking school.
This is page 5. For the record, that was page 6 on the journal. Same exhibit, page 5. Could you read that, please?
Yes. I want help, but my parents don't listen to me, so I can't get any help.
Okay. That's page 5. This is page 19. What does this say?
My parents won't listen to me about help or a therapist.
All right. Now, were there any journal entries about the shooter's desire to obtain a 9mm handgun?
Yes, sir.
Same exhibit, page 3. Can you tell us what this is, please?
Yes. The shooter writes, so we should be bound to get my SD 9VE soon.
Okay. Now, that specific term, SD9VE, did you see that anywhere else in this case?
Yes, I did.
This is People's 85 and 86. What do we see here?
This is a picture of a Smith & Wesson model number SD9VE that was for sale, that was extracted from the defendant's phone.
Okay. And Mr. Rogowski testified this was from Monday, November the 8th, sent from the defendant's son to the defendant in a message that was deleted. You were here for that testimony?
Yes, I was.
Now back to the journal. This is page 22. Can you please read us what this says?
Yes. The shooter writes, I want to shoot up the fucking school so badly. Soon, I am going to buy a 9mm pistol.
Same exhibit, page 17. Go ahead.
All I need is my 9mm pistol, which I am currently begging my dad for.
And page 22. This is the binding, right?
The binding,
correct. Okay, go ahead.
I will have to find where my dad hid my 9mm before I can shoot the school.
And page 15.
Unfortunately, my dad does not want me to get the 9mm gun, and we are having financial problems, our end, for right now. And I don't have a job, so now I'm pissed because I want to do the shooting with a 9mm pistol, as they are effective for killing. But our end right now, all I got is a puny 22 LR Kel-Tec that I don't know where my dad hid it.
Okay, and we heard evidence in this case that James Crumbley obtained a 22 caliber Kel-Tec pistol in June of 2021. Is that right?
That is right. Yep.
Were there journal entries regarding the shooter's plan?
Yes.
Okay. Here's page 3, same exhibit. Can you read this, please?
I'm about to shoot up the school and spend the rest of my life in prison.
Sir, did you find any journal entries regarding the shooter's access to the 9mm?
Yes, I did.
Same exhibit. This is also page 3. Go ahead.
Excuse me. First off, I got my gun. It's a SP 2022 6-hour 9mm. Second, the shooting is tomorrow. I have access to the gun and the ammo. I am fully committed to now. So yeah, I'm going to prison for life, and many people have about 1 day left to live.
Now, sir, we saw one of the journal entries that had the word help, all bold, that was across a couple of lines. Were there any other writings or passages in that bolded format?
Yes, there were, sir.
Were there pictures in the journal as well?
Yes, there were.
Okay, like what?
There's a picture of what appears to be an arm fully extended out with a gun pointed to the back of what appears to be a female's head.
Okay. And was that a little picture or a large picture in it?
It took up about that much of the page.
Okay, so to reference...
Oh, I'm sorry, about 3-4 inches of the page.
Now, was this journal a full-size book like this legal notepad, or was it smaller?
It was small.
I'm just going to mark this for a demonstrative exhibit. This will be 381. This is a demonstrative exhibit. Any first witness?
Any objections?
No, Your Honor, just for demonstrative purposes.
Sure. Go ahead, a pair of gloves. Just take that one. Can you just hold it up for the jury so they can see, please? And thank you, sir. And that's what's depicted here in People 16 that we're referring to?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
If this was laid open.
Yeah, first one.
Sure.
Would you mind putting it back in? Sir, we've heard evidence and we've heard the 911 call that James Crumbley made on Tuesday, November 30th at 1:34 p.m. You're aware of that call?
Yes, sir.
And you were in court when it was played?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, we've also heard testimony that the Meyer and Ray Road next to the high school was the emergency location for Oxford High School parents in case of emergency at the high school.
The reallocation point, yes.
And did the police likewise notify the community of that as well?
Yes, they did.
Okay. Do you recall when that occurred?
I believe the first the first 911 call that the sheriff's office dispatched advised that the mire will be the relocation point was at approximately 1 o'clock. Well, 1 o'clock that day. So just 10 minutes or so after the shooting.
Okay, so the shooting began at 12:51 p.m. This was 1 p.m. the same day?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you aware how many 911 calls were placed to dispatch in that time period?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Yeah, how is it relevant?
He's going to testify as to who identified their son as the shooter, Judge.
Okay, but that's not relevant to how many 911 existing, but that's not relevant.
How many people identified their son as a shooter?
Just one.
Okay. Nobody else?
Nobody else.
Was there more than one 911 call?
There was.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. Maybe that is relevant. How many 911 calls isn't relevant, but I guess out of those, how many?
It gives the answer context, Judge.
Okay.
How many 911 calls were placed at that day?
112 were able to be answered within the immediacy of the shooting.
Okay, and out of those 112, how many identified their son as the suspect?
Just one, the defendant.
Thank you. Okay. Sir, as the officer in charge, you've reviewed the surveillance video of Oxford High School.
Yes, I have.
Okay. We're going to play that now. Judge, could you please instruct the media not to film?
Can you remind me how long it is? I just want to decide whether or not the jury should have a break first or after.
It's just a few minutes, Judge.
Okay, I think it was maybe one. Okay.
It might be a good idea to take a break after.
Okay. Can you not videotape the video that we're about to play? And I also went over any victims or victims' family in the courtroom that we're about to play the video.
Your Honor, I'm objecting for the reasons previously stated.
I understand.
May I proceed, Judge?
Sure.
Just so we understand the date and time, we have a time stamp and date stamp at the bottom here. November 30th, 2021. This is at 12:46 p.m. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay, I'm going to...
And the prosecutor, it's correct, there's no audio.
Correct, there's no audio. Let me know, please, when you recognize the shooter in this frame.
He just walked out and made a left. You'll be able to see him more clearly momentarily. He's about to enter right now.
Okay. The individual turning into the bathroom there is the defendant's son?
That is the defendant's son, yes.
Okay. So for the record, this is 12:46 p.m.?
Correct.
And this video it skips with time delay, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, this is 12:51 p.m.?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So what's happening now is the court is viewing a video of the shooting itself from November 30th, 2021. That's why we cannot see the screen. These details are not shown to the general public. We did see a visually emotional James Crumbley there. It seemed as though under his breath he said, "I can't watch," and he's looking away.
And this was the same point when Jennifer got really emotional in her trial. She watched the video as well. So as you are watching and seeing his emotion or reaction right now, that is what he is seeing in this moment.
And there is no sound on the video, so we will not hear the sound either. So we will be in this for a few moments. And again, just to remind our viewers, what's being shown in the court right now that we're not seeing is the video of the shooting without audio. James Crumbley did watch the first few moments and then appeared to have to look away, becoming visibly emotional there. John, in this type of situation, take us inside the courtroom. How intently are the jurors watching the evidence, but also the defendant?
Both. This is probably going to be one of the most serious, somber, emotional moments of the trial, and it kind of brings everything home to everyone who's there, and brings the gravity of the situation home. You know, trials generally have ebbs and flows. Okay, there's portions of trials where there's excitement, There's portions of trials where, frankly, there's boredom. And then there's portions of trials where you could hear a pin drop. This would be one of those portions of the trial when you can hear a pin drop. I'm sure everybody's very engaged, and I'm sure that they are going to be watching the defendant very closely to take in his reaction to what's going on in that courtroom.
Yeah, he's not even looking up at the screen, but you can see that he still is also overcome with emotion. Also a reminder that this is his son that he's watching do this.
He's got to watch the progeny of his loins become a veritable monster, which is what he doesn't seem to be able to do right now, which is the facts. The kid was an absolute monster. But it is an emotional time, an emotional part of the trial, and he can't seem to bear to see it. And that's what we're watching right here. It's got to be a horrific scene to watch the video of the shooter walking callously, coldly, calmly in a shooter stance, picking and choosing his victims at will, discharging 32 rounds of Patriot defense missile bullets into innocent people and going from one victim to another, 4 murders and 7 wounded, and then calmly at the end of it, discharging the clip, putting the clip on the garbage can, the weapon on the garbage can, and putting his hands up to surrender, knowing full well, as we saw the journal pages, that he knew that the consequences of his actions would be life in prison.
Well, it appears as though they are resuming testimony. Let's tune back in.
All rise for the jury.
Be seated and please remain seated while the defendant is moving.
All right, right now we're told that they are preparing to go on a 10-minute break. We're going to take a break as well. Just again, a reminder, what we're talking about and seeing is disturbing. We've been saying that throughout, so do keep that in mind. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back to our continued coverage, gavel-to-gavel coverage of the James Crumbley trial, father of the Oxford school shooter.
Attorneys John Marco and Rick Convertino join us for further analysis, and we know we just watched the 9-minute video of the school shooting in the courtroom. We did not see or hear that video, but everyone in the courtroom could see it. The defendant couldn't watch it. After just a few moments, he put his head down, became visibly emotional. John, what do we think the jury was going through watching that?
Of course, horror, sadness, human emotion of seeing something so horrible that happened in our community. I don't think there's anyone in that courtroom who could sit through that and not be emotionally moved. It's a tragedy, and it's a tragedy for, I think, everybody involved, the community, every single person in that courtroom, and I think it's even a tragedy for Mr. Crumbley, as we could see in his reaction to that, to know that it's his own son that did that with a gun from the house. It's truly a tragedy, and I'm sure it was a very emotional moment for everybody in the room. The judge took a break. My guess is that was because of the reactions, to let everybody recompose themselves and kind of settle down before they moved on to taking more evidence in the case. It was probably a very emotional time.
Meredith, you brought up a valid point too, that some of the victims' families are there. Rick, with the jurors knowing that those family members are there, how does that play into their way of thinking and possibly decision making?
Well, it's a very difficult line to walk when you're a defense attorney, and you want to be empathetic and respectful to the families, but the families are typically in a criminal case given a certain area to which is reserved for them to sit, usually the front row, and so you have constant contact, visual contact between the family members who are known to the jurors very quickly in the process. And so jurors are looking at the screen, they're looking at the defendant, they're looking at the family members, and it's very hard, to when you're trying a case, that's going on, that there's that connection, and jurors want to, feel very empathetic, maybe sympathetic for the families who are right there. One thing I wanted to point out, that when we're talking about this video, that's I think critical. Not only are they watching the video, but remember, right before they played the video, the evidence that we heard from was from People's Exhibit 16, which was the 22 pages of handwritten notes by the not only a confession, but a roadmap as to exactly what he planned to do, wanted to do, and then effectively did. It was chilling. So the jurors are watching this, and they know that they were just read apart, page 3 from the journal. I have access to the gun and ammo. And then right after that, really gripping words, many people have one day to live. Many people have one day to live. And then you see what he effectively did. He said in the journal on page 22, I want to shoot up the effing school so badly. I need a 9mm pistol, which I'm begging my dad for. He said that in his journal. He wanted the 9mm because, quote, it's effective for killing. He complained in his journal that he had the 22 caliber weapons that weren't as effective for killing. But he does say on page 15, which the defense I'm sure will cross-examine and utilize, I don't know where my dad hid the weapon. I don't know where he hid it. Then he goes on later, I have access to the gun and ammo. He found it. Now, that's a big question as to, what a jury can infer from those words. I don't know where it is. I don't know where my dad hid it. So it appears that James did try to hide the weapon, as he told the police officers he did. Said he put the weapon one place, he put the ammo in another place, and he secured them both. But later, the shooter says, I now have access to it. And many people have one day to live. And so you have a jury who's going to have to come to grips with how difficult was it? Was it reasonable and ordinary care, hiding the weapon in the manner that he did, or securing the weapon in the manner that he did? And did he have no ability to control whether his son was scouring the house when they weren't home, looking in every nook and cranny under things in the armoire to find this weapon?
It's very chilling. I remember those entries, especially from the Miller hearing, which were they really dove into those. They were difficult to sit through, to listen to. We also heard a voice recording. You know, John, something I want to ask about is the order in which this evidence was presented. Was this intentional to show, look, this kid was writing in a journal in that house. All the father had to do was read through it, just get a mindset of his child, and then look at the consequences, look at this video.
Absolutely. Witness order, we talked about this morning, but witness order is incredibly important, and the way that you present your case, and the way that you present your case. And we talked about this morning, you want to start off with, I guess, a bang, so to speak, or with a powerful part of your case. You have to get through the middle, which is necessary, and then you generally want to end on a powerful note with your case. If the prosecution is using that playbook, we are seeing kind of the last chapter of the prosecution's case, which is a very strong chapter, which is the journal, and then immediately followed, as Rick said, by this video. And I think the journal is very damning on its balance. Now, there is some things in there that the defense is going to be able to use, but to have that set up and then play the video, I think it ties it together for the prosecution pretty well and is pretty powerful evidence. And it appears, if they're following that playbook, that this would be close to the end of their case.
Yeah, and you know who's coming next is the student who's going to be able to testify about. The video has no audio. The student's going to come and testify exactly what had occurred from his or her perspective in that hallway at the time it happened. We heard some cross-examination by the defense attorney regarding the journal, and because there was an awareness in the, you remember in the meeting with Jack and Hopkins, the father, James, the defendant here, said, you can write in your journal. He specifically mentioned the journal in the meeting with the two administrators. And the cross-examination was, you don't know what journal, you don't know the color of the journal, you don't know where the journal, so kind of intimating that there may be more than one journal, and the father was talking about one journal, and Exhibit 16 is the journal that the parents had no knowledge of. Now, that's unlikely. That's kind of a leap. And so I anticipate that the cross-examination will be to try and intimate or show that James Crumbley had no idea that this journal, the one with these horrific entries in it, was the journal that he was talking about in the school meeting.
And we are getting late in the day now. Lunch did go later than usual. They started up again this afternoon a little later. Do you think, John, we'll see more witnesses from the prosecution before the day is up?
Yeah, we still have some time left, so the court's probably not going to break until the end of the business day or close there too. I don't know if they're going to 4:30 or 5 every day. Normally they shut down in Oakland County at about 4:30. That's when the deputies actually have to get paid overtime after that. So normally they try to shut things down, although this is a very special and important case. So I would expect that the judge makes good use of the time unless a witness is unavailable until tomorrow, which can happen for different various reasons. But I would expect that they would make good use of this time with trying to put on a witness, especially at the end of the day.
I think we have 2 more witnesses left. I think that's it. We're going to have with the student, and I think the original purchaser of the handgun. I think we're at what are we? Is it 13? It's the 12th or 13th witness so far, and they said 15, and I think they'll keep to that. And there are 2 more that they specifically said we're going to testify that we haven't seen yet.
And remind us who we just saw on the stand, because the defense attorney, Mario Lehman, has not yet cross-examined this individual yet, correct?
This fella is a detective lieutenant in the Special Crimes Unit, and he interestingly enough has been referred to as the other officer in charge. Typically, when a case is prosecuted, the prosecution team has one officer in charge, and that officer is the person responsible for gathering all the evidence from all the different agencies and units or departments that in here we have federal, state, and local officials that have provided evidence and done evidence tech work and et cetera. So the gathering of that, the ability to maintain the evidence in a secure and proper way, and then the ability to, every single piece of evidence that comes in, including every report that comes in, is the sole responsibility of the officer in charge. So the officer in charge in a criminal case will manage the case, will manage the witnesses, and will have the best overall view of all of the pieces of evidence and how it fits into the prosecutorial theory. And in this case, they, as we just heard, they have 2 officers in charge. And so he is the second one testifying. Officer in charge is somebody that you see as the last witness or close to the very last witness in a case.
Okay, so indicator of where
we're
headed
there.
Today.
Yeah, we're there.
We've seen a lot of video today, a lot of photos as well. There was also some video evidence in the back of the squad car, which I believe we have. Again, just kind of painting a picture of who James Crumbley is and how he reacted to a lot of the things that were going on. So we're going to play a little bit of that now, just in case you missed that from earlier.
Have a seat right now. Why is she in handcuffs? I don't know. Can you take the handcuffs off from me, please? Carefully hold yourself. Okay, butt in first. It's not going to be long for those handcuffs, I promise.
Why am I in the cuffs though?
Until we can figure out everything.
That hurts. Like it really hurts.
Hold on, what's that?
Why am I in your cuffs?
I don't know. I don't know. I asked them the same fucking thing.
They didn't do anything. I'm getting claustrophobic.
Honey, don't freak out in front of the house. This is going to be a lot better if you don't make the situation.
Why are they here? Why are they here? Okay, push my glasses on my nose, please. Put jacket on my lip, please. I have my fucking phone. Why are I'm so confused?
Why are you in fucking handcuffs?
Your phone here?
I set it down and then I have a cop pointing the gun at me.
Why are they in our house? I'm so confused.
We're dealing with this shit. We're already dealing with shit. Why have we got to deal with this?
All right, well, they are getting ready to get things back in the courtroom. Action is about to start again after that short break that they took after playing the video of the shooting.
Yeah, we're going to tune back in shortly, it seems, as everyone's sort of filing back in. And just, John, talk about the timing of that break. Do you think that was intentional by Judge Matthews?
Yeah, absolutely. Like when the courtroom has an over-emotional moment, whether it's sad, angry, there's been cases where I've had trials where there's outbursts or somebody screams or something like that. It's not uncommon the judge says, all right, everybody's going to get some time to recoup, to kind of get back to baseline after that. Because remember, there's still going to be evidence presented, and you don't want to keep things going when if jurors are crying, if there's people in the back that are crying. It impairs your ability to process and present the information. So that's normal.
Terrence, you mentioned you thought you heard people crying in the
we
background.
can hear some sniffling in the background in addition to seeing James emotional as well. And the jury is back inside right now. Again, what you see and hear could be disturbing. Keep that in mind.
Yeah, some split screen. Mr. Bobrowski testified to nearly 100 surveillance cameras. He spliced the video together.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that was just depicting the same time, but just different angles for the same hallway?
That's correct.
Sir, could you tell us, please, who was wounded on November the 30th?
The wounded was Phoebe Arthur, Elijah Mueller, Riley Franz, Callie Osage, Molly Darnell, John Ashuda, and Aiden Watson.
Thank you. May I proceed? Thank you. This is admitted as People's One. Sir, what have I handed you?
This is the autopsy protocol for Hannah St. Juliana.
Okay, sir, who was killed November the 30th, 2021?
That's correct.
This is Exhibit 5. Sir, how old was Hannah?
She was 14.
And how did she die?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the reading of the autopsy protocol into the record.
He's not
It's
reading.
been admitted.
He's not reading the autopsy protocol.
They're being admitted as exhibits 1 through 4, correct?
That's correct, Judge.
All right, so I think it was a question.
How did she die?
She died of multiple gunshot wounds.
May I approach the witness?
Sure.
This is Exhibit 2. What is that?
This is the autopsy protocol for Madison Baldwin.
And this is a picture of Madison and people 6 on the screen?
Yes.
How did she die, sir?
She had a gunshot wound to the head.
She was 17 years old?
Yes, sir.
This is Exhibit 3. So what have I handed you?
Autopsy protocol for Tate Meard, and he was 16 years old.
And how did he die?
He died from multiple gunshot wounds.
And this is Exhibit 4. That's an autopsy protocol?
Yes, sir. This is for Justin Schilling. He was 17 years old.
And how did he die, sir?
Died of a gunshot wound to the head.
And those are the 4 students who were killed inside Oxford High School on November the 30th, 2021?
That's correct.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross.
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Goodman.
Good afternoon.
We go back to November 30th of 2021, when you were made aware of the shooting at Oxford High School.
Okay.
You testified today that you were at the prosecutor's office,
I was.
and you were advised, you said by the prosecutor and her chief assistant, that was the chief prosecutor, Ms. McDonald.
Correct.
And her chief assistant came to the office where you were discussing another case.
We were in a conference room in their office, and they came. Yes.
The prosecutor asked you about the swear-tos that were conducted, both for the charges made against him and the charges alleged against his son as well, the charge made against his son. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And the prosecutor confirmed with you that the process for the swear-to is open to the public.
That's correct.
You said that both the public and the media were present at the swear-tos for both Mr. Crumbley's son and also Mr. Crumbley.
That's right.
For Mr. Crumbley's son, you made note that Mr. Crumbley was not present in person for the swear-to in the arraignment.
Yes, I stated he was he was there on Zoom.
And if you recall,
his son was also on Zoom for the arraignment, is that correct?
His son was in custody.
Okay.
Yeah,
But he was not there in person in custody, if you recall.
that's correct.
After the Oxford High School shooting on November 30th of 2021, do you recall receiving tips and receiving information and were made aware of concerns for the safety of James and Jennifer Crumbley after their son's name had been made public, if you recall?
I don't recall that.
Do you recall that their residence had been identified publicly?
I don't recall it, but if I can explain, I think I do know that there was media was there, but I don't recall it being released anywhere, if that makes sense.
And I'm not suggesting that law enforcement released that location. Obviously, you talked about the social media posts,
yes,
that there was a lot of information coming into you and your department. There was a lot of information being made public that wasn't necessarily true. There was a lot going on at the time on November 30th of 2021, separate from the tragedy at the school.
That's fair.
You said that on December 2nd of 2021, that you and the prosecutor's office were having discussions about possibly charging James and Jennifer Crumbley.
That's correct.
You know that at some point on December 2nd of 2021, not necessarily the nature of not the content of the discussions, but the nature of the discussions about potentially charging was made public.
I'm not familiar with that.
If you recall, there were media reports and information put out into the media that James and Jennifer may be facing charges.
That may be true. At that point, I was completely involved. Like, there was things that came out in the media that people tell me about today I have no idea about, because I wasn't.
Yes, and you had a lot going on. And obviously, when I ask you a question, I'm just asking you questions about what you know about.
I understand.
You knew on December 2nd, you testified today that you knew on December 2nd of 2021 that James and Jennifer Crumbley were not staying at their residence.
Yes.
You knew that they'd left on November 30th of 2021.
Correct.
And that was before charges had been announced against them?
Yes.
And before there was any sort of information that may have been put into the media that charges may be forthcoming?
Yes.
That was in fact the day of the actual Oxford High School shooting that they stopped staying at their residence.
To my understanding, yes.
The prosecutor showed you Exhibit 362, which is a Holiday Inn Express receipt, correct?
Yes.
And if you recall, the room was registered to Jennifer Crumbley.
I believe you.
If you recall.
I don't recall,
Okay.
but I believe you.
You know that at some point on December 1st, James and Jennifer left. Oh, and before I go past that, you also know that on November 30th that James and Jennifer Crumbley obtained those track phones from the Walmart in Lapeer.
Yes.
And we looked at that receipt as well.
Yes.
And you testified that you learned during your investigation that there was a conversation either with Detective Sergeant Bryan or Lieutenant Marsden about James and Jennifer obtaining those phones.
Yes.
And the purpose was because they had given their phones to law enforcement and they didn't have any way to communicate with people, if you recall the information they were given.
They were taken in a search warrant. Whether they gave them to, I guess, is subjective. But yeah, we obtained them, and it's my understanding the advice given to them, which again isn't uncommon, is that purchase some track phones so you could maintain communications.
Exhibit 365, you know that on December 1st of 2021 that James and Jennifer left that Holiday Inn in Lapeer and checked into an extended stay in Auburn Hills.
What date did you say?
December 1st of 2021.
Yes.
Now Lapeer, for those who aren't familiar, is north of Oxford.
It is.
It's north of Auburn Hills.
It is.
So they left the Lapeer area and came down to Auburn Hills, which is 15 minutes south of Oxford. I could be wrong about the time.
But you referenced Lapeer essentially borders Oxford.
Okay.
And
On the north
side. And then you got Rochester. 20 minutes, I don't know.
Okay, I won't lock you into a time. But they came, and they came slightly south of, still in Oakland County, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You noted specifically that there was an Auburn Hills Police Department across the street from the extended stay.
Yes.
Now, you know that Jennifer and James Crumbley checked out of the extended stay on December 3rd of 2021.
Yes.
Which was that Friday.
Yes.
You don't know what time they left the hotel, correct?
If the checkout's on the... But do I know? No.
You know what time checkout is?
Yes.
Based on the receipt and the documents, correct?
Yes.
But you don't know what time they left. Whether if it was at checkout or before, you have no idea.
That's right.
At some point on Exhibit 368 is the T-Mobile receipts from the T-Mobile in Owasso.
Okay.
Those are dated December 2nd.
Good afternoon, and thanks for joining us for CBS News Detroit at 4. I'm Terrence Friday.
And I'm Meredith Bruckner. Testimony continues on day 4 of James Crumbley's involuntary manslaughter trial.
He is the father of the Oxford school shooter. We have gavel-to-gavel coverage of the trial that is happening now. We're going to listen in.
They drove to Owasso to get their phones and then went back to the extended stay, from what you understand.
Yes.
So they didn't stay in Owasso, correct? Overnight, to your knowledge?
No.
Now, you are aware that after the Oxford High School shooting, there were a variety of reactions and emotions to what occurred at Oxford High School.
Yes.
There was terror.
From whom?
Anyone at the school.
More than likely.
There was anger.
Are you
I'm
just
speaking
talking
in general. In general.
I would guess after an incident like that, every emotion imaginable could be.
Right.
Okay.
You're aware that once the identity of the shooter at Oxford High School was made public, you were also made aware during your investigation that a lot of that anger, or some of that anger, was directed toward the parents of the shooter, James and Jennifer Crumbley.
I can't say specifically, no.
Exhibits 371 and 372 were the videos from 1111 Bellevue in Detroit. You noted that there was a difference of 22 minutes on the timestamp on the video from the actual time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So the video was 22 minutes ahead of what the actual clock time was, if you recall.
I think that's right.
Okay. The video, I believe it's 371, shows that James and Jennifer arrived at approximately 10:59 a.m. at 1111 Bellevue.
Okay.
And that was prior to the swear-to that you testified was conducted at noon.
I believe it was around noon, correct?
Okay. And again, I'm not asking you to lock in on the exact time, if it was 12:01 or 12:02 or whatever the time may be, but 10:59 is obviously before around noon.
It is.
And the two videos that you were shown, the Exhibit 372 is after 4 p.m., where it shows that James Crumbley walked out of the building and turned the car around and then went back in the building.
Yes. Was it 417 or something like that?
Correct. So the two clips that you saw, there were actually many, many clips from throughout that day, if you recall, that you've reviewed as part of your investigation.
Yes.
In fact, as part of your investigation, you reviewed those clips and know that one or both of James and or Jennifer Crumbley were in and out of that building on more than one occasion on December 3rd of 2021.
I don't recall.
Do you recall that there was video of James specifically leaving the building to smoke and going back in on more than one time?
I can't say. I don't know.
And we heard, you were in here when Investigator Creer testified.
Yes.
And he talked about finding, I believe he said 14 cigarette butts next to the Kia.
Yes.
In the 1111 Bellevue parking lot.
Yes.
So you don't specifically recall whether or not James and Jennifer did leave the building. You don't recall whether they didn't. It's fair to say you just don't recall.
That's right.
You testified that at 4 o'clock, a judge ordered James and his wife to turn themselves in.
Yes.
You don't know whether James had knowledge of that order from the judge.
I mean, it's safe. I mean, there's some evidence in my mind that points to that he's aware.
You did not see anything in your review of the case and of the evidence that you've obtained in this case to suggest that James was not going to turn himself in. And I'm not asking about anything that you've seen that you may or may not be able to talk about, but I'm asking specifically, you haven't seen anything to suggest that they weren't going to turn
She'll
themselves
have
in.
to object to the form of the question. She can't try to pigeonhole a witness if he has more information and then limit the answer in his basic knowledge.
Well, it was kind of a long question, too. So, but you're specifically asking him...
Your Honor, I'll rephrase my questions a little bit because it was multiple questions. You asked, and we heard the testimony, you asked retired Sergeant Hendrick to locate James and Jennifer Crumbley on December 2nd of 2021.
That's correct.
That was on the date that there were discussions about potentially charging James and Jennifer Crumbley.
That's correct.
On December 3rd of 2021, they had not been located at that time, earlier in the day.
What time?
Before dark.
No, they weren't located.
They were
To my
located.
knowledge, they weren't located.
Right. To your knowledge, they were located later in the day, and we heard the testimony about that information, correct?
Yes.
You testified about a video, I believe you said it was posted on Twitter, of the shooter, a Molotov cocktail or something?
I believe it was a YouTube video.
Okay. You have no information that James was aware of that video?
No.
Now, Exhibit 16 is a photograph of the backpack and contents in the bathroom that we looked at.
Okay.
The photo shows that the journal that was in the backpack was open, and I believe you testified that that was opened by law enforcement.
To be honest, I'm not. So, if I can recap that, the Michigan State Police Bomb Squad went in there. They arranged the items, to my understanding, and that's how. The first time I saw that, that's how it was.
Okay. So you don't have any specific knowledge about how that was opened or who opened it. You just know that when you saw the contents, that's how they were as they were in the photograph.
Right.
You identified the journal as that of the shooter because his name was in it.
Yes. Among other things.
Right. You said also the writing matched homework that you saw and things of that nature. The first date that you have written in the journal you testified was November 9th of 2021.
I believe that's right.
Okay. You indicated that there were references to incidents prior to November 9th of 2021, but you don't specifically know what the dates were that those incidents were written about. Is that fair?
I think I might.
Based on reading the journal?
Based on everything I've read.
Okay. So based on everything you have about, all the knowledge you have about the case that you learned after November 30th of 2021, you may have additional information.
Yes.
But looking at the journal, you can't tell from the dates. There aren't dates other than November 9th of 2021, and I think there might be a couple other ones referencing the shooting.
You're correct.
Okay. You testified that the journal appears to be written from back to front. So opening the front cover, there would be no writing, but if you flip to the back, then it's the 22 pages from the back forward that have writing on them.
It seems that way, yes.
And again, I think this is an obvious question, but I'm going to ask you. You have no indication that James Crumbley was aware that that journal existed, correct?
No, I think I know he knew it existed.
That that journal existed?
Yeah, he mentioned it in his counseling session that why you can write in your journal.
Right, and we heard from the counselor and we heard from the dean of students, who both testified that there was a mention of a journal, but that there were no specifics given. It doesn't say the journal in your backpack, the one you always keep with you. He didn't provide colors. He didn't provide any descriptive detail. We saw in the search warrant photos that were taken that there were additional notebooks and, could be journals in the shooter's bedroom. He references a journal. The school counselor and the dean of students mentioned a journal, testified about a journal. They indicated that James Crumbley said, you have a journal. But there's no specifics given about what that journal is. Is that fair?
That was a long question.
It was a very long question. Yes. There were no specifics given during that meeting at the school about whether James had any knowledge of what the journal looked like, if he knew what was in it, or anything like that.
No.
Specifically pages 15 and 22 that we have that were admitted as Exhibit 359. On page 15, if you recall, the shooter is writing about wanting a 9mm and that he's mad because he wants to get it because that's what he wants for the school shooting, correct?
Can we put it?
Yes. In fact, I can hand this to you because I don't have it electronically. May I approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Thank you. It's flipped open to page 15.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm sorry, what was your question, Counselor?
Page 15.
Okay.
There's some mention about the shooter wanting a 9mm gun. He wants it for the school shooting. And he's mad that he hasn't gotten it yet.
I'm not. Yes.
Okay.
He's pissed.
Pissed is the word he used, correct? Page 15 also includes this statement. He mentions the Caltech and says he has to find where his dad hid it.
Yes, that's what it says.
If you'd like to. Yes. I'm going to go to page 22 next, Mr. Keese. Mr. Keese is going to put them on the screen for you.
Thank you.
You have to turn this one on.
May I approach, Your Honor? Thank you, Mr. Keese. So that's the page 15 that you just looked at, correct? The portion that I asked you to look at and review.
Yes.
Page 22. If you could go to page 22, Mr. Keese, thank you.
There's a few 22.
Page 22, the binding.
Which exhibit number is this?
359, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Page 22, and again, we discussed that this was written along the binding, so along the inside edge of the page, correct, in the journal?
Yes.
And it says, I will have to find where my dad hid my 9mm before I can shoot the school, correct?
That is what it says.
Now, we know based on the testimony that you've heard, and you've been sitting in court during the trial, we know that there was a 9mm handgun purchased on November 26th of 2021.
Yes.
That
correct.
the shooting at the high school occurred on November 30th of 2021. That the shooter and his mom went to the shooting range on November 27th of 2021. So this portion would have been written at some point between November 27th of 2021 and arguably the morning of November 30th of 2021.
Well, now you've confused me. I don't.
Well, we know that there was no 9mm handgun in the house until November 26th of 2021, correct? Based on your investigation.
I see the 9mm.
Yes.
Yeah.
because this specifically references a 9mm.
It does.
This is different than the other on page 15, which specifically references the Kel-Tec.
I got you.
So, although Mr. Crumbley's son says my 9mm, we know that there was a 9mm purchase on November 26th of 2021.
Yes.
That he went to the shooting range on November 27th of
Yes.
2021, and the shooting occurred on November 30th of 2021.
Yes.
So we know, and this page was page 22, which would have been the back cover of the journal. Is that fair? If you recall? If you don't, it's okay. But we can read this and know that it would have been written after definitely November 26th of 2021.
Yes.
On page of the journal, Mr. Keese, if you want to read page 3, thank you. It's the access. Yes. If you look at the third line of this entry, it says, I have access to the gun and the ammo. Do you see that?
I do see it.
Now, you don't recall seeing anything in this journal or even around this entry that says, my dad told me where the gun and ammo are. Correct?
Can you repeat that, please?
Yes. You don't recall reading anything in the journal that says, my dad told me where the gun and ammo are.
I do not.
You don't remember reading anything in the journal, you didn't see anything in the journal that says, my dad showed me where the gun and ammo are.
No, I didn't read that.
So when it says, I have access, you don't know how he obtained access. Is that fair? It just says, I have access. Exactly what the words are.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yes. Reading this journal entry and the information that you have that you've read in the journal, this doesn't say how Mr. Crumbley's son had access to the firearm. Is that fair?
That's right. Just simply that he had access.
Simply that he had access.
Understood.
Thank you. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Briefly, thank you, Judge. Starting off with the journal here, you were asked if James Crumbley knew it existed, and you indicated that you believe that the answer was that yes.
Yes.
Okay, so you were here for Mr. Hopkins' testimony as well as Mr. Ejak's testimony. Of course, you're the officer in charge of the investigation. In that meeting with James Crumbley, did he say journals, plural, or journal as in singular?
Just a singular journal.
Okay. And there were notebooks found in the home, 112 East in Oxford. You saw a picture of that. But were there any other journals found?
There were not.
Okay. And you indicated that you believe that you can tell approximately when the journal entries were written based upon the content?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess we didn't really go over it in direct examination, but there was an incident on November the 4th, 2021 at Oxford High School. Was that referenced in the journal?
It was.
And an incident that occurred November the 11th, 2021. Was that referenced?
Yes.
Did the shooter reference his friend who left the state October 31st?
He did.
Okay. Was there any indication anywhere in the journal that the 9mm was locked up?
No.
Now, we saw evidence in this case that the shooter obtained access to the Kel-Tec pistol as well.
Yes.
Okay, and that text message was, look what my dad left out.
Correct.
Okay. And what we have on the screen here, page 3, first off, I got my gun. It's an SP-2022 6-hour 9mm. Second, the shooting is tomorrow. We know, of course, the shooting occurred November the 30th, 2021. Can you presume a date on this passage? So this would be November the 21st, presumably?
Presumably.
Okay. Second, shooting is tomorrow. I have access to the gun and ammo. And, of course, we know that he did obtain that weapon.
We do.
Okay. And we know that the murder weapon from November the 30th was the weapon purchased by James Crumbley on November the 26th, 2021.
Absolutely.
I have nothing further.
Brief question. Very brief. And I don't mean to belabor the issue, but when it comes to journals or notebooks, you don't know what James calls a notebook, what he calls a journal. You have no idea. Is that fair?
That's not fair. I do know what he calls a journal because he called it a journal in the meeting with Mr. Hopkins.
Right, he said something about a journal.
He did.
You don't know if he's talking about a notebook. You don't know if he's talking about a journal, like a diary with a lock on it. You have no idea what he's talking about.
I got a pretty good idea he's talking about a journal. That's what I can say.
Right, a journal.
A journal.
The reference to the Caltech that Mr. Keese just asked you about was in August of 2021, correct? He asked about the video that we saw, the text that Mr. Crumbley's son sent to his friend about my dad left it out, LOL, or something along those lines.
Yeah.
That was in August of 21.
Can you show me?
If you recall.
I don't recall.
Okay. You don't recall seeing anything from November of 21 in the journal or otherwise saying that Mr. Crumbley's son had access because Mr. Crumbley left a gun out in November of 21 or in the journal, correct?
Ask that again, please.
Sure. You don't recall seeing anything during your investigation from November of 21 that Mr. Crumbley had allegedly left a firearm out in the house and his son talked about it.
This is beyond the scope of my redirect.
I still don't understand the question.
Sure, Your Honor. Mr. Keese asked about the text that was sent from Mr. Crumbley's son to his friend about his dad allegedly leaving the Caltech out.
Okay.
And he filmed a video of himself.
Okay.
I'm trying to clarify that that video was in August of 21. I mean, if I need to, I'll pull up the exhibit, but I was just trying to clarify with the detective lieutenant.
Okay, I think if you showed him the exhibit, he'd be able to say, but do you stipulate that that was from August of 21?
Are we talking about the Caltech?
Yes.
Sorry, yes. August 18th, 21, and August 20. I'm sorry.
August 19th.
I did it again. August 19th of 21 and August 20th of 21.
Okay, I can tell you what exhibit it is.
Your Honor, they stipulated to the date, so I don't need to ask again.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
I just, based on that, there was evidence that we introduced in this case that the shooter filmed a video of himself holding the 6-hour 9mm handgun November 26, 2021.
Yes.
Okay. And there were also Instagram posts of him holding that same firearm on the 27th of the month.
That is correct.
Okay. And I think I misspoke earlier. I said November 21st as far as this passage being written. This would actually be November the 29th of 2021.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Thank you, Judge.
All right, can he be excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you can step down and you're excused.
Thank you, Judge.
Tell me where we're headed.
Judge, we have no further witnesses today. Before we officially rest, I'd like the opportunity to review our exhibit list. We had a lot of modifications throughout the case.
All right.
I want to confirm with defense counsel what was extracted and added on. And then tomorrow morning we'll know for sure.
All right. Do you want 9 o'clock?
That's fine, Your Honor. Yes.
9 o'clock. All right. I'm going to ask you to return at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Please know again that during the trial you should not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about the case. Under the law, the evidence you consider to decide the case must meet certain standards. For example, witnesses must swear to tell the truth, and lawyers...
All right, we have to take a quick break from our coverage of the James Crumbley trial. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to CBS News Detroit at 4. Much of today's testimony recap what happened the night leading to James and Jennifer Crumbley's arrest.
So we also heard from a new witness who didn't testify in Jennifer's trial.
To break down day 4 of testimony, we bring in Andres Gutierrez, who joins us live from Oakland County Circuit Court in Pontiac. Andres, what were some highlights from today?
Well, Meredith, as you said, much of the testimony today dealt with what happened after the shooting, the search of the home, and also the search for James and Jennifer Crumbley once they were charged. During Jennifer's trial, she shifted a lot of the blame onto James, saying that he is the one who was responsible for all the guns. So this morning, the prosecution ended up playing a video of the two of them in the back of a police car as an Oakland County detective testified that James was very cooperative with them. In fact, he gave them a rundown about where all the guns in the home were, including a BB gun that looked like an assault rifle, and that they shouldn't be worried about that. As they did search the home, police found 2 empty magazines, some ammo, and a gun safe where there was a .22 caliber handgun and a Derringer that Crumbley bought months before the shooting, and that, as we learned yesterday, he used to take his son to the range to teach him about gun safety. Police say they found that gun safe unlocked, and just how secure was it?
This interview with James Crumbley in the back of the car, he told you the combination code was 0000, 4 zeros, is that right?
Correct.
Did you subsequently recover that safe?
I did.
Was it 4 zeros or 3 zeros?
It was 3 zeros.
Okay. Did you come to learn what the default code is for that safe?
It's 000.
And now prosecutors have also indicated that the case for the 9mm that was used in the school shooting was never locked up, and that the gun itself came with a cable lock, and that was also never used. Reporting live in Pontiac, Andres Gutierrez, CBS News, Detroit.
Andres, they also played video of the shooting in court today. Our viewers didn't see that video, of course, but we could hear what seemed to be a lot of emotion inside of the courtroom. What was it like?
Yeah, it was an incredibly difficult video, as you can imagine, to watch. There was a member of the jury that started crying as soon as she started seeing the bodies of the victims drop. James Crumbley not at any point looked up at the screen to watch that video. He kept his head bowed down, and then as he was being led out of court during the break that followed shortly after they played that video, he never looked back at the gallery. He usually does give some glances to us who are sitting in the courtroom, not happening that this time around. And then obviously incredibly emotional for the parents of the victims, the father of Justin Schilling wiping tears shortly after that video was played. Just incredibly hard to watch. We will continue talking about that video and more about the journal entries that they didn't want to introduce coming up here at 5 o'clock.
Thank you, Andres, and thank you for painting that picture of the scene in the courtroom.
All right, let's bring in our legal panel to break down what we saw here on day 4.
Yes, joining us this afternoon are attorneys John Marco and Rick Convertino. Thank you both for being here throughout this day, watching this in its entirety. Rick, so just recap what happened right before the court left for the day.
Well, the thing that most surprising right before we left for the day was that the prosecution said on the record that they don't have any more witnesses, and before they rest, they're going to go through their evidence and make sure that all the relevant pieces of evidence have been admitted, do a kind of a proverbial checklist, which is routinely done at the end of a trial. So it looks like they're going to rest tomorrow. It looks like they're not going to call the student witness. I don't think they have to. It looks like they're not going to call the previous gun owner regarding the gun lock. I don't think they have to. I think it's a good call to rest at this period. This point in time, they ended big with the officer in charge, which is, as I mentioned before, typically how a prosecutor will end a case, with the officer in charge. It was interesting, the contention over the journal. We heard testimony from administrators Ejak and Hopkins from the Oxford High School, and both of them testified that there was a discussion about a journal that James Crumbley told his son, you can count on us, you can talk to us, and you can also, you have your journal as an outlet. The journal we heard is Exhibit 16. We went through page after page of horrific entries that were in the journal. So the prosecution believes that this is the particular journal that James Crumbley was aware of when he mentioned it in the meeting on the 30th of November, just moments before the shooting itself. And so what I liked, the defense attorney is saying, well, it could be another journal. There could be, you don't know the color, you don't know all of these variables. And on redirect, the prosecutor in this case asked the OIC, did you recover any other journals? Now, the OIC would have the ability to go through all the evidence, know whether or not there were other journals recovered. I would have asked them, because a journal can be a notebook. Have you seen any evidence whatever of any stream of consciousness by the shooter or any other writings by the shooter? Of course, there would be none. So they did a good job of showing that Exhibit 16 is the journal that they were talking about in the meeting just moments before the shooting, which is powerful evidence for the prosecution.
Yeah, well, something else is interesting about the journal. There were parts where the shooter said that my dad hid the gun, or even that he won't let me get it. Any thoughts on that, and also just what you've seen today, John?
Yeah, I agree with Rick. I think that the prosecution ended on a very strong note today. I think that it's appropriate time for them to rest. Sometimes enough is enough when you're presenting evidence and you don't want to overkill. I don't think that the defense scored a lot of points with the prosecution's last witness. On a witness like that, you have to be real surgical, maybe score a couple points, and then sit down. It was a very polished officer in charge, especially how they ended with compelling video evidence. With regard to the journal, I think overall the journal was damning for the defendant in this case, but there was some points that the defense can use either in their case in chief or in their closing argument that said the father was trying to hide the gun. With regards to the journal also, there was not evidence that I saw that they could prove that the father had knowledge of the contents of the journal. Now they can argue, well, certainly if he knew they had a journal, he might have been careless by not looking in it. But all parents may not look into their kid's journal. It may be a private source of an outlet for the children. So that wasn't tied together. Overall the journal was harmful, but it was not insurmountable, I think, for the defense overall.
There's another point that I thought was very important that diffused a whole line of questioning by the defense in her cross-examination of the officer in charge. She had him admit that officers often tell people when they seize their cell phones for evidentiary reasons to go out and buy a track phone. That's advice that officers often give to suspects or people whose cell phones they seize. And that is a huge difference between this case and the last case, because the use of the cell phones in the last case was nefarious, ominous. It was to hide, to be surreptitious in their whereabouts as if they were being tracked. So they used a burner phone, as the defendant's attorney said. But that notion, anything about hiding or being a fugitive from justice or consciousness of guilt, I think was diffused in a very powerful manner by this defense attorney in that testimony, in the testimony that there was anger, that the defendants merely were fleeing for their safety, and that they had some kind of plan or purpose to surrender at some point in time. So it's not nearly as important evidence as it was in the first case regarding consciousness of guilt.
Which feels almost like two different storylines of the same moments of time.
Yeah, the case was presented differently. I think the defense did a better job in this case. I think James Crumbley has a stronger defense case than his wife did for a lot of reasons that we've talked about throughout the show, and in part because of the defense that was put on. I also agree with Rick, words have meaning and words have connotations. When you call a phone a burner phone, that's just one example of a lot of what we saw. First trial, they call it a burner phone. That has this negative connotation as opposed to a track phone where they could explain it. And I think that the defense did a better job of diffusing those and not falling into the trap of allowing these things, because they can take on a life of their own, and before you know it, like in the first trial, everybody's just calling it a burner phone. And then that kind of takes hold. You have to be very careful about how things are labeled in a trial. The defense did a better job in this case.
And because they did a better job,
Rick, I'm sorry, we are just running out of time, but thank you both so much for your insight today. As always, it's been incredibly interesting. Thank you.
And stay with CBS News Detroit for that complete gavel-to-gavel coverage of James Crumbley's trial. We also have expert analysis. You can stream the entire court proceeding each day live on the CBS News app, Pluto TV, and CBSDetroit.com. We'll be right back. And when we come right back, search efforts ramp up for missing 13-year-old Messiah Harris, where police search today, and what new information they're sharing in the investigation. Plus,
a new lawsuit is going after sellers of ghost gun kits after a 17-year-old was shot in the face. I'm Elle Myers in Ann Arbor, and coming up, I'll tell you more about what that suit hopes to accomplish.
And for those of you watching in Fraser, thank you for tuning in. We are always telling your stories and working to get the answers you need in your community. We'll be right back.
watching CBS News Detroit.
Thanks for sticking with us on CBS News Detroit at 4. I'm Terrence Friday.
And I'm Meredith Bruckner. Let's turn now to next weather meteorologist Ahmed Badji with a look at the weather. I'm still seeing some rays of sun out there through the window in the studio.
Oh yeah, we've got some good spots still, but even without it, warm. Our warmest spot actually has some of the most cloud cover. Mount Clemens at 70 degrees, right on the money. 69 in Ann Arbor and right downtown. 66 in Port Huron. One of our cooler spots until you get up toward Lexington, and then it does cool down a little bit. We do have some mild temps still for the start of the day tomorrow, mid to upper 40s. That is a warm start to the day. And that means not only are we going to head right back into the upper 60s for all of us, but it gives us a better shot for some of us to even cross 70. Because by the time we get past sunrise, you can see our dip, our low tomorrow morning is actually at 8 a.m. So we're going to cool until 8 a.m. Then we start to warm. But at 9, we're still at 50. I mean, there's plenty of mild air there for us to start off the day. Now, as kids head off to school, that's where it's important, right? We got that 50 mark, partly cloudy in the afternoon. We're going to add a bit more, heading for about 67, bright and sunny as kids step off the bus. But we're not done warming. Now, the expectation is we can make it at least about 69, but we may cross 70 again tomorrow. We're going to show you how long this heat sticks around. We're going to have to get rid of it at some point, right? It is still March. We'll show you that and the first forecast for the first game for the Detroit City FC season. That's this weekend. That's coming up next.
All right, thank you, Ahmed. Today, police searched a new location in connection with the disappearance of 13-year-old Naziah Harris.
It's been more than 2 months since she was last seen, and police say they're searching every possible lead. Just last week, dive teams searched a pond in Clinton Township.
Now police are searching a body of water near Greater Grace Temple on Detroit's west side. That's where our Gino Vici joins us with the latest.
Right here along the Rouge River behind Greater Grace Temple in Detroit is where dive teams have been searching today as well as yesterday. Now, we're told by a police source there is a very credible tip to search this location. Now, Naziah Harris went missing January 9th from Cornwall and 3 Mile Drive at her bus stop. She was initially reported as a runaway. About a month ago, police got involved in the search and learned information that she likely did not run away and was potentially harmed. Now, her father has been parked behind me all day waiting inside the parking lot in his truck as dive teams and law enforcement from 7 different agencies searched the Rouge River. Now, this particular area is a catch basin that if anything was placed in the river upstream, it could very well end up here. But again, Naziah's father in tears praying for this nightmare to end.
There was so many stories that just bang around in our head. I'm like, I'll be passing out. Like, if I cough or if I get too emotional right now, my chest will puff up and then I can pass out. But I got a heart defibrillator that boom, it bring me back. That's just what I be going through, dealing with the stuff. I'm never alone, like by myself ever, because it's just a lot. It's a lot.
The search here along the Rouge River has wrapped up, but we're told investigators will be back out here tomorrow. In Detroit, Gino Vici, CBS News, Detroit.
Thanks, Gino. A young man who was shot accidentally in the face by a friend back in 2021 has now filed a lawsuit against one of the nation's leading ghost gun developers.
In the lawsuit, the teen alleges the seller supplied an underage buyer with the kit used to assemble a firearm.
Our El Myers joins us from Ann Arbor with a closer look at the lawsuit and what they are hoping to accomplish.
All it took was a credit card and the internet, and Guy Boyd's life was changed forever. His friend bought and assembled a ghost gun kit when both boys were 17 years old, creating a firearm that shot Boyd in the face. Well, just this week, Boyd filed a lawsuit against the company that sells that ghost gun kit.
He lived. He has a TBI. He's lost his eye. He's now considered an epileptic. Has a lot of memory issues.
Before the shooting, his mom tells me Boyd participated in a lot of activities, from football to swimming to Boy Scouts. All things that fell by the wayside after being shot by a friend who bought the kit through JSD Supply.
At the heart of our case is the simple proposition that unsupervised children should not be able to purchase firearms, but because JSD Supply set up a business model where they didn't do any meaningful verifications about age, criminal history, mental health status, it became very, very easy for a 17-year-old who needed nothing more than a credit card, the internet, and a home address to get a gun shipped directly to his door.
Cam Dang tells me the website from which the ghost gun kit was purchased actively advertises just how easy it is to build a firearm from one of their kits.
In these kits, you had every single thing you needed to build a firearm. And when you purchase these two kits together, ATF has observed that these kits can be assembled in as little as 30 minutes.
Alongside compensation for Guy's medical bills, his mother tells me she would really like to see change in the gun culture in our country.
We need to have reform. And ghost guns, the loophole that they had that, just because they're 80% done, that they weren't considered guns. This is proof that just a couple drill holes and a couple pieces, it's a gun.
Reporting in Ann Arbor, I'm El Myers, CBS News, Detroit.
Thank you, Al, for that story. And CBS News Detroit did reach out to JST Supply for comment on the lawsuit against them, but we did not hear back. And we have a special programming note tonight. Wayne County Executive Warren Harris will deliver his State of the County address. We'll be streaming the speech tonight at 7 p.m. on CBS News app, Pluto TV, and CBSDetroit.com.
It's spring break, and coming up, we have a look at how Miami Beach is looking to keep visitors and residents safe, plus reaction from local officials and businesses. Welcome back after our 4 o'clock show. Be sure to stick around for CBS News Detroit at 5. We have some major stories for you. First, a new inflation report shows prices are still rising, but some things are actually seeing a drop in prices. We'll look at the numbers. Plus, autopilot in cars may not be as good as you think. Why some experts say these features could put drivers at risk.
3, 2, 1, ignition.
And the launch of a rocket with the mission to reduce pollution worldwide. That and more starting on CBS News Detroit at 5. But right now we're going to sit back to next weather meteorologist Ahmed Badji for the forecast. Things looking pretty good today, Ahmed.
Oh, yes. And tomorrow, honestly, doesn't look as too bad either. We've got to run back into the heat for us. We got the upper 60s for you. Let's break this down, honestly. 68 in Monroe for the afternoon tomorrow. A little bit of cloud cover, trying to build on into the start of the day. It's cooler. But what a way to start. We'll be back in the upper 50s by noon and back in the 60s throughout the afternoon hours. Highs, once again, by about 5 o'clock, which is where we're just minutes away from. Right on time for us to reach that high thanks to the time change. Let's go to Dearborn, 69 degrees as you jump into the afternoon hours. Plenty in the way of sunshine with cloud cover mixing in later. Ann Arbor, watching for even more, still more sun before the cloud cover tries to move in later. But notice the breezes are extremely light. We get rid of the wind tomorrow, but we keep the heat and we keep the sunshine. Tomorrow is gorgeous. Now we go over to Brighton, 66 degrees, also not bad at all. Winds mainly out of the northwest at about 5 miles an hour. Troy, just about the same, giving you plenty in the way of those upper 60s. Chesterfield aiming at about 66. So while we have that warmth and we are that far above average, will it hold for the shoreline? No. Mainly because, unfortunately, we've got the wind that changes direction very quickly in the afternoon. You'll start off warming, but now right here, look at this. As we make it past about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the wind changes direction, comes in out of the northeast, and just wham, hits you with the cool air off the lake. Here's the thing. You're still more than 10 degrees above average. Even being the coolest spot tomorrow, you're still going to be that much above what we're supposed to be at. So on the next Weather Futurecast, cloud cover rolls its way on through, right? And while we've got that break, we do have rain on the way for Thursday and Friday. But Friday, most of the rain is in the morning, not in the afternoon. Gives us the end of the day to actually enjoy it. 50s, though, continue all the way into Saturday. We've got the 40s into the start of next week where much cooler air moves in. St. Patrick's Day on Sunday, but Saturday also is going to be a big one because that is the first game of the season for the Detroit City FC all the way out in Colorado Springs. Kickoff at 8 o'clock in the evening. Actually gives you a chance at a little bit of rain and even some light snow that might mix on in as well at that highest elevation turf for you. So keep an eye out. It might be a little on the cool side if you're heading out that way, or for the team heading on out, of course, off to the west to the mountains. But while we have that cooler air for next week, there is a chance for us to get at least a day or two of an uptick before we cool down again to wrap up the month. But at least until that point, enjoy the warmth that we've got and keep the umbrella handy to end our week. At least for the moment, we don't have to worry about the shovel.
All right, I like that. Thank you, Ahmed. Spring break, the annual Fun Fest trip for mostly college students, is now underway in warm weather locations.
Yeah, it's going to be busy, but after deadly violence last year, one of the most popular destinations for spring break is taking controversial steps to keep people safe. CBS's Kristen Benavidez has the latest from Miami.
The normally rowdy spring break on Miami Beach looks calmer this year. Local officials say that's a good thing.
If you're looking for trouble, this is not the year.
Stephen Miner is the city's newly elected mayor.
We have put robust measures in place, more than anything we've ever done.
That includes DUI checkpoints, bag checks, blocking off parking, liquor stores closing at 8 p.m., and access to the heart of South Beach ending at 6 p.m.
It wasn't quite what I thought it was going to be coming down here, but I think that can be okay, too.
Alec Trella traveled from Pittsburgh with college friends for spring break.
There might be some restrictions on sort of what we can do, but maybe that'll be for the better. Who knows?
The crackdown by the city of Miami Beach comes after a string of wild and sometimes deadly scenes like this that began during the pandemic. When most places were locked down, Florida was open.
The Miami Beach Police Department has activated their entire force for spring break, including help from 18 other agencies. Is this your Super Bowl?
It is our Super Bowl. It is.
Police Chief Wayne Jones, also new to the job, says these measures are not about driving everyone away, just those looking to cause trouble.
We want you to come. We have a tourist-based economy. Come, bring your friends, bring your relatives, come, but have a good time. But you gotta behave.
We're breaking up with you.
To drive the message home, a public service announcement that's gone viral. Miami Beach telling rowdy spring breakers,
maybe we can talk when you're done with your spring break phase.
It's not us, it's you. Christian Benavides, CBS News, Miami Beach.
Still ahead, a new survey unpacks how Americans sleep. We'll take a look at those sleep habits and how you can improve your bedtime routine.